The longest episodes of this show have been some of my most popular ones. My episodes with Shanta Gokhale, Jerry Pinto, KP Krishnan, and Devdutt Patnaik were all over 8 hours. In fact, in Devdutt's case, more than 12 hours long. My Life in Times episode with Ajay Shah was over 10 and a half hours, and that's another classic. And many people who don't listen to podcasts wonder why. Who has time to listen to something for so long? I shared my learnings on this in my podcasting masterclass, which I shared for free in episode 49 of my YouTube show, Everything is Everything. I'll link that from the show notes. But let me share a further thought here. Now, all of these long episodes are essentially oral histories. Only one mega episode, the 10-hour Life in Times of the Indian Economy, which went madly viral, was about a specific subject. The rest go over a person's life and times, and there are two important elements to this. One, the sprawling length ends up giving a glimpse of the interior life of my guest, and we don't just stay on the surface looking outwards. That can often be so moving and so inspiring, and at the very least, it can make us relate deeply to the person. These interior journeys are my favorite part of the show, and few other platforms or podcasts enable them. Two, these podcasts end up not just as a biography of a person, but as a portrait of a society and often the history of a nation. We travel decades inside someone's head and we come out looking at the world differently, often with added layers to our perception. This is priceless. Just as a listener, I love this aspect of the show, and I'm bloody privileged in a sense to actually be the first listener of these conversations and to be able to take them where I want. Today's episode is also a long one and also has deep insights into our society, our country, and beyond this country, the large and important field that my guest worked in. So don't be in a hurry to get useful, actionable information. Just sink into the conversation.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Minar Pimple, an extraordinary social worker who founded the famous organization Yuva in the early 1980s when he was just in his early 20s. He's had a storied career playing an important role in both the United Nations and in Amnesty. Minar comes from a humble background from the Shudra community in rural Maharashtra and has a drive for action and a passion for life that I have seen in very few people. He not only entered social work with all his being in his teens, but he thought about the field at a meta level, challenged conventional thinking, applied his first principles thinking to organization building to nurturing movements, and went on to become an important player on the international scene. The first part of this episode, where he talks about his childhood and youth, is a finely observed picture of Indian society dealing with caste and class and different kinds of insecurities. We go on to discuss a history and sociology of social work in India, the structure and politics of global NGOs, the state of the human rights movement everywhere, especially with the growing nationalism and populism of these modern times, and his experiments with sexuality. There is great insight and some wild fun in this episode. And by the way, when Minar refers to life lessons while talking, he means a course Ajay Shah and I teach, which he had signed up for. And the Sudhir he keeps referring to is my friend Sudhir Sarnobat, the hero of episodes 419 and 350. Every conversation here is part of a larger tapestry of conversations. That's a charm. And every commercial break is also the part of a tapestry of commercial breaks. And now that I have made it sound profound, let's take a break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees, 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Minar, welcome to the Seen and the Unseen.
Thanks, Amit.
Before we started recording, we were chatting in the living room, and you told me that, last night, while you were looking forward to these recordings, you were making notes, and it forced you to reflect on your life and on your journey so far, all the way from the 60s to the 70s and whatever. And I actually want to ask about this act of reflection itself. When one is young, one is throwing oneself into different things, into different causes, into different movements, into building these organizations, etc., etc. There is often not enough reflection. And then the further down you go on your journey, that reflection kind of happens. Tell me about your journey with self-reflection, and was there a period of time in life where you started to reflect more and more? And what do you feel now when you reflect? Like last night when you sat back and you thought about your journey of all of these decades of people you have met, the things you have done, what were the kind of thoughts that entered your mind? Did you feel that same fire and passion as you did when you were young? Did you feel some sense of regret and loss for times gone by or the companions who are no longer here? Did you feel still excitement for what lies ahead? Give me a sense of what reflection means to you today.
Actually, reflection, in a way, has been one of the things that has been part of my life. I think a lot of things I tried to do is because I was continuously reflecting around, in the context that I was living, about myself, about my family. One of the early influences at the age of 17, 18, when I was kind of a voracious reader. Now I'm no more a voracious reader as I was. Like I was one of those person who wanted to understand, the original writings of Lenin. I went to Russian class to understand Lenin in its original, because his philosophical essays was something which I was very impressed with. So in a way, the dialectics at a very early stage, the whole philosophy of dialectics really attracted me. So reflections, and then I know that some of these figures that I will mention are not necessarily the liked figures, but some of the writings, like one of the two of Mao's pieces, really influenced my early thinking. One is on practice, and then the second essay he wrote was From Where True Thoughts Emerge. Now, if you ask me to point out exactly what was written in those, but those were the kind of essays at that point of time, really influenced me of really looking back in terms of from where my thoughts come, how they are shaped, why they are structured in the way they are structured, how that relates to my own socioeconomic cultural background, how it relates to the reality in which I'm living, the socioeconomic reality broadly, how it relates to my family situation, how it relates to my own kind of identity as I grew up. And some of this, like earliest stage, curiosity has been my mainstay from a very early childhood. And my mother keeps telling me even today, because she's touchwood still alive, and she keeps telling me that you are one of the most difficult child that I had to bring up, and I was the eldest son. Fully loved by both my grandparents, my father's father and my mother's father. So in a way, they saw it as somebody who was highly protected by the grandparents, but my mother would always say, you are one of the most difficult child, because 2 or 3 incidences in a very early life happened with me. And I don't remember, but my mother tells me, like there was a death in the village where I was staying. And then I followed very kind of surreptitiously to know what happens after death. So when the body was burnt in the crematorium, I was like hiding, it seemed, somewhere. The whole village was looking for me, where this guy is gone. And then mother tells me that, what were you thinking? Why did you, because young kids are not allowed to go to the crematorium. Because my whole obsession was what happens after the body is burnt? Where does this go? Because, and this must be like 3, 4, 5 years or something like that kind of a age group. The second thing that I remember very distinctly was experimenting with fire. Now, in real terms, if you see my hands, they're plastic surgered. My right hand, basically because there's a cracker which is called anar, so I took that anar in my hands and burst it. So both my hands were burnt. So my hand skin is more darker than my other bodily skin. And which kid at that age will do something like this? And then not only that, I got burned, and because I was afraid of being screamed at and shouted, I hid myself for about 2 hours, so nobody knew what had happened to me, and I didn't cry, nothing. It must be really painful. And then of course after that 6 months of Ayurvedic things that were put on my hand and all those kind of, my hands were tied like that. This was again around the age of 5. The other reflection that I have, and I remember that very distinctly, now of course I know threading ceremony is not for the Shudra community. I come from the Shudra community, if you know the caste hierarchy. It was predominantly for the Brahmin community, then Kshatriyas got into it, then the Vaishyas got into it, and then Shudras got into it, because every layer aspires to be in the higher category by doing things which higher category is doing rather than anything else, right? So we had to go through a thread ceremony, munz we call it in Marathi. And at that age, that time I must be about 9 years or something of that kind. Because we of course had our own family well, but we needed to have more water because you had all these guests coming in. So there was we had requested a neighbor that we will draw water from your well also. And at that point of time, the person who came to draw the water was a Dalit. And the neighbor refused to allow him to draw water from his well. Now, I had no idea about the caste structure, nothing. But somewhere internally, I rebelled and said, why is he not allowed to draw water? I had no clue in terms of, when I remember now, I had no clue at that point of time. Now, of course, I understand the caste structure. I understand what must have, because there everybody knew that he is a Dalit, in quote unquote, untouchable. He shouldn't be drawing water from our well, because in a way that will be, making the well not pure. The purity of the well will go away. That kind of a logic. So I remember these early incidences very clearly, Amit, and when I now check back, from where were they coming? So somewhere I think there is a kind of a genealogy about it. There's some kind of a genetic code. My father's father was part of the freedom struggle, and he was a member of the first Nagar Parishad, the council. And we had this picture of he sitting somewhere in the center, all the members staying there. My mother's father, even at that age, was a philanthropist. So he used to give donations to schools, to temples. I remember we used to travel with lots of money. That time it was all cash thing that you would carry in the car, and then, So I think there was some kind of influences of this. And as a child, when I was in Khed, in my native village, my grandfather used to run this shop of the utensils, brass and copper utensils, and my father used to actually make them. And afternoon, I would come back from the school, have my lunch around 12:31, and then I'll go to the dukan, shop, and hang around. There's a kind of a ritual that 4 o'clock, a tea will be called from a particular restaurant, and the Shankar Parad will be called. So those will be the two things that I would be wanting to have as a kid. And when I'm sitting there, opposite us, there was somebody who that time belonged to Jan Sangh. He would come and they would chat on. So my father's father was Congress, but there was a fantastic relationship. They were like very good friends, completely different in terms of politics, and they would make jokes about each other, about Congress. Narsu Anna will make joke. He will make joke about Jan Sangh, and the Panti was the symbol. So there will be all kinds of things, and I'm sitting there, maybe 7-8 years old, something like that. So all that I think was the influence. Every time we used to come to Mumbai during summer vacations. So because till 6th standard I was there. My mother came from Mumbai. So coming to Mumbai during summers was taken for granted. So May, June would be 2 months we'll be in Mumbai for summer vacation. So I had that added advantage in the school, because I was one of those who regularly visited Mumbai. So I had an exposure which many of my classmates didn't have. So we used to say that there is a Marathi saying, Wasrat Langdi Gai Shahani, means, among the calves, even if you are a disabled cow, you are still considered a smart cow. So that was my situation in a way, basically. And so I was smarter than other kids because of this exposure. My aunt, means my mother's younger sister, was already in a municipal school as a teacher. So that is one thing which I had seen from both my families. I never talked to either of my grandparents about it. But on my father's side, he's the eldest. Then the next one, his sister was a nurse. Then his younger sister was already in the postal office. So she was in a postal service. On my mother's side, her younger sister was a municipal school teacher. So in a way, both the grandparents, without knowing what their thinking was, I know for sure that they didn't obstruct the education of the women in their family. Not that they were like, graduates and postgraduates. I believe I am the first graduate from both the families in a way. But they had finished their, 10th standard or 11th standard that time and did the D.Ed, diploma in education. Same thing must have been on my father's side. So, some of this now, when I reflect back, some of this have shaped me in the way I have grown up, the way my thought process have. So I always say I have a kind of a combination of that compassionate, philanthropic side of my mother's father, and a kind of a political, more secular side of my father's father. And even my name, Minar, when I reflect back on my name, it's very interesting. Our shop, the way the villages are structured, right? So you had a Brahmanari, means the lane where Brahmins will stay. Then Kasarari. Kasar is my community, my caste. So Kasarari. Sonarari, which is Goldsmith lane. And our shop was at the corner, these 3 alleys of 3 castes, and then just behind our shop was a Muslim mohalla. Okay. This is my guess. I checked with my father and my mother. Of course, they don't remember exactly. I said, how did you come up with this name Minar, which is a Urdu name? It's minaret. It's menara in Arabic. None of them have an explanation. My mother always feels that she coming from Mumbai more. She said, this is not your father, it is me who gave you this name, kind of thing. So that's, I think, I understand that kind of a class thing which is there. And I'll come to that at some stage about my mother and the father and their relationship and how it has evolved. So she says, of course, she was the one who, but I think there was some influence of that community that we were so close to. I remember I used to dance in the urus, when they take the tajia. And one of the thing in that, you drink the sharbat from the same glass. So there is no, jhuta thing. And I used to dance around that tajia when they were taking those processions. And then I would drink the sharbat. And so I think there was some influence on that, because we were known, if you go into the rural parts, you will see that the vessels that the Muslims use are coated on both sides, inside and outside. While the vessels that the Hindus use are coated only in inside, what is called kalai, the white coating that is done on the brass vessels or the copper vessels. So that distinction I so sharply remember, because we were specialized in doing those dekchis. Dekchis is these big vessels in which all this biryani. So you go to any Muslim mohalla and you will see that collective vessels, they will be coated on both sides. I think we were doing that. That is where some kind of influence of the name appeared. So coming back to the question that you were saying in terms of, so I think some of these factors, when I look back, have shaped my reflection process. And at a later stage, when you talk about Yuva, one of the things that I always believe that you do, and that's also with Paulo Freire, that you do, there is an understanding, you understand things, you practice things, then you again reflect, and then that becomes praxis, praxis. It's not practice anymore. It's because that practice is now with a lot of thought entered into it. So that process of doing reflecting on what you're doing, sharpening what you're doing, again reflecting on that. So that process, which is called praxis, is something which has inherently helped me, even the things that I did in future. And that piece, I think, is coming from all this background that I may have carried in my genetics, I suppose, as part of the disposition to this. And again, all three of us are different. I have two younger brothers. They're not. They're like very traditional, did their jobs, got married, had kids, got the kids married. While I was a little different from the beginning, which my mother sees more troublesome son. I don't know whether I was responding to your question in terms of reflection and the process which shaped me at that early ages of curiosity, thinking why this is so, so the questioning, curiosity, a little bit not knowingly, but thinking a little bit out of the box. Naturally, I didn't think I had to make effort in that early ages. Afterwards, I made it a practice, and then you reflect back on everything, that kind of thing, which is much more in the adult stage. But as a kid, I think this came much more naturally to me.
Paint me a picture of that world. Like you were born in 1961?
1960, December 1960.
December 1960 in Khed. Paint me a picture of what that world was like. Like today, when you look back on it with reflection, you can use all the lenses that you've gathered throughout your life, and you can understand it very well. But when you are a young child growing up in that world, without the benefit of the hindsight that is with you in 2025, I mean, it's really a two-part thing, a dual question. One is that what did that young boy see around him? Like in the mind of the young Minar, what is this world? And two, what is that world? You see the early stirrings of change in a sense. The fact that, your aunt did a D.Ed and was teaching in a school, and your brother's siblings also doing things. And there's a little bit of that progressiveness of both grandfathers coming through, and you're a young boy growing up. And in a sense, you are curious about the world. You're kind of exploring. So what was that world like?
So I was born in Mumbai. Because again, it's like you had a situation where the girls would go back to their parents for the delivery, and I was the first delivery. So my mother came to Mumbai. So we still have that hospital where I was born, which is around Prarthana Samaj. So my mother has shown me this is where you were born whenever we have traveled on that road. But then, of course, after birth, I went back to all my early schooling happened in Khed till 6th standard. Very interesting few things. My mother, coming from Mumbai, had a kind of a go-getter attitude. Now, this is where the personalities of my parents start coming into the play. My father was he's like more Buddha. He's more like a calm and, not aggressive. He would do his work. His pocket money given by his father was something like, I don't know, that time they used to call it ana. 6 paisa is 1 ana. So he would get about 75 paisa or something like that, out of which he would only keep 25 paisa, 50 paisa will be with my mother. She will be managing the finances, that kind of thing. She was like one of those go-getter, sometimes I have this problem with her about the means and the end situation, while my father is highly ethical, highly doing things in the right way, right fashion. My mother sometimes would say, if this is what you want to do, if this means doing this, do it. That's a kind of an approach. So they were kind of a different personalities. So for our schooling, our education, the pressure was never from my father. It was from my mother to do well and those kinds of things. In the village, Khed, till 7th standard, there were no private schools. There was only Nagar Parishad school. So however rich you may be or however middle class you may be, everybody went to that same school. Another interesting thing, I don't even remember any girls during that period in my class. I still have very good friends from my school days till 6th standard, and 3 of them, whenever I visit Khed, I meet them always. But I don't remember even one girl from my class. I only remember boys. So, which basically meant that either there were no girls in my class, it was a co-ed school, maybe, or they had a different school. I don't even remember. I think they had a different school. Something. So there were no girls till sixth standard. But I remember, and I have 2-3 good friends from my, till the time sixth standard days, and some of them are doing well. They are still in Khed. I meet them whenever I go. It was a Nagar Parishad school. The first till about fourth standard, the school was like half a minute away from where we used to stay. So, but carrying a tiffin was a part of being part of the class, right? So I would carry a tiffin, and then I'll come and drop the tiffin at home before the next classes begin. You have all those kind of funny things that. And then from fifth and sixth standard, it was a little bit away. So it was about 1.5 kilometer from our house, and we used to go there. And going and coming back, especially coming back, we'll be doing all kinds of musties, just running into the forest, which was quite close to the school, and all kinds of things. And I've had my body parts show very clearly the kinds of musties I used to do, rolling from the in the hills and those kinds of things. So to the Nagar Parishad school, our English started from fifth standard. The English teacher didn't know English at all. They came from what we used to call Ghat, from Satara, so the plains basically. They were not from Konkan. Our Marathi teachers were very good. I did the Hindi exams. There were Hindi exams at the fifth standard, and so fifth standard Hindi exams I did. No big aspirations at that point of time at all, if I remember correctly. It was a happy-go-lucky kind of a childhood. We would play. I had this ritual of going to the shop for my tea and shankarpadas in the afternoon. Sundays would be roaming around, all kinds of things. We didn't have even like the toilet in the house. So opposite house had a toilet. So as kids, we were, that time the Marathi word is parsakade. Paras means the small kind of a growth of trees behind your house. So that was used for going for the toilet and those kinds of things. And that remained till I was there, till I left in sixth standard. So that's another thing that happened. I had a mix of friends from the Brahmin community, Gujar community. So what we call Gujaratis here, the Gujars, they are called Gujars. So I also had people from Sali community. Sali means the Kunbis in terms of the people who do the tilling of the land, kind of a caste. So I had friends from all this. I don't remember any friends from the Dalit community at that stage. I don't know whether they were Dalits in the school or not at that stage. I don't remember it distinctly. But you always had this kind of, the Brahmin kids will come with we used to sit on the ground, right? So they would come with a kind of a small chatai. So that was a kind of a very clear distinguishing thing. The second generation, third generation education had a much more stable kind of a discipline in terms of what they will bring to the school, their school bags and those kinds of things. Another thing I distinctly remember when I was in fifth standard, there was a public speaking competition on Lokmanya Tilak. I had even forgotten that I have signed up for it. And I was doing a gada. Remember gada? So you have the old wheels of the bicycle, and you would take a stick and then run behind that wheel. That is a kind of a thing called gada. Or we'll play goti games. We'll play viti dandu. I don't know what all these games are called in English. Viti danda, no, with the wooden things. You will play with that. We'll do galori with all the stones being put, and you throw a ball and then it breaks, and then the teams have to come back and organize it without somebody touching your back with the ball. All those kinds of games and those kinds. Stealing fruits from anybody, like we ourselves had trees of gawa and those in our own things. Ramphal is a male part of the sitafal, the custard apple. So we had those trees. But chikus and others, somebody else would have. We'll go that they're sleeping now. We'll go and get the chikus, and so that was part of it. Swimming in the well was very early stage. We were like thrown in the thing with a dabbats tied to our back, so that we deal with the fear of the swimming. So that used to happen. So it was a fun kind of a thing. And, in Konkan, there is this tradition called taking out the palkis. Palanquins in English.
Yeah.
You carry goddesses and gods of the
Yeah,
village.
yeah.
So as kids, and I was really beaten up by my father during that period. Some of us got together and do a kind of a small palanquin and went to house to collect 5 paisas and 10 paisas. And that what we will do is what we had today, the pedha. So we'll go and buy pedhas from all of us. And that was like our gratification from collecting that 5 paisas, 10 paisas from various. And my father said, what nonsense is this? How can you do this? Blah, 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 blah. Because this is seen as something which is lowering your status in the community, that your son is roaming around with that palanquin getting 5 paisas and 10 paisas from the neighbors. So somebody complained to him. But all this was part of that life. How much was focused on the study? Other than my mother ensuring that we passed, and she would be very strict with our getting our homework done so that we passed every year. I didn't even attend first standard because I already knew things I was put, and that was quite a common thing that time, that if you knew something, you didn't, there was nothing like KG, all that thing which is existing now, there was nothing, Montessori, nothing was there. You would go when you're 5 years old, go and join the first standard. Because I already knew a lot of things. My mother was very good in mathematics. So she still remembers what is called pauki, atki, all those, what do you call those, you remember those calculations, right? Because of those padhas. So she remembers that, and she used to really force us to do some of those and do our writings and everything. Her and my father's handwriting is extremely beautiful, and I'm completely opposed. My handwriting is worst. As I was telling you before, that nobody else can read my handwriting other than myself. So she was very disciplined on some of those things. And so we were like going through the rituals of going to the school, passing every year. And so 6th standard, because she felt that I'm the most troublesome guy, better that I send him off to her father in Mumbai. So when 6th standard I finished in Khed, and for 7th standard I came to Mumbai. That story will take later on, but I'll tell you, in 6th standard, I was highest in English, 23 marks, but fail, because 35 marks were passing. So highest in English, but fail. So that is when I came from 6th standard from Khed to Mumbai. What else can I tell you about that life?
Tell me about swimming in the well. Like that intrigues me, that you were thrown in with something tied to you so you don't drown, so you overcome the fear.
Yes. That was very normal. That was like your, your initiation process. Like the thread ceremony is seen as the initiation in your puberty, or preparing you for the grahastha dharma, which is like family going forward. Same way, this putting you in the well was part of that initiation of getting rid of the fear. And then the next step was going into the river to swim. That is like how the progression happened.
And you would swim in the river also.
Yeah. Because every year we were again fortunate where both our houses, the first house where I was grew up, was at a higher plane. So 2-3 houses below the flood waters will come, but our house was never in the flood. And then the new house which got built afterwards, after I had left for Mumbai and everything, that is also at a higher plane. So actually, the people affected in the floods will be taking shelter in our house for those 2-3 days till the time the flood waters recede. But that was very regular. And as kids, we didn't know what damage the floods are causing, right? We would basically use that as a swimming opportunity and go and do masti in the water, if I remember correctly. That time, nobody had a sense of that. There are people's houses which are under the water. Their grains have been destroyed, whatever storages they have. None of that bothered us at that stage. We were basically going and having fun on the flood waters, basically. And then one of our parents will be coming to search for us and really get us a beating to get back into the house, because nobody knew if the water starts receding quickly, you will never know where you can just be drawn into it and disappear. But other than that, what else in that? So I told you about the whole crematorium, the accident. The other thing was electricity was coming in that time. We didn't have a radio at our house. Okay. So after dinner, around 8 o'clock, we'll go to one of our uncle's house. Everybody's called uncle or aunt in a village context, who is related or not related, who had a radio. So there we will go and listen to the news. My father was very keen on listening to the news. We used to get a Marathi newspaper because of my grandfather, very clearly with the the freedom struggle. So we had that. So we were in a way better off than many others who wouldn't get any of these things, And then when we'll come to Mumbai, we'll pick up the whole bunch of kids magazines. I remember Sudhir Sanu were talking about Chandoba. That was a kind of a mainstay of our reading as kids. Very interesting, very small things, and we'll get a whole collection from our aunt as a gift, and then we'll take it, and then that will, in a way, remain for a few months and for reading. And then this night was a everyday ritual. The other thing which is important, I think, is Sundays were like a ritualistic bath. Every day was like a quick bath before we run to the school. Quick bath taken by ourselves, and then run to the school. Sunday was the whole process. So my father, three of us will be lined up. I would be the first one who would go on his lap. Oil will be put on my head. The oils will be put in the ears. And then we are ready. My mother will be ready with hot water. With that, remember those traditional bums where you put the lakdi below and then the water gets heated. So the hot water. So those were like ritualistic baths every Sunday. That was, all three of us used to follow that, ritual in that sense. So that was quite important and that I think has helped me in terms of self-care and that kind of thing. I do that still for myself in a way. But that was kind of a founding of that. My father's father used to drink alcohol in the evenings. So at a very early stage, we were introduced to drakshasa. I don't know whether you know this. Is a kind of a syrup made from the grapes. It has a alcohol content in it. And as kids, that was given to us, drakshasa. And we used to really love it. It's sweet, but it also had a tinge of alcohol that will just put you in a good sleep kind of thing. So that I remember very clearly that was part of the rituals. Every festival was a big thing. We had something called Path, where you had this religious readings of the book for a month, and then it will conclude after the month. And that conclusion would have a whole village coming to your house, because it will end with a Satyanarayan Puja kind of thing. And women will do a lot of things in the house, their own games and plays and, fugdi, all those kinds of things. Men would be outside either playing cards and waiting for their nashtas to come. So this will be like going until about 12 o'clock midnight. I remember if somebody had a fight with me as a child, I would say I will ensure that you're not called for that ceremony. So it's like a little bit of a power thing that I remember very clearly, that one of the guys I still remember very clearly, that he had some fight with me, and I said, "Terko nahi bulayega main," means I will not call you for that thing. So because it was seen as something which is important. So you had all this, masala doodh and, some nice sweet shira and that kind of thing cooked at home for everybody who would come for that part ending, samapti of the part, 1 month reading of the religious scriptures. So that was another interesting thing in terms of the socialization of the process. We were mankaris for palankins. The mankaris are the people who have an honor where the village goddess, that palankin, is put down. Because other houses, they will go, you will come out, you will do the arati, and then you will go and the palki will go to the next door. So you had about 11 or 12 families where the palki would be sitting down for a few hours. So that's called mankari, the honorees, if I can correct that in English word, honorees. So some of that I think was part of that whole socialization process of, seeing. And then there was something called BC. BC, I don't know whether you know this or not. Women would have their own kind of saving mechanisms by contributing to Bishi. So like 5 years every month. So 15 women are contributing 5 rupees. Okay, so 15 into 5, that will be the bishi. And then there will be so all the kids would be also going with their mothers. So because whoever is hosting the bishi that time will be the person who will be cooking something nice for the everybody. And then that time they will say who is won the bishi that time. So that person will get all that money collectively together. Next time somebody else will get. So if I get it, if my mother gets it this time, we'll be hosting the BC next time. That's the kind of a culture that was one way of having some money together, because you didn't have too many of this bank deposits, recurring deposits, none of that. So this was one way women used to have the chunk of money coming together. And that, I think, is still continuing in many of the bastis in Mumbai, and although a lot of these domestic workers and have their BCs. Now, of course, it's no more 5 rupees, it's 500 rupees, that kind of thing. Everybody contributes. And now you can actually buy and sell BC. I am in need this time, so you want it. I will give you a little more money to buy the BC from you. So I will get the chunk, but you will get additional money. It's in a way, it's kind of a trade that happens. Now that time it was not so. So I remember those instances where and that was again interesting, because you would go to a Brahmin houses, you would go to non-Brahmin houses, Gujar houses, because the BCs were mixed, but no Dalits. Again, it's the first four categories were okay, but the untouchables were not part of that grouping in any case. So that's another thing that I remember very clearly during that period. We used to be at each other's house quite often. So people will come to my house, I'll go to somebody else's house to play in the afternoon. So there was a very strong kind of it was not like any barriers. You could just go, and I remember going and asking for food, because if I'm hungry, and it was not out of anything else, it's just you consider that house also as your house. So if I go to, say, Milin's house, Milin is a person now who owns a kind of a freeze cold drink business he's still there in Khed, called Madhupeya. So I would go to his house, Gujar. So his mother will naturally offer us food. If we are there during the lunchtime or in the evening tea time, it will be offered to us naturally, without any second thought. And the same thing would happen at my place if somebody is coming. Except veg and non-veg issues would be there, because at my place, except for few days, I think Mondays, Thursdays and Saturdays, every other day would be some fish or some non-veg. Every Sunday is either a mutton or chicken. That was a kind of a standard thing, which Gujars will not eat because they're completely vegetarians. So keeping all those factors in mind. So I think, as I was saying, that it was a kind of a carefree, not too much stress. I was in a joint family. So that's another important. So we were 40 people in the house. So it's not a small family. So my father's fathers, and all the aunts and everybody, even the elder aunt who became a nurse, because she had separated from her husband, her kids were with us. They were much older than me. Then my grandfather's younger brother, who had died early, his kids were at our house. So my mother, when now she feels, she used to like cook for 40 people. She was a kind of a daughter-in-law of the eldest in the family. So she has a lot of anger about it, saying that, I have done chapatis for 40 people. Can you imagine? My shoulders are gone completely kaput because of that kind of thing. So she has that deep-seated anger and she came from a relatively rich family. I will talk about her family at some stage. Relatively rich family, and then she came into this kind of a village situation, because even if it is a Mufassil town, it's taluka place, but still from Mumbai, that place is still a village, right? So that I remember distinctly. And then there used to be being eldest, I was always privileged. Let me be honest about it. So, I'll give you a simple thing. These are small incidents, but they make a distinction. Like when the mutton will come, there will be a liver of the mutton, right? Which is brought separately, or which comes as how much mutton. With that family, you are talking about 2-3 kgs of mutton, and then you'll get a good chunk of the liver. I have the eldest grandson in the family. I had the first right on the liver, which would be cooked in we had those sigdis, with the coal and the wood thing. So it will be roasted in that. And then all of us will get as per our age. So I'll get the biggest piece. My brother will get a little smaller piece, and the younger one will get a smallest piece. Or if it is a chicken, then chicken would have those eggs inside. So what we will call jari, egg ka jari. So that again will be specifically for the young kids. And again, being the eldest, I would have the first first right on that. So when I reflect back, I feel bad about it, that I was in a way quite privileged at one level, being the eldest quote unquote grandson, and how the patriarchal thing, if it would have been a girl at my thing, it would have been totally different situation. She would have been already pushed into doing a lot of housework and those kinds of things, I can very well imagine. But because I was the son and the first grandson born for both the families, from my mother's side as well as father's side, I had some of those privileges. I know whether I exploited those privileges or not. I don't think I exploited them, but I just enjoyed them. That I can. It was not like I resisted those privileges at that age. To be honest, I was fine. To have my little larger piece of the mutton, goat liver, or chicken liver, or chicken jari. So the lot of this, Amit, has shaped my life in a way. And I do remember some of these things very distinctly, because now it's again part of the first question you raised about reflection, because I keep reflecting, how, you have this fundamental question now, why am I the way I am? That's the question that you continuously ask yourself, or you have movements in life when what made me who I am, so if you look at it, it's not one or the other. It's so many different streams of societal behavior, familial behavior, the context in which you were growing, and you were absorbing all that, I think, somewhere. And the point I made, I was a curious kid. That I think, as a young kid, I wanted to know every damn thing, very clearly. As the Sudhir told you, the only way we could travel to Khed was by bus. And it was so interesting to travel by bus. And we had those single roads. Now, of course, those roads are much bigger. So there were times when the buses would have to push back to allow other bus to get in, and all kind. And we used to enjoy that journey. Those journeys were like 7-8 hours that time, Amit. Huh? Not now. I go to Khed 5 hours, and I still find it very long, because that damn road, Mumbai Goa road, is still not complete for last 20 years. But 5 hours. But as kids, we have spent time 8 hours. The buses used to change at Mahad, so I knew exactly what is to be eaten at Mahad, what is to be eaten at Indapur. So every place had its own speciality that we would be given. So Indapur, kanda bhaji. You have to have a kanda bhaji. At Mahad, you have to have a batata vada. So, all that was lined up as kids. And coming to Mumbai, every time I built some good friendships, met people at Chopati during those summer vacations. Some of those friendships have continued even now, because we just meet. We used to be there as a group of three of us, three brothers, and we met another groups who playing, and then we would join. So there was one group which we joined, which still remained as a group, which I still connect with at least one of them, one of the persons there.
I want to go back to your friends in Khed. Like you mentioned that even today when you go back, you meet your old friends there. And some of them would have done well, like Milind with his soft drink business. Some of them would not have done so well. And in a sense, it's kind of poignant and also a reflection of life's journey, that I can do a freeze frame to some moment in 1965 or 1966 where all of you are together and you're playing together and you're equals and you are in that same moment and you're feeling the same thing. And then the worlds diverge. And then the worlds diverge, and you go all around the world. You live in London, then you come back to Mumbai. The narrow roads become larger, and some people stay there. Some people perhaps move to cities. When you meet them today, what is it that you feel? What is it that you think they feel? How different are your lives? How much have you changed as people because of what the world gave you or did not give you?
That's a very interesting question, because actually I count 5 people whom I have been in touch with quite regularly. So Milin is one person who owns this shop called Madhupeya. He didn't pursue his education. After 10th, he just joined his father's business, and he's doing very well. We are very, very good friends. Financially is all well. Another person from a Brahmin community, Bharat Karle, coming from a very poor family. But Bharat got trained as a what you call as a in the health system. You have all these people who are like health assistants. He got trained as that, and he joined the healthcare system of government of Maharashtra. He found his future wife who comes from a Kunbi community. Now that's very interesting. You see the changes. So Kunbis are the people who are like basically the tillers of the land, right? And he's Brahmin. Uh, they got married. They met at this thing. So they got married. Third person with whom I have a little bit of a stress relationship. He came from the what do you call the goldsmith community. He was always a little bit of a distinct person because his father owned a chemist and a pharmacy shop even that time. So he was a pharmacist, his father. He became a regional manager of State Bank of India. But he is now trying to mend the relationship with us because he knows that whenever Minar visits, he's sitting at Madhupaya having his Kashmiri soda. So he will come and say hello that time. But I find him a little bit more. His wife is a doctor, and so not too much interacting with, because he believes that others haven't done so well. Milind didn't pursue his education. Bharat was like the A&M, in the health system. There was another one, I don't even know his first name. We used to call him Dade Apte, again Brahmin. He also retired from State Bank of India. So a lot of these people, so all the people that I'm talking about, and few people I tried to locate where they have gone. Like this, there was one person from the Thali community who was in our class, very sharp guy. I have not been able to locate. When I keep asking, where has he gone? What has happened to him? I don't find him in the circuit at this point of time. So if you see now, a lot of my relationship with Gujars, Brahmins that which are still active, and this goldsmith. So basically, again, something which is in terms of caste system, my par or little above my par, Brahmins and that kind of thing. Those relationships have remained. Gujars are Vaishyas basically, so third layer in the caste system. None of them I find, when I interact with them, whether with Bharat or Milind who are there, I don't see any regrets on either of them in terms of what the choices that they have made. And somewhere it's not like there is anything, oh, Minar has become like this. Or even from my side, we relate as if we don't have to start afresh or new. We just relate as Milind and Minar as if we were in the sixth standard, and that friendship just continues irrespective of what we have achieved or what we have not achieved. So the question you were asking, whether there's any difference in relationship, we go back and still, so Milind feels proud that whenever I'm there, I cannot get out of, even if I go for a day, I'll meet him. So he will tell all the friends of ours, common friends, Minar ala ki mala bhetlashiway dadan nahi. Means he has to meet me. He will not go back to Mumbai before meeting me. So other than that, I don't find anything distinction at all. So Bharat, I go to his house, he comes to my place. So that those things about, whether he has achieved, his son is doing very well. He's a diploma engineer in electronics. Both his daughters have become like MBA. And so I'm talking about Bharat and his family. Milind's one son is a MDS, Master of Dentistry, and has his own. So I went to his wedding just a few months back in Pune, because that's a kind of a family relationship that has got built. They know Alpa very well. Alpa knows them, and also again, Alpa being Gujarati, they being Gujars, there is some kind of a commonality, vegetarian, blah blah blah. All that also plays into the thing. And I have myself never felt as if, I'm different, or, I've done something greater than what they have been able to do.
I think the sense in which I'm asking about how you feel and how they feel is, I would imagine that the affection and the mutual respect is the same
Yeah,
and would not have changed. But in terms of the constellation of interests, in terms of the universe inside your heads, there would be a difference. And
very.
I'm guessing that, once upon a time when you're sitting as fourth standard kids and chatting, all of you have the same universe in your head. But now it's completely different and you have to go to whatever you have in common with them.
So what happens interestingly now is a Milin will ask his son to have an interaction with me. He said, Minara kaka baro bol. When you'll get some new ideas. So that happens. So Bharat also will tell his son ki, Are Minar kaka ala hai, zara gappa maar de aishi. Means you talk to him, talk to Minar uncle. Because he has this exposure. So it's not about them. It's about how the younger generation of theirs can benefit from some of the exposure that I have had. So that I see. So in responding to your question, that is very clear and that people do very consciously. Ki, Minar bro बोल काय पुढचं काय विचार करतोय even in terms of education what they should be doing so in the early stages this is what his interest is this very good, is this a good decision, those kinds of discussions have happened. Good that you are asking me this question because uh, so that is the distinction. So it's not only now remained as they and me, but they see their kids interacting with me as an interesting conversation. So they're present, but then they allow that conversation to happen by itself, which is a different thing because of a particularity that I bring to the table. Because I think coming from that tiny village when I had zero clue what my life awaits in that sense, right? When I shifted from 6th standard to Mumbai and 7th standard, I had no clue where my life is going to take. My mother's father had only two dreams for me. One, he said, become a sub-inspector because he was always wanting somebody from the law enforcement as part of his family or join my business. So join the silver factory. My father's father was he himself came from the freedom movement but was not in a way it was my mother's influence much more, and mother also didn't have a clarity on what they should be. What she knew very clearly is ह्यांचं शिक्षण झालं पाहिजे means they should educate themselves and I'm going to ensure that they will educate themselves. That was what they will do after education, this that and the other. And then I'll come to that. Actually I was lucky to be out of her, I'm using this word in quotes, clutches, when I was 10 years old. Both my brothers, for all their life decisions, till about 2-3 years back, when she was still very sharp in her thinking and everything, every decision that they took had to be consulted with my mother. Because I left for Mumbai when I was 10 years old in 1971. 10, 11 years old, I think I got a much bigger freedom and I could pursue my interests much, much more deeply than two of my brothers. My second brother became MSc in chemistry. My youngest brother became a diploma holder from Bagubai in, I think, mechanical engineering. And then he joined BST and that kind of thing. So they've been into that because my mother's huge kind of a control and the emphasis of what they should be doing, what they should not be doing, how their life should be kind of thing. So me being away from her from that age, I think have been beneficial when I look back. But there was a time in that period when physical changes were happening in my body. I wasn't being very well accepted in the school here, Chikitsak school, and I'll talk about it a little later. I had nobody to talk to in that sense. My father he was already there. He was in Mumbai from 72 years back, 69, 70. He came here to manage the factory of my grandfather, silver factory of my grandfather. And but I had nobody to talk to in that sense other than the people. We stayed in Chaul called Kolachiwadi in Thakurdwar. So there were times when I used to feel very, very lonely. I remember especially around the festivals, knowing that my two brothers, my father would go from Mumbai. They would be enjoying themselves and I'm just sitting here in Mumbai by myself, so I had those bouts of insecurity or feeling a little bit left to oneself. during that period. But when I look back, I think that was a huge benefit for me to be pretty independent and being literally out of my mother's control, because she's very strong control freak.
While chatting about all your friends in Khed, you also mentioned everyone's caste. And I'm thinking that obviously looking back now, having studied our society the way that you have, you would of course be hyper aware of all of this. But was that caste consciousness very strong in those days? Like, give me a sense of the role that caste played first in Kher and then perhaps later. Like, I imagine it would have been less in a city, so the consciousness of it would have been more in the village. What was your consciousness of it? What was the anger that you felt about it? You mentioned that early on you had that moment of instinctive reaction when the Dalit gentleman went to draw water from that well and he wasn't allowed to. And how did your consciousness of that develop? And was there a sense of, like in a sense, it's like being the eldest grandson all over again, though of course you were relatively lower down in the chain, but equally you were not a Dalit as well. So you're not actually the eldest grandson now. You're one of the perhaps a little lower down. So what was that experience like? How did you see it affect the people around you? Was it normalized by them? And how did your consciousness of it change you and change the things you wanted to do in life and the way you viewed the world?
So I think the fundamental distinguishing factor of me being accepted by the Gujars and the Brahmins was our economic status. So among the caste that I belong to, there were only two families which owned the shops of the brass and copperware and who were producing those, while all others were actually working in our shops or somewhere else. So even in the caste, because of the economic status, we were at a little higher than the other members of the same caste. So when I reflect back, would I have been accepted as I was accepted by all these Brahmin Gujar friends if I was, say, like another friend I had who unfortunately died, Surya. So he was a son of a same caste but at a much lower economic thing. He would never be accepted in the circles that I was roaming around because of the. So I think whether you like it or not, even the caste adjusts with the economic status you enjoy in the village. Okay. Also, I think because of my grandfather's legacy of the freedom struggle, he being a member of the first Nagar Parishad, council member of that, did play an important role. Another thing, my father was a RSS activist. It's very interesting. So he had the warrant during the emergency on him, but by that time he was much more closer to the Congress. P.K. Sawant was one of the very famous politicians of Congress from the Konkan region. He intervened and cancelled the arrest warrant on him. So there is, because everybody, even I used to go to the RSS Shakha because that was the only play group activity that was structured and organized in the village. So if you want to go somewhere with a structured play group, that was the only opportunity. Nobody had thought about whatever. We used to just enjoy having that fun. So I think that the class factor, this legacy factor did play a role in the acceptance that I had with the other higher caste in that sense. Which when I look at the others, they didn't have that. So they wouldn't be sitting with at Milin's house to eat lunch or dinner. No way. Because they were not in the same kind of a class in terms of the economic class. So I think that is one distinguishing factor. When I look back, how did I accept, or now of course it's a very different thing, because now I'm in terms of class character where I belong is completely different than many of the friends that I still continue to have a relationship with. But that was, I think, a kind of a crucial difference between the others. And as I said, I don't, except for this one instance about this Dalit man being refused to allow to draw the water from the well, I don't even remember a Dalit student in my class till 6th standard. There may have been, I don't know. Because Konkan was not that much of a, though Ambedkar had a strong affinity. So the Mahad Satyagraha happened in Konkan. Mahad is on my way to Khed, basically. That's where the Saudar Tala Satyagraha, the agitation for breaking the taboo of that lake in Mahad. But that kind of a consciousness of a strong Buddhist community, that kind of thing that you see when you travel to Vidarbha, when you travel to Marathwada, when you travel to Western Maharashtra, you don't see that in Konkan that much. Konkan still is in that Sane Gurji, that kind of a tradition where you have a lot of harmony and those kinds of things. Of course, the Bauddhavadas or Maharvadas will be little outside the village. That still continues to be in terms of the planning of the village systems organically which have come up. But other than that, I don't remember that anywhere I felt, discriminated, other than being, not coming from, because for any artisanal community, education wasn't given a huge priority. So it was not like we were pushed to become like engineers or doctors. That was not the dreams we were brought up with. I'm sure people like Ajit or people like Milin or people like Bharat, even if it was not beyond their capacity, their parents would surely be talking about, why don't you become so and so, so and so. I don't even remember once where my father was in a way pretty much out of this scene of what our educational evolution is. I don't remember that we were pushed, other than every year we must pass. That was the basic thing, and then we will see how things evolve, kind of thing. It was not like a planned thing that you now see with many things. I don't know whether I have responded to your question, because that is the kind of a thing that made a lot of difference. Our class status in the village made a lot of difference in terms of acceptance by other communities.
You've mentioned your mother in the context of the contrast that she formed with your father, in the sense that he was a very calm kind of man. She was a go-getter. She also came from a different kind of class background where at one level a spirit rebelled against having to make chapatis for 40 people and all of that, and so on. You've also spoken about the different kinds of manifestations of sisterhood within the village, where the women have that whole money pooling alternative finance system, as it were, and during that 1 month they all do their own things in their house and all of that. Tell me more, both in particular about your mother and especially what her interior life would have been, because I imagine she sounds like someone who is ambitious, a go-getter, as you said, but at the same time deeply constrained by circumstances, not just the circumstances of having to be in what is relatively a village compared to Bombay, but also the circumstance of being a wife and a mother. And give me a sense also at the same time of the lives of women in that era. Like, even today it is easy to look at the Indian woman and say that, oh my God, there's still such a long way to go. But in the 1960s, it appears that, like, I can't even imagine what you could give yourself permission to dream about. So give me a sense of what the interior lives of women were like, and how they sort of would try to transcend it or go beyond it in their social interactions or in the sisterhoods that they would form.
So let's talk about my mother and the family she came from. So she came from those same caste, but a silversmiths. So again, in this caste, we were coppersmith, they were silversmith, but same caste, kasar or tambat. So silversmith always saw themselves as a higher than the coppersmith, as normal, like goldsmith will see higher than the silversmith, because it's the value of that metal defines your class hierarchy in that sense. My mother's father was the Hindi word for this is awliya. He was ahead of his time from my perspective. He was not very well educated. But I'll tell you, we were one of the 4 big silver factories in that era. Only 4 big silver factories will produce thousands of, say, 1 kg silver plates, thousands at a time. So you're talking about a large scale production. My grandfather had imported in his time a roller where you can transfer the silver brick into a silver sheet, depending on what you're going to produce. How thin it should be, what kind of its gauge should be, all that. So he imported a big roller from England. So you can imagine the kind of, and he himself was not very highly literate, but he knew his calculations very, very well. So I was very impressed with him, very, very impressed. In the silver business, it's not like in the gold business also, it's the same common thing. It's not the labor that you pay that is actually what is bringing them the profit. Is the what you claim to be the vestige is where your profits are. So, for example, I don't now remember exactly, but say if I'm producing 1 kg silver utensils for you, you will actually get the silver utensils maybe 5% or 10% less, whatever. So 50 grams if it is 5%, 100 grams if it is 10%. So that is called a vestige in the process. So you have to give me, if it is 10%, you have to give me 1100 grams of silver to produce a 1 kg. If it is 10%, if it is 5%, it will be 1 kilo, 50 grams you have to give me. So that vestige is actually not that much. Okay. So that is where you earn the huge amount of money. You understand? So it's not the labor cost. Labor cost also is quite significant, but still that is not your mainstay of earning. The mainstay of earning is this additional silver that you're gathering. So you can imagine during Diwali time, before Diwali, our factory will be running almost like a 24/7. So my grandfather would be in the factory at 5 o'clock in the morning and the factory will be running till 11 o'clock in the night, literally, because you had these large orders of, and we were, like, as I said, we were large scale producers. So when I shifted to Mumbai, in our house, everything was silver. Our day-to-day bartans, everything, including the lota for the bathroom, was of the silver. The tank of water, we call them vessels in which you keep water, handa, kalshi, those small vessels, all drinking water, everything, day-to-day use was silver. So it was not like silver cutlery is brought out only for some special occasion. It was because there was so much silver.
So you were literally born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
At one level, you can put it like that. So that is how the whole thing is. He was like, I remember Mayor of Caste. I studied that at my bar. So he was like, that's one of those benevolent feudal person. So I remember when I shifted to Mumbai, he used to only wear clothing from Gwalior, which was that time one of the high-end kind of. So all his kurtas were coming from the clothing, and he had no distinction. So he asked me, my school uniform should be from Gwalior. Our driver driver also will get the Gwalior clothing, because there was no distinction between, driver should get anything less. So he was like that benevolent kind of a thing, which is very distinct. Because all these kids used to love to go to Elephanta caves almost twice in a month. So they said, why don't we buy a boat? Because anyway, our whole family is going to Elephanta caves at least twice a month. So we'll just buy a boat. So complete Avliya. Avliya means totally different kind of a...
Out of the box
thinker. And he was earning that much money. So he was never... So the first time in my life I saw a real, again, UK made tizori with 3 or 2 keys and all the unlocking and that kind of thing. Again, a very interesting fact about him. Now, some of this also teaches me the kind of discipline that people had. So he also used to drink. But again, Mondays, Thursdays, Saturday, no touching the drink. Those days he'll be reading his religious booklets in the evening after he come back from the factory. Other days, getting completely, with whiskey. Of course, he would drink a much higher end thing. So we and my grandmother would be mixing up his whiskey, opening it and putting some Coke or, that time thumbs up so that it becomes milder, all those kinds of things. And he knew it. And then Sundays he would make of it by actually going and visiting some of the parts. So he gets the purest thing rather than this mixed stuff that he's getting at home. But I was so surprised that this person on Tuesday and Wednesday is so crazy because of drinks, and then Thursday he's like reading his thing, finishing his dinner by 7:30 and off to sleep. Get up at 5 o'clock, go to the factory. During the whole Shravan month, no non-veg, no drinking, and completely disciplined about it. So I don't know whether to call this kind of people alcoholics or not, because if you're an alcoholic, you will drink every day, right? This guy. So I don't know how this control or the discipline that they had in terms of. He unfortunately died, and I'll come to that incident and how that changed my life in a way. So that is the kind of a background my mother is coming from. My mother used to manage his money, so like thappies of cash at home. She used to manage in a way, keep all the accounts and those kinds of. She was the eldest in the family. And from there, you're going to a coppersmith family where you are basically literally doing a lot of work. We had a full-time staff at Khed also who would do half time in the shop and half time at home. We had the same situation in Mumbai also, but there was also a cook in Mumbai. So it was not like all these daughters were not like forced to do things, and we had additional help at home. So I think that's a background which gave her that sense of superiority. And there's something. Sometimes I feel that she wasn't very happy about being given into a family outside of Mumbai and going to that kind of a Mofussil town. She's never said it in that fashion. She has tremendous respect for my father, but it's a mixed thing. She respects my father for his honesty, this and that, but at the same time, she says that if you would have been not so honest, we could have actually become the owners of the factory. If he would have been a more manipulative type, my father would have become like that, because he was actually running the factory. Because her own brother was a complete drunkard and was, not. He would steal silver from the factory basically to entertain his own whims and fancies. He would. So that was the situation for their family, and that's why my father was brought to manage the factory by my grandfather, my mother's father. So that's a kind of a, do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's like that is the kind of a background she came from. She came from a very rich, no kind of a control of whatever you wanted. And I experienced that when I shifted here in 7th standard, and I'll come to that. There was no restriction of whatever I wanted to do. Money was never a problem. Till 6th standard, when I was in village, not because of the thing, but whatever I would get done, my two brothers also should get done. That's what my mother's emphasis. Even if my grandfather would say, hey, Minar karta karo, means we'll do this for Minar. So bicycle purchase and those kinds of things, I'll get a priority. But that was not the case when I came to Mumbai. Like when I passed my 12th standard, I got a Bajaj Chetak scooter, which was bought with a premium. You remember during that period, everything was on premium. 75, when I passed my 10th standard, that is the year when we got our first ambassador car. And I was just 15 years old, and I started driving at the age of 16. Learned driving because we got the ambassador in 1975. And when I became 12th, I got the Chetak scooter because I just insisted I want Chetak scooter. And my grandfather, it didn't matter to him to give a premium, and because the cash was always lying there at home. There was nowhere any issue. You won't believe, during that period, we had the raid by the excise department. There were the 40 kg silver in our house. Blocks of silver. It's anybody can Google it and see it. They will find it. It came both Rain brothers and silver, and then we had to settle that case and all that kind of thing. But I was what, 14 years old that time. So I was the one who was, in a way, because I had a better grasp of English than, so talking to the excise officers who were not Maharashtrians, because they are from the Central Revenue Services. I was the one who was speaking with them in broken kind of English than because my grandfather didn't know English, my father didn't know English in terms of communication. So I got introduced to the business tactics at a very early age. We had a Mehtaji, which is normally all the Maharashtrian factory owners had a Gujarati Mehtaji who would keep all their accounts, books, and everything. So we had a Mehtaji like that. And I used to go and sit the same culture that we had in Khade. After school, my school will finish around 12:30, Chikitsak. Afternoon, I'll go and sit in the factory. After my work, homework is done, I'll be in the factory sitting in the cabin where Mehtaji had a cabin. My father and my grandfather used to be sitting on the ground doing work with hammer and the thing. So that was the kind of, you'll see that situation where Mehtajis are properly dressed and sitting in the office while the owners are sitting on the ground doing the actual artisanal work of silver. So that's a kind of a background of my mom, which I can now imagine when I look back as something which there was something which she wasn't happy about at that stage. She accepted the marriage because it was seen as something. She was the eldest. She needed to get married in the first before her brother. And when my Masi got married, she was so insistent on exactly how, with whom she wanted to get married and those kinds of things. And that was tolerated because she was already a school teacher. She had a much better exposure. While my mother didn't complete her SSC or anything like that, very smart, very intelligent, but was married off at the age of 16, 17, and had 4 kids, almost one after the other. Our second number brother died at a very early age. So now we are 3 of us, but it's like every year, 4 sons. So then she was completely busy with bringing up 4 kids and managing this large household as the eldest daughter-in-law. But when your broader question, as I said that both my grandfathers, and I would say grandfathers, encourage the education of the women at that time. That's how my mother's sister became DEd, my father's sister became nurse, and the other one finished her matriculation and then joined the postal services. And then, of course, then she joined the government of Maharashtra. When she got married, she shifted to government of Maharashtra in Pune. So I think that existed. But when I look at my grandmothers, my mother's mother was a very strong woman. And I think somewhere that had come to my mother. Very strong woman, not strong to the contesting with my grandfather, because my grandfather was as I said, in a way, awliya at one line. In terms of my father's mother was disinterested. So she was not something, I never felt a grandmotherly love from my father's mother. Rather, his younger brother's wife who had died, Nani, so that was the younger, she was more grandmotherly to us than my father's mother in that sense. So she would be the one who, all those discrimination that I said that will leave the lever for Minar and Mandar and Mukesh, all that will be that Nani doing it, not my father's mom. She was like not too engaged in much of it. It's like she's all her kids are there and they are doing their own things, and she's happy being what she's, Tati, we used to call her. While my mother's mother was highly engaged with everything. So she knew almost everything, wouldn't open her mouth in front of my grandfather, means my mother's father, but she knew everything, all the transactions of the factory, what's happening, who is who, who can be trusted, who cannot be trusted. All those intuitions she was very strong on. And one of the best cooks, in my opinion. Absolutely best cook. So I always tell my mother that we have already lost about 60% of Nani's cooking, that is her mother's cooking. And after her, we have lost everything, because neither I have learned some of those very delicate things that my grandmother used to do. But that is not the remembrance I have about my father's mother. She was never engaged in that sense. You understand what? Somebody with little distance kind of thing. Other women, when you look at the other women, because I think I have seen much more stronger women across the board, including my own mother, my mother's mother, Kaku, this one of these uncles where we used to go to listen to the radio, who had a lot of controlling factor. What I had seen also is when their husbands are no more, they come into their own at one level. But that means that they have that innate strength to come in their own. So in a way, so husbands almost become like an impediment for their self-expression in that sense. But on the other hand, when I look at my mother's younger sister and my father's younger sister, both in one in municipal corporation job as a teacher, and she retired as the principal of a school, quite a big municipal school in Mumbai. And my father's sister, who went up to whatever desk officer in the government of Maharashtra and then retired. In both their cases, they wanted to have a strong husbands. And it's very interesting that in a way, both of them, looking at from a distance, didn't have a very good, marital life with a very dominant husbands. Husbands who were insecure about themselves, husbands who were almost wanting to get maximum out of what they were doing. So it's very, very, very interesting to see that those who were more educated than my mother actually end up being much more subservient post marriage. Like, while my mother, who wasn't in that sense highly educated, other than maintaining the social norms and doing what needed to be done for the family, she was never subservient. And the first opportunity she got to become the independent and establish her own identity, she just took that opportunity and cut away from all this nonsense. And basically, she declared to the world, my only concern is my husband and my 3 kids. I'm not bothered about any one of you. So that kind of a strength, and also because my father being my father, who wasn't, so he followed and supported her in that process. That didn't happen with the women who should have been stronger because of their education and because they were already in the profession. They were earning members of their respective families, which my mother was not. So I think that's an interesting kind of a dichotomy that you see. What happens after you get married, and how that chemistry evolves in that sense.
And it's an observation even I've made, the one that you pointed out, that a lot of I've seen many women who in old age, after their husbands die, suddenly actually become people. Suddenly actually it's like Independence Day, and they start doing other things. I know someone who started learning music. I know someone who started traveling solo, in her 70s, and you suddenly see a lot more of that. And then you think of the life gone by, and what was kind of lost there. And I wonder, in your case, did you have conversations with your mother about that, like person to person, not son to mother, not stuck in those traditional roles, but a person to person? And did you become friends? How did it?
I tried once or twice, to be honest. But what happened in my case, Amit? I was already a little bit seen by my mother as the other, because of the kind of she always felt that I have been a favored son on both the families, and somebody who has got everything that he wanted, from both sides. So she was always, I wouldn't say, she was always comparing that, what opportunities Minar is getting, Mandar and Mukesh are not getting. So there was always that thing. The fact that I left, and you remember the word I used, I went out of her clutches at the age of 10 or 11, which is true, because she felt that she had lost control on me. So in a way, the distance that came up between the mother and the son at that age was very strong. And then I started UA at the age of 23. And once I started UA, I was like 24/7 in the dream of UA, everything, basically. And then I left India. So I was not even in India. So there was a time when I wasn't, in a way, my family became completely different, much wider than my immediate blood family, right? So I was, in a way, not interacting, not much relating to my family in a way. Other than doing what I needed to do, of, giving some regular monies to both my parents, blah, 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 all that. But it wasn't a kind of an emotional connect. So there are times when I have talked to my father or my mother about, I told you about my name. How did my name come about? My mother's sharp answer was, you think this Gauthi Mamad will know? Gauthi Mamad means this rural bumpkins. Would they know how to name? It was me who gave you this name, kind of. So there's no dialogue. It's just, she has given a sharp response and done. She achieved what she wanted to achieve, is showing the Pimple is down and Bothre is up. Bothre means the family she came from, and the Pimple is our family, right? My father's surname is Pimple. So there's no dialogue. And because that crucial years from the 11 to 17, 18, when my brothers grew up with her, I wasn't growing up with her. I was growing up with my grandfather, who was hands off. He said, whatever you need, you have it. English class join करना है, कितना ट्यूशन फी है, ये चलो जाओ. इसके पास जाना है, जाओ. गाड़ी तुमको छोड़ देगा, गाड़ी लेके आएगा. It's a totally different life. And that is what actually my mother felt, that, he's getting all these privileges while the younger two are struggling, staying in the village. You understand? So there was this kind of a tense relationship that existed. And I always felt that she more or less played the role of a distributor. So take from Minar and distribute among the two brothers. That's how I found after a point that is how her approach is. So she will always make it a point to get maximum resources, all that from me, because I had done well. And then now at one level that you will find as a just kind of a thing. But on the other level, what upset me is when I started realizing that this is money that she's getting, adding on to what sources of income she already had, which I didn't know about. Then you start feeling, why the hell is she, fooling me around? And this happened about 3 or 4 years back, when I realized that, that they're taking, I started when I left, when I was in India, I used to give them 10,000 rupees per month. So I'm talking about before 2004, quite a significant amount. Last 2-3 years, 21, 22, 23, that kind of years, 50,000 per month, just for two of them. And I realized that she's getting, there's another stream of income that nobody has told me about, which is also giving her 50,000 rupees per month, every month, from the legacy she got of the factory in her ownership. And when I realized that, I felt really, what is she up to? And then I had a big fight with her as well as my father, because I was expecting at least my father to be honest with me, because of my this image of a very ethical, this, that. But I knew that who must have put a thing on him. My mother must have said not to mention any of this to me, because I was away, right? I was not here, so I had no clue. So some of those instances have created a distance, but still, when I took the decision of shifting back to India, it was also because at one level, I didn't want a situation where she forgets who I am, which is what will, at some stage, will happen in her progression as part of the Alzheimer. So it's a mixed thing. So responding to your question in terms of, I have made attempts, not been successful. With my father, I have been much more successful in really getting to know his father, his father's father, that kind of thing. My mother with me doesn't engage in a dialogue. It's more one-liners. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, samjhun काय करायचं त्यातला? What are you going to do by knowing all this? And then the dialogue stops. My father will engage. Explain what are the situation in Khed, how Tatya was a member of the Nagar Parishad, how he had to give up his education because he was the eldest in the family and there was such a large family to maintain. So how he had to join the business and actually start making those copper and brass vessels. So he would talk about it very clearly. My mom, I think, has a too much of a lot of suppressed anger or something of that side, where that it's again my impression. Amit, I don't want to say it as the truth, but I think I'm not too wrong about it. That there's a lot of those suppressed emotions that that one deals with when she's talking, and maybe because of all that is while my father is mentally at the age of 95 is still very sharp and alive, other than being on the bed. Maybe because of all these things that have impacted her much more strongly than my father in terms of her situation that she is in now.
You've painted a picture of the duty that you feel towards your mother, and towards both your parents, which brought you back to India, and also the resentment that she feels towards you, possibly because you got a certain level of, freedom and privilege that was taken away from her, and that didn't come down to your two brothers as well. But beyond this interesting cycle of duty and resentment, do you love her, and does she love you?
That's a very deep question, to be honest. There are movements when I experience that kind of a love from her, or I have experienced that even in the past, and that's what keeps me going back to her. So it's not only duty, as I said, it's like, one of the things which I had, like, I didn't want to have a situation where she stops recognizing me. Now she's at a stage where she remembers all three of us. She knows very clearly I'm Minar, he's Mandar, he's Mukesh. She's already mixing up with our partners. She doesn't remember who is whose spouse, that she's lost. At the level of her grandchildren, she mixes up, which is already happening. So it's not only out of duty, Amit. It's also out of. So there is, what keeps me awake is sometime where I feel, am I being able to do enough in terms of what I can do? One big thing I was able to do once I came back is to set up a system for them, which wasn't existing, which has made their life much better. Or negotiating with my brother of all this regular visits, this and the other, bringing her and getting her fully tested at Lilavati Hospital with the best of the neurologists that I could gather and think of. All this is not coming necessarily only from duty, because I also, at the other hand, there's a sadness I feel that somebody who has been I always feel that I am a combination of her, aggression, if you want to get something, you get behind it and get it. And also a kind of a calm, ethical, being very conscious about boundaries coming from my father. That's a combination that I am. And that I very well recognize that I wouldn't be what I am without this combination of my mother and the father. That I think I have a reasonable, as I said about both my grandfathers, that legacy is important, and I need to recognize that. It's not that I have done all this by myself. It's part of that legacy, part of what came into my DNA. So it's not only duty per se. Now, in terms of love, in the traditional families, the expression of love is a very different thing. The duty is also mixed up as love. So, like when she was after my case of education, this, that, and the other, was she doing her duty, or was she also expressing her love to be what I'm going to be in that sense? So in those times, like, for example, my definition of my love to my son will be totally different than, how my father or my mother expressed their love towards me. You understand? So it will be seen more, if we apply today's parameters to that time, you'll be seen that they were doing their duty as parents. But that's not so. It's not just the duty. It's the same way. I don't know whether I'm making sense or not.
One level, of course, that it is also an expression of her love, that she cares so much about your education and she wants you to get ahead. But it is, in a sense, an expression of her love for herself as a mother, and also an expression of her love for her son. But is it an expression of her love for Minar, the unique individual that you are, who happens to be her son? And there's some kind of a distinction here. Like, when she says she loves you, does she love the image of the son that is in her head, who she sees you as, and is frustrated when you deviate from that image? Or is she actually seeing you for what you are, the unique individual, and actually loving? Because at one level, there is that instinctive love that a parent can get for a child and a child can feel towards a parent. But at another level, there is also that love that grows when you come to actually know the individual as an individual.
That's a very complex situation, because somewhere in their imagery, first of all, when deviated from that regular path of either doing what would have been my traditional journey, if I would have to follow my grandfather's dream, that is my mother's father's dream, either become a sub inspector, which was not possible because of my hand, or join the business. So they were basically expecting me to do the BCom, so that I have a first graduation in commerce and then join the business. That was what would have been the traditional trajectory I would have had. I don't think they ever understood exactly what I'm doing, to be honest. They started realizing he's something, when they started seeing my interviews on the television, especially Marathi television that they see. They don't see English television, so they wouldn't have seen my NDTV interview. They have seen my Marathi television interviews, or seeing my name in the Marathi newspaper. That's when they started thinking Minar is something different. And fact that he's being recognized, he has met Madhu Dandavate, he has met so and so, all those whom they respected, and which people who were in their reach in terms of knowledge. Only at that stage they started knowing that he's something. Till that time, they never even understood. In the first instance, when I told them I'm joining College of Social Work, her response in Marathi was, चालले लष्कराच्या भाकऱ्या भाजायला. Now, there's a Marathi expression. Lashkar means army, bhakri means roti, means basically in the earlier times, whenever the army would go to a particular village, the villagers will cook, their meals to be given free of cost. That is how that was part of the service. So the expression in Marathi is lashkaraच्या भाकऱ्या भाजायला चालले, means you are doing something which is not going to get you anything, but you are doing something. So that was the first reaction she had. Sociolog म्हणजे काय, लष्कराच्या भाकऱ्या भाजायला चालले. That is what her limited understanding was, basically. They don't even know the kind of complex life that I have gone through, or one of the reason of some of the issues that I'm facing with the I don't even talk to them about it, because they will not understand. For them, anything, if I'm arrested or something, that is means he has done something bad. You understand? It's a straight equation. It's not that nuance understanding that maybe he's done something right, that is why he's being, not at all. And it's not only with them, it's even my younger brother doesn't have that kind of appreciation. My second number brother understands a little bit, who is the MSc in chemistry, has, because of his education, this, that, and the other. But in her case, or my father's case, he's doing something well. He's been interviewed in the television, his name appears sometime in the newspaper, which is good. Beyond that, in terms of the uniqueness of the individual, they would say he had looked after himself. He had not been, as I told you, there was a time when I wasn't really engaged with the family, because they were so obsessed with things that I was doing that they were not in my frame of reference, if you want to put it that fashion. So, love me because of my uniqueness? Not sure. I don't think they even understand there is something. For them, Minar is Minar, their son, and that's it. That's the end of the matter. And he's supposed to do 1, 2, 3 for us. Is he doing it, not doing it? And on that basis, the evaluation is. it's a unfortunately, it sounds very transactional, but that is where it ends up when you are not able to understand. I don't know how many people like me are in this kind of a situation where their parents don't really understand, and because they don't understand, they cannot appreciate it. The first step to appreciation is to even understand, no, what he's into or what he's trying to do in life. That so there's that disconnect, Amit.
I think one primal impulse everyone has is that you want to impress your parents, whether you like them or not, and etc. etc. You want to impress your parents, and does it make you resentful or angry that actually you cannot do that? It is not even possible. That at one level you can impress them that yes, you are a man of the world and you've made money and you're looking after them, and at one level you can impress them. But at another level you simply cannot impress them because they will never understand who you are or what you do, and so on.
There's no resentment at all. I have just accepted that as a limitation, and not a limitation that they have put on themselves. It's the limitation of the social context in which they have evolved. Basically, if my mother would have become, if she would have pursued the education, or if my father would have been able to pursue the education, they would have been able to appreciate much better what I'm trying to do or what I'm doing. Then, because they have been the victims of their own circumstances, early marriage, early family, huge family responsibility in my father's case, in case of my mother, very early marriage. So I don't have a resentment. I've just taken it as the acceptance of the fact that am I going to expect that kind of a recognition or support in this? I don't. So there is no, because I don't have that expectation, I don't have a resentment. So my resentments are at a much at a different level than, like, my simple expectation is I should not have been lied to by my parents, because maybe out of the good intention of supporting my brothers, which is fine, I don't know, but I would have appreciated if they would have been very honest with me, saying that, Minar, we are also getting this 50,000 from the builder, but your 50,000 is helping also in terms of, we are trying to help Mandar and Mukesh, and that's fine. I don't have a problem. But being lied into, somewhere again, this thing, two things which I hate is being lied to or me lying. For me, the authenticity is almost like non-negotiable. Sometimes it becomes too extreme being authentic, or sharing and expressing that with people, because it's not necessarily I may be keeping to my authenticity, but in the process I may be hurting other person being authentic. That's one thing. Second, using the bad words, that's something which I just, my whole body in a way reacts very sharply when people, it's not that I don't use. Sometimes I'll say, I will say that almost like to myself, but in kind of a public domain, if you use those kinds of words in Marathi or Hindi, it's also again an issue of language, I suppose. The same thing said in Marathi or Hindi sounds much more problematic than same thing said in English. Kind of a nonsense. But there's those two things which are like almost, which my body reacts in. It's a bodily reaction to those two things. So other than that, I don't know what else to say, but whatever it is, it has all contributed to who I am, Amit, and that's recognition I have, basically. So I go back to their basic characteristics which has contributed to me, not in terms of the substance of what I'm doing, but in terms of the persona that I am, which is a combination of that ethics, calm, honesty, go-getter kind of attitude, aggression when you require to be aggressive, clarity of pursuing something and being consistent with that, putting hard work to get that done. That's a kind of combination of my parents, which I totally acknowledge and respect them for. And
Digressive question. What don't you like about yourself?
I think at different stages, different kinds of things. So when I was a when I was in the early stages of my activism, and as I said, I was a voracious reader during my 17, 18, 19, 20, 25, that whole age group. So there was a kind of a huge arrogance that I used to have about myself. So it's like when I joined College of Social Work, Bachelor of Social Work, I already knew and I had already read that this is a typical American educational model, which is actually not very suited for the Indian society. It is more a kind of a remedial model for post-industrial societies. It does not really deal with a lot of the contradictions that societies like India have, which are still grappling between the feudal behaviors and the capitalist growth. All those things I already knew. And that kind of education and practice is not something which is relevant for India. What we need is a much more stronger training of creating change agents, social change agents, rather than social workers, was my belief already before I joined College of Social Work. So in a way, you can imagine the kind of a I think it's the right word, a disdain with which I joined it, and I'll tell you exactly the reason why I joined social work. So that was one thing which was at that stage. So, and because I'm reflective, it's not that I never used to know that I have overplayed my hand here, or I have been too aggressive. There were teachers who used to get upset with me because I used to ask them questions in the class. And that came from both to show my knowledge superiority and also to put them down, which was a very big problematic, which when I look back, and there is a phase now that I'm going through, which is what I say, all those people with whom I have had that kind of thing, I go and catch up with them and say, my apologies, the way I behaved with you during that period. Some of the people have forgotten, but I haven't forgotten, right? So I did that thing with one of my classmates who were there, whom I used to feel she shouldn't be in College of Social Work at all. What is she doing there? Because unfortunately, the imagery I had about a lot of people were, we were more women's college than, like, out of the 25 students in my class in BSW, 3 of us were boys. Everybody was a girl. Because the BSW or Bachelor of Home Science, those degrees had a higher status in the marriage market. Now, I already knew that, and that attracted a particular class of girls who would come into that college. Now the situation has changed. Now you have a plethora of colleges of social work all over the country, worst of the quality of teaching, but anyway, and you have many more boys than the girls. But the time that I did, 79, when I joined Bachelor of Social Work, it was girls coming from a very, very elite strata of the society. Basically, because if you have Bachelor of Home Science or Bachelor of Social Work, you had a higher marketability in the marriage market. That is what, again, my strong perception and the belief was. So this one of this girl whom I used to consider, whenever she would open her mouth, if she opened at all, it was like a movement where I would put my what the hell is she going to say now? And it's going to be, I used to sit behind, not because I used to get bored in the classes, and there were teachers who had understood, and they would purposely say, so Minar, what do you have to say on this policy, on population policy, or on this, because I would have already read something on that kind, which at one level felt good. On the other level, that time it didn't matter. I was quite, in terms of go-getter, like when the 1991, the evictions happened in the city of Mumbai, I forced the College of Social Work to close down for a week and did a whole pavement wall survey in the city of Mumbai. And I'm saying myself because I was the organizer of that rebel group, saying that we are learning social work when there is such a social catastrophe happening on the streets of Mumbai where we are based, and how can we be not concerned about it? So this kinds of things happen. I was one person who was part of taking over the race course of Mumbai city, saying that this Race course serves 0.5% of Mumbai's population, has so many acres of land, while you have 10 lakh pavement dwellers, and there's no land. They have been pushed and basically thrown to the borders of the state from where they have come. If they come from Karnataka, they have been left at the Karnataka border. If they come from Andhra, they've thrown to Andhra border. And that is not going to be on. So the point I'm saying, Amit, is some of those behaviors of mine were problematic, which I now.
You were mentioning you went and made amends with this woman who you.
Yeah, so not only that, I just gave that as one example. I have done that with many others in terms of saying and going and meeting them and saying. And some of them, but why are you apologizing? Oh, ho gaya, so ho gaya. But it is, I then say, it's maybe ho gaya, so ho gaya. But the fact that I still remember it means it's a incomplete gestalt as far as I'm concerned. I need to complete that gestalt. So please help me by accepting my apology. And I think that's been good. So, which... and that it's not only in this, personal relationships also I have done that. I went and met somebody really long distance about 3 years back, drove down all the way outside of Maharashtra state and went and met. There's only one person that I have not yet closed that gestalt loop, which I hope I'll be able to do at some stage. Because it's like I don't want to keep any more regrets in. You understand what I'm saying? Just so that, it's my obsession not to keep regrets. If others understand it and appreciate it, I will do my part. It's their business to accept it, not accept it. But at least I know I made an attempt, a genuine attempt to deal with that. So I think that was one behavior type, which is a very problematic type. And that was a dominant type. So if people still keep making jokes about me, so like one of my teachers always says, she was the one who admitted me in College of Social Work, Farida Lambe. Now she's very well known in Pratham, and she just received an award from the governor of Maharashtra and those kinds of things. She was the one who interviewed me for the Bachelor of Social Work. So she always keeps joking and that saying that, it was not me who took Minar's interview, it was he who took my interview. So, and we are now very, very good friends. She was my teacher. And that was the time when I had left home. So though I didn't belong to the economically weaker section, College of Social Work gave me a scholarship. And I may be one of the first person who in a way got the job in College of Social Work in my Bachelor of Social Work year 1. So I used to get some 150 rupees or something, doing work with the kids of the construction workers who were building the Maharashtra new assembly building. So that some of those things I could do because of the openness and the fact that they accepted me in the college, irrespective of my lot of there was a group of teachers who wanted to get rid of me at the end of the BSW first year. So I had almost threatened them, saying, I would sit on a hunger strike outside the college if you throw me out of the college. I'd done a lot of things in the College of Social Work, which is like, taking away Indira Gandhi's picture, the symbol of emergency, taking out Pope's picture, because Nirmal Niketan is belonging to the religious order of sisters. So I said, why should we have all this? We should be believing in the Indian Constitution, which is secular. So the educational institution should. That time I didn't have this appreciation of the minority educational institution and their special status. Now, of course, after that, much better understanding of what it means to be a minority educational institution and those kinds of things. But that time it was just the radical outburst of some of those things. But fortunately, even the principal of College of Social Work, we were together in one function just few days back when she was also there in releasing a book by one of the person whom I was not good with. And then the fact that I was there, I went to that function. It was the release of his book. And then he asked me to come and speak on the stage, because that's important. And I was with my then principal college of social work, Farid Alambe. All of us were on the stage when the release of the book happened, and I of course spoke on the book and about the person who wrote this. He was a professor in college, but during my time he was a student like me, but with whom I didn't get along at all. So these are like parts of that amend processes that I'm talking about, which I'll keep continuing to go through as part of no regret life that I want to lead going forward.
What don't you like about yourself now?
After I come back from September, till September when I shifted back to Mumbai, I was in a very large restructuring process that I was dealing with a large philanthropy. So that kept me very busy. I didn't have too much time to think other than because there were very clear timeline based deliverables and I needed to finish some of those deliverables. And in the last phase of my work, I was focused on restructuring the Europe part of that philanthropy and the Africa part of that philanthropy, both challenging from different perspectives. So I didn't have much time to really think and that kind of thing. When I came back, I think from September till about February, because I decided to just focus on getting the system set for my parents, I didn't do much work. And somewhere during that period, from an extremely active to almost non-active life for those 4 or 5 months, I think I am now, I had got into, and I am struggling with it, is the procrastination a little bit. If not today, I can do it tomorrow. I still remember continuously from the life lessons that every day builds up to your year and every year builds up to your, so basically every day lost is a lost day.
How we spend our days,
how you spend your days,
our
how you
lives.
spend your life. So that it's there still at the back of my mind. But there are days when mentally I'm just so exhausted for, I think somewhere this my parents' situation and a cooperation and non-cooperation from my brothers, a distinction of that cooperation, non-cooperation business keeps me awake in the night. So that is what I'm not able to like. There was a time when I used to be very regular with my walks, with my yoga, like London. Irrespective of my travel schedule, every day I would do yoga. If I'm there for a weekend, Saturday, Sunday, I will do 2 hours yoga and meditation, which I've not been able to practice once I've come here. So that I don't like. The kind of a discipline that I had in terms of my own life and how I used to manage my stress is not happening now. So that I don't like at this stage. That is something which I want to gain back my control on in terms of what I need to be doing to get myself more disciplined, more even with whatever I'm doing with my diet, this and the other, I still need to do much better. I still need to do, like in London, I used to do much more of the intermittent fasting because there I was by myself. So, I had a full control. Here, when you are, serviced so well, when you have such great cooks and give you exactly what you like, it's a pain, to be honest, in terms of, maintaining that discipline when you have such a great food being put around you. So that's something which I don't like. The work that I've started doing now is quite interesting and when we talk about it, we'll talk about it, because the way I've now looked at is to try and build leadership in the not-for-profit sector. And I'll give you my diagnostic and why I'm doing that piece. But, that is something which some of these things I need to work on, deal with my procrastination, be much more strongly active in terms of my health. One thing I've started doing much more is, I now choose which company I spend my time on. That's quite good. Fortunately, Alpa, Nitan is a son. All of them read, and there is a whole there's a good interaction on number of things that one does. But do I have very strong friendships which are of that nature, where it will be mutually enriching friendships, no. I have few, but because all of us are also in a way so tied and busy with so many things, making time, on mutually convenient time, to really spend quality time, whether it's with my feminist friends, whether friends who are on the social movement side. I don't know whether I mentioned PK Das, who is an architect who has done a lot of work in the city of Mumbai, a good thinker. We go back to the student movement days. That I'm not able to do, which is also a little bit keeps me troubling in terms of, I think the city of Mumbai is not very convenient in terms of reaching out to people if they're staying far away. Like if I have to go to King Circle, it's like 45 minutes going or coming back from King Circle. In that sense, it's not easy. And then you then say, forget it, kind of thing. Other than that, what else I don't like? If I take some of the recent discussions on the life lessons, I think I have to still build a very good sleep hygiene. That is something which I need to work on very clearly, because that is something which is important. I don't have a huge sleep hygiene. There are days, once a week I'll sleep for 8 or 10 hours, and then other days I can do it 4 hours, 5 hours, that kind of thing. It's not like a consistent everyday 6 or 8 hour quality sleep kind of thing. Reading wise, I think I should be improving. I should not necessarily go back to my voracious type of reading, which I used to do in my young days, but do be more consistent in terms of reading habits. That's something which I miss now. What else? Yeah.
Yeah,
Another help?
let's take a quick break, and after the break we will resume your journey. We have only reached as far as a 6th standard right now, and we will continue your life from there after the break. I think this is going to be a 24-hour episode. Are you ready? Are you ready for it, Minar? You're laughing for really?
24-hour episode, okay.
होगा ही ना भाई, अभी 2 घंटे में 6th standard पहुंचे हैं. So but let's take a break now. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with a man of infinite patience and infinite wisdom, Minar Pimple. Minar, so, tell me now about the Bombay years that you've, up to the 6th standard, you've been in care, and now you've gone to Bombay, where, as you described, you have an indulgent grandfather and you can do things that you want. But tell me about this phase in your development. What's life like in the big city and the new school?
So I shifted after I finished 6th standard in Khed. For 7th standard, I came to Mumbai. One of the background that you should know is my father used to be in Home Guards. So we used to have a rifle at home of the Home Guards. They used to go for hunting of the rabbits, and, we'll get some rabbit meat once upon a time. And why that is important is, during that period, the good Marathi medium schools, I come from Marathi medium school, were very much in demand. And because of his home guard background, there was some kind of a quota for people who were in that kind of a service. So in that quota, when we applied, we had to give 3 top schools that we are interested in. So the topmost school was Chikitsak Samoh Shirodkar High School, then Aryan Vidya Mandir, and then Ram Mohan Roy Vidya Mandir. Those are the 3 schools, Marathi medium schools in Girgaon, quite well known for their own things. Chikitsak was on the top because that time Chikitsak had a history of having people, standing first, second, third in the 11th standard, what we call board exams. And Chikitsak also was known for school for ministers' kids, IS officers' kids. That time, this thing of English medium school wasn't that high. So good Marathi medium schools were really respected. And Chikitsak was one of those kinds of schools. And fortunately, because of that particular quota that my father had about the home guard, I got into Chikitsak school. Now, Chikitsak is in Kandewadi. It's in the heart of Girgaon. The by name itself, it's a school run by Saraswats. So you have the Saraswat Brahmin kind of a dominant class, in a way the elite of the Marathi community going to that school. And as I said, the minister's kids, and you would have, when our school will finish, you'll have the Lal Batti ambassadors, white ambassadors standing to pick up the kids. That time I didn't know whether it was legal or not legal. Now I of course very well know that it is used for personal things. It's not correct. But you had IAS officers and that kind of kids. So that's where I got into the school. That was good at one level. On the other hand, also, as I told you, I didn't do first standard. So when I came into the 7th standard, I was just 11 years or something of that kind. So I was the youngest in the class. I was pre-puberty. So I was still wearing those, I don't know whether even the new generation will ever know. You used to have those nylon shorts which used to fit to your body. And those were the shorts I used to wear. So, I have had humiliation of those shorts being pulled down in the school in that sense. The other thing which really created a huge thing in terms of an impact for me, I told you that I was highest in English with 23 marks, highest but fail in English. Chikitsak, in the very first week, I was asked the question, what is the meaning of money? M-O-N-E-Y, money. And now you will see what was my English knowledge in 7th standard. I had no idea money means money. I said money is a name of a kitten, because that in Marathi, the kitten is called money, because, the cats. And the whole class really laughed at me. And now this is where some of the personality factors come into play. They could have been, my response, when I reflect back, my response could have been me sucking myself in and becoming, constrained and not. Or the other thing is not publicly declaring, but almost in my mind, I said there will be time when these guys who are laughing at me will not be able to speak to me in English. So it's a kind of a anger, challenge. You won't believe, Amit, Marathi, the Marathi listeners of yours will know, there used to be something called Tarkhadkar English primers. So I came home and I told my father that not exactly what happened, because I was too ashamed to say that I answered this. I said, I want to have so he got me all the 3 primers of Tarkhadkar, which was Marathi, in Marathi, English language. The second book that became my continuous friend during that period was Rain and Martin. I'm sure Rain and Martin is known to many. And I asked my grandfather to start Times of India. And I had an English dictionary. Every word I will get stuck. I will not move in that news without understanding that meaning of that word. Then next stage, I brought the thesaurus, synonyms and antonyms. So what will be other words that could be used, or what are the opposite words? All that I started from 7th standard with this one incidence of being humiliated, if you want to put it in that fashion. I joined that time. This used to be a kind of a coaching classes. So there was a very close by coaching class in Girgaon called Manjrekar, which was opposite the Japanese garden. So I started there, basic English. Then there was another coaching class opposite Harkishan Hospital called Pingage classes. There I joined for the advanced English. And I forgot the name of the person who used to do this, which was with the that time it was called some American Society affiliation on public speaking. So I joined those classes one after the other to improve my English, to improve my vocabulary, to improve my confidence in English. Because I knew that this is one subject where I was good at maths, I was good at sciences, those subjects I liked. I was good in Marathi language. Hindi, I was fine because I had done also the primary Hindi national exam. Sanskrit was a new thing, but I was getting along with Sanskrit, not too bad. But English was almost like either I'll do it or not do it, kind of a break or whatever you call it in English. And that's how I focused. And again, fortunately, and I must acknowledge that that's not possible for everybody. It's because I had a grandfather who had the resources and who didn't know what I was doing, but trusted me to pay all those fees. None of this came free. Starting Times of India didn't come free because he was only reading Marathi. Even in my grandfather's mother's house, he was reading Marathi. So we used to have a regular Marathi newspaper. But English, starting English, getting the English dictionary, getting Tarkhadkar, all that was additional expenses, Rain and Martin. So that was very useful for me to build my confidence. And that is the time when I started, especially I think when I was in 8th or 9th standard and when I joined the public speaking class. That is the time when I started. So one of the subject on which I was supposed to give a speech was my dreams. And somewhere I must be having it, some old papers it must be. So I wrote a dream, and that is the beginning of the thinking and some influences that I had gathered. So what was my dream that time? My dream was to become an electronics engineer and to build technology for rural areas. That was my dream. I had no clue. Other than my life in Khed, I had not seen even in the rural areas or the tribal areas. I had not visited any other part. My only two geographic reference point was Khed in Ratnagiri district and Mumbai. There was no other third reference point other than going for these jatras with my grandfather. He will go to Gangapur in Karnataka. He will go to Pali Ganpati temple. He will go to Ganpatipule Ganpati temple, because those are part of those annual rituals that people with money and people who were religious would do. So my geographic footprint was very limited to Maharashtra, partly Karnataka, only for that Datta Mandir in Karnataka at Gangapur. But this thing of somewhere I had this. So when I was thinking, what with my dream? So I remember that speech I wrote before I gave that speech was about this becoming an electronics engineer. So that's the first kind of a glimpse that I remember after 7th standard, that I had something that I had articulated, knowingly, unknowingly, uninformed, informed, whatever. But there was something called a dream which I was asked to define for my public speech. Second thing which happened simultaneously, because of this humiliation in the English piece, as I said, in the village, I was like the, a disabled cow among the calves. So I had a level of confidence, right? So the second thing I chose from the 7th standard onwards is to join up with the drama group. So there used to be a kind of a competition, inter-school competition called Kumar Kala Kendra competition, where different schools will present their plays. So I joined that. And I became like an assistant director to the teacher who would always, and then I've done all kinds of crazy things. So there was one scene with the train. So that time we used to have all those big tape recorders. So I would go and stand in Charni Road station when the train is approaching to get the actual sounds of the train, which could be used as a background music for the play, kind of things. All those kind of stupid things now I find stupid, but that time that was the only thing you could do. There was nothing that you could take a clip from here and clip from there. And so that was in Kumar Kala Kendra. I did that for about 2 or 3 years, and twice we won the prize, once second prize and once third prize. Though, of course, the credit goes to the director, who is the teacher, not to the assistant directors and the music directors. But that, in a way, gave me a booster of a confidence. So I think that is the second thing that happened. Third thing, being a youngest, and in a way, in comparison to all my other classmates, a little bit because they were older people, they had already attained puberty. So some of the women, it was a co-ed school. So girls used to be even bigger than me. Sometimes some of them were like double my size, kind of thing. Big. In terms of because like fully grown up bodies, right? And I was like, in terms of physicality, I was very timid because I was almost 1 year ahead of in terms of the time and everything. But that, in a way, helped me to build good relationships. And girls would be relating with me because they were seeing me as some younger kid. They were not seeing as somebody who would have a vested interest in relating with them. So you understand the kind of this now is my post reflection. So during that period, I didn't think like this at all. But there were girls who would be helpful to me in terms of, this class is there now. This is a homework that you need to be doing. So people who would offer that help. Boys were most disastrous in terms of, pulling my pants, those nylon pants down and being a gaon ka bacha kind of thing, like gawar. Then I started getting into sports. So one is the drama thing. I was like the 12th player in the cricket team. So the person who carried the water and all that in the breaks. But I was good at wicket keeping. So, only 1 or 2 matches I played on the grounds of the Grand Medical College. If you know that Hindu Gymkhana and all those, the first Gymkhana is a Grand Medical College Gymkhana. That is to be hired by our school for the, cricket. Then volleyball. I started playing volleyball. During that period where I was staying in Konachiwadi, now Konachiwadi also has a history. It was owned by somebody called Raut, who was a fisher folk. And he was the leader of the Peasant and Workers' Party. So in a way, in that frame of a socialist, so he owned that whole wadi. So we had like 13 chawls and one building which was a self-contained flat. So chawls means exactly like, common washrooms, and then one kitchen and one room, and then you had a common passage that you could pass, that kind of a thing. That's where I was staying before my grandfather bought another flat in Mangalwadi, which is close to Chennai Road Station. But that is where all my 10th and 12th, everything I did staying there. So in the flat system, you had richer people in Konachiwadi. So you had Dr. Samant was known. Then there was another business family called Hirwadkars, who during that period had 2 Mercedes cars, so elite kind of thing. And somehow I got introduced to the 2 girls of the Hirwadkars. And then I used to be like a badminton partner of the younger one. So in a way, I was, because of my age, because maybe the way I was looking or whatever, I could get into some of these spaces which generally, maybe from their perspective, out of, he's somebody whom we can take under our wings, because I was younger, I was, searching, whatever is their motivation. But for me, I was getting into the spaces which were generally would have been blocked if I didn't have some of the things that, like a confidence of a lame cow, that helped in that sense. So I think some of those parts helped me build my confidence in a way, in that process till 10th standard.
Are you still in touch with the Hirwadkar sisters?
Yes. So Reena Hirwadkar was a very dear friend of mine. She married in Belgaum. And that was one of the person I said I went and, no, it was not a regret thing. It was just a catch up in terms of what has she done in life and where she is and kind of thing. Her elder sister was a microbiologist and is a microbiologist. And she did some fantastic work, interesting work in the area of microbiology. And she's in Karwar, and Reena is in Belgaum. So I'm still in touch with them. We're connected on WhatsApp. We're connected on Facebook. So that's good. So that's a kind of thing till 10th standard. When I passed 10th standard, I wasn't a great student till 10th standard. I got some 55% or something like that in 10th standard. But because I was this privileged grandson of a silversmith's family, My grandfather, in front of our factory, the silver factory, was a factory for making mithais. So he bought those big thals, two big thals of pedhas to be distributed to anybody and everybody. So people got like, because it was such a huge celebration that first attempt 10th standard pass.
They got diabetes because you did well in the exams.
Maybe, I don't know. So, because they were very happy. Now, that is where the differentiation with them and mine begins. Because it was very clear, because that time there was a military school called Satara Military School in Satara, where because of this thing, it was very clear that I cannot join the forces, or I cannot join even the, because of my hand and because of because, this part is like the plastic surgery taken, the skin is taken from my thigh, all those kinds of things. So the only option that they were expecting me to join the commerce. But now you come back to the dream that I had in the 8th or 9th standard when I gave that public speech as part of my practice to become the electronics engineer. So I basically said, no, I want to go for science. And I was the first batch new 10 plus 2 plus 3 standard, 75. 1975 was when this 10 plus 2 plus 3 was introduced. And I was, in a way, the first batch of the 10th standard pass in the 1975. So then I chose for my junior college. It was called a junior college. 11th and 12th was called junior college. I chose science as a stream rather than commerce. So far so good. So I joined science. I did my 11th. 12th standard, I had something I don't remember now, but there was something in my back or something like that, which created a huge discomfort in my last, what do you call those, vertebrae. So I had to drop out of the exam. So in a way, that was like a first experience of it was not a failure. I didn't fail, but for me, it was interpreted as a failure. And that was in a way kind of a good change. During this period, also what had happened was, because of the philanthropy background of my father, my grandfather, my mother's father, if you know, in Mahim, there is something called Vaidya Patankar. And their kadha is very famous for all the ailments of stomach and, digestion, Vaidya Patankar. And they had workers staying in a chawl near Prabhadevi, and their big shop was there in front there. So that time, one of the things, somehow I got introduced to this through one of the friends, to this Vaidya Patankar, and I said, why not start some classes for the children of this Vaidya Patankar? So children of the workers of the Vaidya Patankar Kada. And, in 1984, I established Yuva, but that time, I already established something called Yuva coaching classes and Yuva book bank.
Which year was this?
This was around, 78, 77, 78, around that time.
When you were 17 or 18 years
17
old.
or 18, yeah. That's the time. Because I had this whole impression about wanting to do something good for the society. There's some sequential issues that we might face here. Because there were so many things happening in that 2-year period, which is what I call a period of a huge turmoil in my thinking. I wanted to pursue my engineering, that's how science, all those, wanting to do some social work because of this background that I had. All that is happening. And then I finished the 12th 1 year later than the normal because of this 1-year drop. During my 12th, when I went back, I was in Wilson College where I took the drop. Then I went back to my school, Chikitsak Samoshirorkar High School. There was a professor called Mr. Joshi. He came from very close to Mumbai where there's a nuclear plant. I forgot the name, Wangani or something, which is beyond Vasai and all those places. So he was the one who influenced me, and that is what generated this Vaidya Patankar Kada classes. Then why don't you, somehow he saw that there's something in me that will be interested in social work and social science, that kind of thing. So he encouraged me to do that. And I did that. I started doing that. But that was all coming from a very altruistic kind of a thinking and motivation. After my 12th standard, I didn't have enough percentage to get into engineering, but there was a association called Indian Telecommunication Engineers Association. They had a collaborative program with VZTI, and that's where, when I heard Sudhir's thing, that's where I saw some of the alignments. So they had a program for telecommunication engineering. Okay, so I was interested in the electronics and telecommunication engineering. So that was the program they were offering in collaboration with VZTI. So I joined that. When I joined that, that's the first time I encountered some of the left-leaning student groups. Because you had left-leaning students group in all these educational institutions. And there's a background to it, because if you know, in 62, people like even Kumar Ketkar, who was a member of parliament, they were a part of the first student anti-free ride action committee in 62. So, Ashok Mehta, Kumar Ketkar, they were all part of that. And post-emergency in 77, the student activism was coming up again. And because of the post-emergency, the breath of fresh air, people were getting back into activism. And that time the student movement was coming up, and that time also the SAFAC was reinvented again, because that time also was a thing of the Anti-Free Ride Action Committee, and there was something which Mumbai University had introduced called foundation course. I don't know whether you remember that or not, but a foundation course was made compulsory. It was an add-on course to whichever stream of, whether you took science, arts or commerce, the foundation course was compulsory. So that was the students' demand. And they had taken over the university immediately after. So I think May 77 or something of that kind, the university takeover had happened by the students. I was not part of that, because I was just 16, 17, post-emergency, right? And then once the students had taken over in 78, I think university established a commission called a Miyabhai Commission to look into how the hell students took over the university, appointed their own vice chancellor, appointed their own registrar, and kept the university in their command for one full day. How did this happen? Where did things go wrong? And that was my first entry, because that's the time when I got attracted to this left groups on VZTI. And they introduced me to some of this left students. And this is all before I joined the Bachelor of Social Work. Bachelor of Social Work I joined in 79. So you can see now the evolution. So I already had this Marxist kind of analysis of the social work as a post-industrial American system that is coming up in India. So I had that analysis, and I'll come to there why I chose a Bachelor of Social Work. So one thing then I decided, what am I going to do by becoming an engineer? Of course, innovation was one, but otherwise it will be earning money. That I could have done by joining my own business also, because they were needing somebody who is educated, who speaks English or understands English and can deal with all the taxation, excise, all those issues. And I was interested. That was part of my, DNA. I had done also some forays into small businesses with some friends, you had this big thing about, the private taxi hires. So you go, you buy 2 or 3 ambassador cars and put it on hire, and then you earn some money out of that. So I had done some forays into those kinds of businesses. I was into this from taking some monies from my grandfather into investing monies into some businesses and then have a profit sharing. So it was part of that DNA that I had. And this I'm talking about 18, 19 years old, basically. So basically, that was my thinking, that if I'm supposed to earn money, I could have joined the business. And that made me think what I want to do in my life. And that's the first time my aspirations and a real interest in me got aligned with what I chose. Then that time, people told me, why don't you look at sociology and do your bachelor's in sociology? That time, head of the department was Dr. Rane. And he himself used to stay in Talasari, in the tribal village. And he was the head of the sociology department, which was at Kalina. So people said, why don't you visit Dr. Rane, talk to him, check out with him, and see what his advice is. And some of these leftist friends, one of them was the editor of Indian Express, Dhananjay Kulkarni, we used to call him Dhanya, in Hyderabad. And his partner, Mugdha Tembe, another person who writes quite well in Marathi, she was in my Chikitsak Samuha in C class. And this is where again some of the alliances. C was the division for the people who were in the scholarships. And I was in A because I was not in the scholarship thing. So C was like really the top of the cream people. Anyway, so I went to meet Dr. Rane in Talasari. This is in the May-June type of a month. And I stayed there for 2 or 3 days along with this people. And what I experienced was the scabies, bodies full of scabies, because during the months of May, June, they don't have anything to eat. So the two things that they were eating, kani, the broken rice, the small pieces of rice. So just a watery thing of that, and the tamarind water. So it's called Pays and the tamarind water, that mix. So no nutrition. So the scabies was very prevalent. So again, my social work thing coming up, we should adopt villages and do some health camps and get rid of the scabies, help them with the nutrition. That was my initial responses, coming again from that philanthropic thinking with this thing that I had started with this Vaidya Patankar Kara workers. That was the first time I was exposed to the issue of the lands and how the lands of the tribals have been illegally taken over by the landlords in that area, and how that is impacting their livelihood, and how now they have become almost like a slave. So the whole situation of bonded labor in those areas during this period. I'm talking about 78, 79. So the bonded labor was very prevalent, and that little bit awareness and consciousness started coming into me. I was very agnostic about the organizations. I didn't have a very strong clue about who is who, but I knew what are the right questions to ask. So I was at ABVP camp in Dadar, where I asked this question. But you have this Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram and you're doing this work with this in Talasari and all those. But the real issue is, who owns the land, who takes the produce on the land. You're not doing anything. So I was then immediately branded as somebody who is not a thinker on the ABVP line kind of thing, But I was just asking a question. It was not like I was committed to this ideology or that ideology. I was just asking a question based on that. So when I met Dr. Rane when I was in Talasari, one of the days we visited him. So he, of course, showed me he had a hunter on his house in Talasari. So this is the hunters that were used to actually bring people in line in terms of forced labor.
Hunters being whips, basically.
Whips, yeah. Sorry, for whipping, not hunters. My English, you see.
No, hunter is a kind of whip, so yeah, that just works.
So then when I talked to Dr. Rane, I said, Dr. Rane, I'm looking for something where I can work with people on a regular basis. So I'm looking for sociology. He said, Minar, you will be completely disillusioned. In sociology, we have one camp in a year of 15 days, which is when you go and do some sociological surveys in the village. You're not regularly doing all other time you are in the university attending the classes. And he was the one who suggested, if you're looking for something where the practice is part of your learning, then join social work. Because in social work, you have 3 days of theory and 3 days of field work. That is what motivated me to join the social work in College of Social Work in 79. So that's where I joined the Bachelor of Social Work, gave up my engineering diploma piece at VZTI, joined College of Social Work in BSW. During that period, also the other thing, that period, so many things happened, Amit. It's unbelievable, the kind of things I was trying to do in that period. I was influenced by Dr. Kovur, the rationalist. And I was like looking at, so I had read, Experiments with Truth of Gandhi. So I was trying to say, what is true in all these things? Is the rationalism the path to go? Is this religious practices? So I used to keep in that 11th and 12th, that period, Monday used to be my Mauna Vrata. I didn't need to speak the whole 24 hours on Mondays. Thursdays used to be my yellow Thursdays. So I would only eat yellow things and do, it was just experiments basically to really understand, does this make any sense? And somewhere after all those experiments with oneself of fasting, of Mauna Vrat, all those kinds of things, I basically became more on the Dr. Kaur side, a rationalist. So your episode on atheism was very helpful. I used to, till that episode, I used to say, I'm a practicing atheist. But your episode clarified there is nothing to practice, and that is being atheist. But anyway, when I say practicing atheist, I basically say I stand by that and I declare and I emphasize why it is important, why that scientific thought is important. So it's not like I'm going to, though I respect all religions, but I'm not going to be defending if some superstition is presented to me. I will be speaking against that superstition. And then with Dr. Kaur and his understanding, he had this standing challenge to any Bua or anything, including Satya Sai Baba, saying that, I'll give you 10 lakh if you prove any of the juggleries that you do for people. I will give you 10 lakh if you do it in a controlled environment where we have independently agreed observers who will basically certify that what you're doing is really out of the faith that you have. And nobody, of course, accepted his challenge till he died, Dr. Kaur. So that is the first. This is all happening in that 11, 12. It's also the time when a lot of changes in the body, my societal understanding, all that is increasing. I'm having this ABVP type of people working with me. So some of the present people in the BJP, people I have worked with, Vinod Taude, who is now the General Secretary of BJP, all those people I have worked with in that period of time, because I was a little bit agnostic in terms of, my feeling was, do what needs to be done, and whoever come alongs with you, work with them. And the difference between the SAFAC of 1962 and SAFAC of 1977, 1962 Student Anti-Free Action Committee was exclusively socialist and left-oriented student wings. While in 1977, it was ABVP, AISF, SFI, all this left and the right groups came together on the student anti-free. So that was a big difference in the 77 student mobilization and the 62 student mobilization. So I was in that chunk. So I was like between 17, 18 years, that kind of thing. Then I told you about Dr. Kaur, experiments with self, all that processes were happening around that time. Then I joined Battle of Social Work in 1979. 1979, when I joined Battle of Social Work, my college began sometime in May or June or something like that, when the colleges begin. December of that year, exactly on my birthday, 11 December 1979. So 10th December night, now that was a very interesting part where my grandfather, that is my mother's father, was fighting a property battle with his elder brother. And that got resolved on 10th of December 1979. So he became the sole owner of the factory. He paid off his elder brother, his son, all that was done, a legal agreement was drawn up, and he became the sole owner of the factory. 10 December evening, he went to a lawyer to tell him what kind of a will he wants to do, came back from the lawyer, had his dinner, and that night he had a brain hemorrhage. So 11 December early morning, he was dead. So the whole property allocation of what he wanted to do didn't get complete. So basically, and that was a big change. After that, all the family dynamics, I don't want to get into the family dynamic happened, but around the property issue, the family dynamics happened. My mother and her mother, who couldn't stay away from one another, because by that time, by 75, my mother also had already shifted with my two younger brothers. They were staying separately, and I was staying with my grandparents in two different places. All the relatives, all the kinds of machinations happened, and there was a big fight between my mother and her mother. So my mother got isolated, and her brother and her younger sister and her mother became one side, and my mother became another side. So it just created that huge family dynamics. I decided I don't want to get into this dynamics, because by that time I was adequately thinking all the evil of the challenges we have with this damn money and properties. So I just wanted to be away from both my mother as well as from my grandmother. So I basically decided at the age of 19 or so, 79, I was 19 years old, to leave house. And then rented a place in Kotachiwadi, which is now, of course, one of the heritage walk sites in Mumbai. From a friend at Raju Samant, who had introduced me to Vaidya Patankar. He had a place in Kotachiwadi. So I rented that. And I requested College of Social Work, saying that, though technically I don't belong to economically weaker section, I have decided not to take any money from my parents or my grandparents, which were supporting me so far. So I am personally economically weaker section, because I have nothing, basically. Again, there were few other things that happened during that period. And some of these things are very, very interesting. I don't know how some of these thoughts came in my mind. Like I started driving at the age of 15, 16. So I got my driving license before completing 18 years old. Now, when I got my driving license, that time I must be like 17 plus, something like that, but not completing 18. I said, I want a driving license where I could be a taxi driver also. So used to get a driving license, which are owner's driving license that time, and used to get a driving license which would be driving public vehicle. Public vehicle would mean taxi. So somehow, I don't know what was the kida in my mind, that I said I want that driving license, which would make me eligible for driving a public vehicle. So I had a driving license by which then I could apply for a taxi permit. So that was the other thing that happened. So somehow the inclination of becoming self-sourced, self-reliant was there, not so articulated, not so clear. But some of these actions actually show that piece of mine. So 79 December, I said, I became independent. During that period also, when I left my engineering, electronics and telecommunication engineering, I had also got trained to do the repairs of the radios and tape recorders. So I could earn some money out of that process. So in a way, something was happening in my mind of wanting to be away from all this, and that I would be able to earn my own living. So all this was happening. So I left home. I went into that place. That place was 175 rupees per month rent, which is quite expensive during that period, but it was a huge place. A lot of my classmates used to come there to study together from BSW and all those things. And then College of Social Work gave me that job, which was where I was earning 250 rupees. So I had about 75 rupees per month to spend on myself. Fortunately, during that period also, I had friends who would support my eating and those kinds of things, which is great. And at a master's level, Alpa was one of them who was part of that support system, because all of them had a good amount of pocket money, which I didn't have, because I had no monies other than and they would treat me for eating in Sanman or whatever, which I couldn't afford, because it was like a self-imposed thing. So you would see a kind of a D-class process where when I was going to Wilson College, I had an ambassador car dropping me and then bringing back. Then I went on to, I told you, Chetak. After 12th standard, I had a scooter. Then I decided to give up the scooter one of my friend's brother had a bicycle which I bought, and then from scooter I went to bicycle, and then from bicycle I came to public transport. So it was a process of completely declassifying, what do you call it, declassing oneself at one level. Now I call it declassing, but that is how I basically said that my dependencies on any of this should. So I used to drive go on a bicycle from Churchgate to Mankhurd, children's home and those kinds of things. And that time it was easy. It was not a lot of traffic that we are facing now. And then public transport. I came into public transport, so became like any other commoner who is hanging around in the trains and the buses and those kinds of things. So that all that process was still about 79, 80. And then I was surviving by myself with this small amount of money. My mother had made up till then with me and come to the terms that, okay, he's still our son. So sometimes she would send a tiffin to me to get a good food, because otherwise I was ending up I couldn't even afford Amul butter during that period. So I used to have there is this thing called Gita Dairy. So the Gita Dairy butter, which was like 1/4 of the price of the Amul butter. And then the garlic chutney and bread was sometime my staple in that period of time. I was very thin, actually.
What happened to the property, by the way? Who was it supposed to go to? Your grandfather's property?
No, that is why the whole challenge was that was not sorted, because he didn't do the will.
Exactly. So, eventually, who was he going to give it to, and who did it go to eventually?
No, so he was wanting to give 25% to my father, because my father was running the factory, and the remaining he was to allocate among the two sisters. That is, one of them is my mother and Mama. So that is how the thing was. Now that didn't happen. My father became completely nonplussed, because he was not in the hierarchy of the claimants. So only claimants technically became my mother, her sister and her brother. So finally it went on to a long course of legal litigation. And finally, the property was divided between the three families: my mother, her sister, and my mama. So these three families were, and that's another story. Now I'm dealing with the property which has come to my mother, because that is in a way between three brothers. No? So that's another part of the story. But anyway, that was it was a long legal battle of almost 10-15 years by the time that was sorted. And then finally my mother got her piece in the factory land. She got one where originally had stayed in Kodachiwadi. That room came to her. So these were the kinds of things that she got, and she got 1/3 of the factory place. So anyway, so that whole period was experiments with self, exploring political ideology, where I should be aligned, those kinds of things. Then comes the BSW. In the BSW first year itself, King's Cross Station. So there were students placed from our college in the Sion Hospital. And as the extension of the Sion Hospital work, they would go to the bastis, the slums on the two sides of the railway track around King's Cross. That whole basti was being demolished. So the students put up a notice in the college. The second year BSW students were part of that. Put up a notice saying that, such and such threat we are facing. If any of you want to volunteer, please volunteer and join us in helping these families to gain their rights in that sense. So I, being me, I was one of the ones who jumped into it immediately. That time we had a political economy teacher called Mr. Kutti. He said, by yourselves, you guys cannot do much as students. He then introduced us to what is called a then Lokshai Hakka Sangatna. Lokshai Hakka means Democratic Rights Organization. And Rajni Desai was the chair of that organization, Lokshai Hakka Sangatna. That is how I got introduced to Rajni in 79 during my BSW year. And that is my journey beginning with the Lokshai Hakka Sangatna. Anyway, so that's all that piece in that 77, 78, 79 is all this turmoil of deciding. But when I came to College of Social Work, I felt at home. I felt of working 3 days in the communities. And as I said, the community that was given to me was the construction labor who were working on the Maharashtra Assembly and working with their kids. That expanded my contacts also. There used to be one Sindhi gentleman who used to come to the Cooperage ground where I used to conduct these classes for the kids to distribute food in the morning. Every day morning he would come. So I got friendly with that family. Then I visited their house in Kulaba. A very rich family running a kind of air conditioning business at Mahim. So I got that. I was the first one who was allowed to employ somebody. I myself was a student in first year. I employed somebody called Hanumant Gowde, who was the son of a constable and who I employed under me to assist me in that classes for this construction worker kids. So that happened. So that was during first year of the BSW. And that gave me a lot of satisfaction in terms of work and in terms of, doing something different. But my rebellious character was, I used to say, you want all this to be recorded. We used to call something called fieldwork recording. Every day, what you did, what was the thing that was useful, what was not useful. I used to find that most boring. I used to enjoy working, but recording all that was very difficult. And that time I had a teacher, Mrs. Rajini Paranspe. Her husband retired as the Chief Secretary Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Paranspe. She was a very interesting teacher. She's still there. She works in Pune now with a doorstep school. She runs that NGO. And so she said, Minar, you're doing such interesting work. If you can't write it down, you record it on a recorder and give it to us. We'll work it out that way, no problem. So she gave me a lot of options and was very supportive. That time you had this people who were students of MSW. They had one subject called social work supervision. So they would be assigned as a supervisors to people like me who were in the BSW, right? So I had one of those students, and I told Mrs. Paranspe, I said, she doesn't understand anything. I don't want to be supervised by her. If you can supervise me, it's okay. So I was like, from the first year itself, I was like, I don't know, somehow this arrogance that I talked about and some of those things, because I did have a more clearer understanding of what the issues are than many of this, which I said came from a particular kinds of background. So that is the journey from 7th standard till I came to College of Social Work, and before I started getting involved in a much more organized left. Till that time, I was exploring. I was touching base with various people. Dr. Rane was more socialist oriented. Mugdha, Dhananjay, Pratap Bhanu. Pratap Bhanu was the head of the adult education department in Bombay University. All these were working in Dahanu and Talasari. Got in touch with them, but they were more radical left kind of thing. So one had got that kind of a process till I joined social work, and then this major change in the family pushed me into further becoming autonomous and independent.
You mentioned earlier that you were a voracious reader during this phase. So tell me a little bit about that, because I'm also curious in understanding your sort of intellectual evolution during this time. What were you reading? What were the kind of ideas that influenced you? Who were the authors that you were inspired by? Give me a sense of that.
Why I'm laughing, because just yesterday in one of the chats you mentioned about Ayn Rand. During that period,
this is you were attending the Life Lessons course, and I didn't mention Rand. I don't like Rand. Someone else mentioned.
No, someone
Rand.
else mentioned, but you commented on that,
yeah.
saying that I don't consider as a. But during that period, because a lot of the student leaders used to come from Elphinstone or Xavier College. I was not from any of these colleges, and for that time, it was a fashion to carry Ayn Rand's books in your hand, publicly visible. It was a fashion among the students. Not so much Marx and Lenin, those books. Those books were part of the study groups, smaller study groups. So I think I because again, one thing you must realize is, because I was not coming from the English medium, some of this English reading wasn't a very easy thing for me, especially the writing, which was more complex. Whether I would still attempt to do it or not, I would attempt to do it. It's not like I was not attempting to do it because of the discipline that I had built in trying to use the dictionary, trying to. But once I started getting into social work, I read a lot on the social work and the radical schools of social work from UK, from Australia, which were more aligned to my thinking of creating change agents than the people who will be engaged in remedial work. Okay. So that changed into one hand. Then on the other hand, as I got into BSW1, BSW2, when I was also moving in the student movement and sharpening my understanding in the Marxist-Leninist kind of a sphere, those readings were much more in terms of reading manifesto, Communist Manifesto, reading much more on, because we were working on the urban issues, reading Engels on Manchester, the mill workers and what that kind of a comparison between Mumbai mill workers and the Manchester mill workers situation or urban context. Then getting into more reading of the philosophical things on dialectics, philosophical essays by Lenin. Those are the kinds of things that I was. So, because all this was in the light of the, you being joining in that kind of a left circle. What is interesting is till then, Phule, Ambedkar have not yet come there. That realization came with the Mandal Commission much more strongly. And the introduction of the Mandal Commission, then in a way, because that time, this whole conversation about the caste, about the other backward communities, till then I had not even thought of myself as somebody belonging to other backward communities. I have never used any reservations of the other backward communities, never. Because I always had this belief that those who are economically better off should not be using reservations at all, because then you capture the reservations and those who actually deserve and who need that support are deprived of it. That's somewhere not driven by any data, but just as a kind of a broad social thinking. That is the belief I have had, and that still continues. So none of us, generally what happens is then, your son can use it, this, that and the other. I never used any of that. Never. But that, exposure to Phule and Ambedkar started during the Mandal Commission agitation. We were all arrested and kept in a jail for a day. That time, those conversations in the custody is something interesting. So that's when I got started learning about Phule, and then I started reading about Phule. But Marathi, not in English, because Phule's literature is in Marathi. Started reading about Ambedkar. And I went to the extent during that period looking at the constitutional debates and Ambedkar's position. The famous book that I remember is the Gandhi and Ambedkar debate, which is in the Pune Pact, what is called a Pune Pact, and the debate which precedes that Pune Pact. But this is like, 40 years back I'm talking about. And then that shaped my thinking around. And that's where some of the disillusionment of with the Marxist-Leninist thinking, because that time on two issues basically I had a lot of difference. One was that the caste issues will get resolved with the class revolution, and women's oppression, the patriarchy, will get resolved with the class revolution. Both of these were not convincing propositions to me at all. And during that period, one of my girlfriend was a very strong feminist, and she would, in a way, orient me in thinking on what is wrong with the way the classical Marxist-Leninists approach these issues. And that time I was very close to somebody called Professor Arun Kamble, who unfortunately died afterwards. And I actually was working with him quite closely. He gave me a lot of exposure around the issues of caste and Ambedkar's writing. So that helped me broaden this. And then I was broadly coming to the feeling that, in case of India, you have to look at class, caste, and patriarchy in terms of frames of analysis if you want to really make a dent in this situation. So that's a kind of a formulation. So of course there was a whole political party called Marxwad, Fulewad, Ambedkarwad, Mafua. That is how we used to call if you know this name, Professor Sharad Patil was one of the biggest proponents of the Marxist Fuleite and the Ambedkarite as a kind of a combination of the analytical frame to review and to understand the Indian society. But that, I would say, that evolution is somewhere where I was looking at, BSW2, BSW3, so 1980, 81, 82. That's so as I started maturing in my thinking, that is where I came to land. But I still continued to be part of the Marxist Leninist grouping in that whole period. And I was part of the Revolutionary Student Organization. I was part of the People's Cultural Forum. I told you about the theater I did as part of the school, as part of the People's Cultural Forum. When the Asian Games happened in Delhi, we did a play called Safed Appu. And I, as part of the political process, I had visited Calcutta, I had interacted with Badal Sarkar, and I had attended his 2 days workshop on the street theater. And then I got inspired of how his training was. And then I came, and then I was part of the People's Cultural Forum, Lok Sanskritik Manch, we used to call it in Marathi. And we did this play called Safed Appu. And the day Asian Games began, we started, and every day we would do about 8 to 10 shows. So you can imagine the kind of strength we had to do that play. So we had about 200 shows during that whole period of and Safed Appu means, as you know, it's a white elephant. That's in English.
And Appu was a mascot of the Asian Games.
Of the Asian Games, yeah. So I did that. The play which really created, and I directed and acted in that play. This is something which touched really at the core of my being during that period. It's called Number Tera Prasad. If you remember, People's Union of Civil Liberties was led by Justice Tarkunde. He was the national chairperson of the People's Union of Civil Liberties. So one of the things he had launched was releasing the under trial prisoners. And as part of that releasing of the under trial prisoners, what happened was one of the person who got released was somewhere in Bihar from one of the jails in Bihar. And when that person was presented to the press, when people asked him what is his name, he basically could only say Number Tera Prasad. Prasad is, of course, common thing we attach. And Indian Express wrote a big story about it called Number Tera Prasad. He was caught traveling without ticket, and he was under trial for some 30 plus years serving in Bihar jail. And on the Indian Express story, I forgot the name of the author. One of the authors wrote a play called Number Tera Prasad. And I was very inspired by that play, and I was inspired by the story. How people are forced to lose their identity it's almost like your essence has been taken away from you when you lose, even you forget your name. And that Number Tera Prasad is I directed that play, I did that play. Means I acted in that play because it was a single character play, but I had, of course, props, human props, not physical props. So it was 4 people who would, depending on the scene, would change the way they were organized in terms of, oppression to liberation type of a process flow. And that was also a street play. So some of those plays, in a way, and some of those stories, in a way, they are human interest stories, right? Impacted me quite a bit. And somewhere, while being excited about the analytical work, analysis and thinking, and arguing with the pro-Albania group and all that nonsense which was going on in the movement, this is what kept me going. That we are trying to bring out these stories, human stories, to people, and actually telling them how oppressive the state is and how violent the state is and what happens with that violence on a person who was caught traveling without ticket, man. 30 years life gone in a way. And it's a kind of a symbolic story of many people. They may not be in real jails, but they are in another forms of jails in that sense. So the way I had directed was, it ended with a kind of lot of questions that, uh, we are not in jails, but are we really free, kind of questions in that sense, which I think is philosophically quite important questions to ask oneself and to ask others. So I think, so I had a lot of this cultural work that I was doing. I was a student organizer, so I used to be doing classes for IIT Mumbai student group, where we had a student group in Regional Engineering College in Nagpur, and I met some interesting people. One of who is now a very dear friend of mine, Suhas Patil. He was the son of N.D. Patil, nephew of Sharad Pawar. He was part of the student movement along with me. Now we are very dear friends. He is now, of course, a US citizen staying in US. But it's like you really interact with a large amount of people. There we had our convention of a student gathering there during the time when the hostels were empty. People had gone out and we had captured the hostels. Nobody knew that we are having a student convention kind of thing. So we did all those kinds of things. I was almost on the verge of becoming a full-timer. As part of our training, I was also assigned to organize the Cane Cutters Union in Ahmednagar. I remember one Diwali when I visited. I was staying in the Bauddhavada, the what do you call the where the lower caste who are basically the cane cutters stay. And I remember from my own childhood, during Diwali, there is one particular special thing it's done to give it to people who would come to ask for a Diwali blessing. So they were called bears. So it's simple wheat flour mixed with jaggery and fried. Okay, so that was the Diwali thing, which was meant not for consumption in the house, but to be distributed. So I was staying on the Bauddhavada during the Diwali period. In the morning when I woke up, they brought this bear to me and said that, तुम्ही आमच्याकडे दिवाळीला आहेत तर आम्ही आपलं हे तुमच्याकरता केलंय. I knew exactly what it meant, that they had basically got it from the village and they were giving it to me. So, some of those kinds of things. And that's one of the time when first time I face what do you call the death at a close encounter in that sense. So what happened was we were having a meeting with all these laborers, and in villages, as you would know, and it still happens, what they would do is, if they want to disrupt your meetings, they would put a hook on the wires, electric wires. So it will short circuit, the lights will go off, your speaker will go off. So that's one way the powerful control all what is happening in the village. So that happened. We were in the meeting, and then you suddenly see the police vans coming in to where our meeting was happening. And if any wrong move, even one of the persons would have thrown a stone or anything like that on the police vehicle, they would have fired. They would have started firing. Somehow, I felt that, that's a good opportunity to just get a singing going so that everybody is focused on singing and doesn't because the best way that people's movements are captured is provoking them to the extent, and then we basically think we did firing in self-defense. That's a normal kind of a logic. So that wrong move could have been basically created at least few of us getting killed in that process. So we started singing and calm down the crowd, and basically, after the crowd was calm, then you basically go and negotiate and tell the police, okay, we are dispersing, we are taking this, people, we are asking people to go back home and go back to their villages, because you have people coming from other villages also. So that you have those kinds of incidences that you do experience as part of that movement. The third thing which happened in that whole period, and that in a way strengthens you as a human being, the philosophy was that if I come to your village, uh, you will organize my fare for my next round. So if I'm going from Ahmednagar to say Pune or Satara, you will organize my fare and give me the shidori. Shidori means tiffin of something that I can eat on the way, and you will organize fare, train fare. And if they are not able to organize, then you have to travel in a unreserved kind of thing. So once I have done that, only once, from Nagpur to Mumbai in a third class compartment, you have the small patris on which you keep the bags. Literally, because it's that time it was like 22 hours journey. Now it is, I think, 18 hours journey on the train. Uh, that in a way makes you that you see this is the reality in that sense, and it was like me inviting it and voluntarily doing it. It was not something which was forced, and this is what gave me a lot of what satisfaction, centeredness, I don't know what's the correct word, it's not necessarily centeredness of being meaningful in what you're doing and that kind of thing.
I want to ask you about almost two simultaneous journeys which you would imagine are synchronous but are not synchronous. For example, one journey in your case would be that you start getting into social work because number one, there is a sense of empathy towards people who are worse off and who are suffering. From this empathy arises the impulse to help in any way you can. From this arises action where you decide, okay, I'm going to do XYZ. As you move further along this journey, you start collecting human stories and expressing those human stories through the kind of theater that you were doing. And that's one journey that arises from empathy and the desire to make a difference and the action that constitute your efforts to make that difference. The other journey is placing a frame of reference to make sense of all of this. That, okay, how do I look at this? And you take a particular lens and you apply that lens. And as you go along the journey, you might realize that this lens doesn't quite fit and you modify it. At some other point, you might realize that this lens is a completely foreign imposition, that I have to figure this shit out on my own. It doesn't really explain anything. And then eventually you might find other lenses, adapt some of them, discard them, and come up with your own way of looking at the world. And these lenses, of course, would be to begin with, Marxist, Leninist ideology. And initially, whenever you discover a frame, whether it is through Marx or Lenin, or whether it is through Ayn Rand, or wherever it is deeply seductive because it seems to explain the world, and it becomes your one hammer for every nail till you find that, wait a minute, it is not there's a lot more, the world is deeply complex. And you go along that journey. Like you pointed out that the shortcomings of the Marxist-Leninist framework became apparent to you when you encountered caste and when you encountered feminism, and you said, no, India is deeply complex, that one frame doesn't explain anything. And offline you were telling me also about your whole disaffection with Marxism, Leninism per se, and why you left that movement with an angry letter. Because, so tell me a little bit about how these two journeys are taking place for you. Whether you've, in a sense, described both of them a little bit, but then how do you begin to get to that process of using your experiences to form your own frame, which would have aspects of all of these different frames that you've got from Phule and Ambedkar and the left, but equally realizing that no one hammer is appropriate for every nail, that the world is complex. So take me through some of your journey.
So the two journeys, one is a more intellectual journey, another is a experiential journey in that sense. So learning through doing, where I get a very first hand feel of what it is to live in the situation that people are living or forced to live in a way. So that was one part. And second is to try and understand, why is it so? What is it that keeps them the way they are, or forced them to be the way they are kept? So that it is those two kind of explorations on a simultaneous basis. And some of this you will find in then the articulation when I started Yuva. In that articulation, you'll see some of this coming to a more fruition. So we may be one of the very few NGOs who said, we'll use Marx, Fulle, Ambedkar for analysis. In terms of action frameworks, we'll use Gandhi. In terms of the satyagraha, and in terms of speaking truth and doing that non-violent action, and Paulo Freire, which is more awakening, that kind of thing. And in terms of tactics, we will use somebody like Saul Alinsky. So now you'll see a more holistic kind of a picture emerging. And that gets reflected when I start building UI in 1984. And if you look at that period, we may be a very early stage where I'm just trying to give you the reflection of the 5 core values of UI, which were formed very early stage: social justice, gender justice, secularism and democracy, honesty and integrity, environmental sustainability. These are the 5 values which, when there was no conversation about climate change, I'm talking about 84 when UA was started, this kind of articulation came sometime in 85, 86. Or there was one of the annual reports, I remember we had this kind of a ideological statement. Generally, NGOs don't declare ideological statement where I explained this. What is your frame of reference? What is from where the... So it was more kind of a iterative way of looking at the world, ensuring there is adaptability, ensuring there are values which align to who we are, and also all this fits with the Indian constitution at the meta frame, where some of this is already articulated. It's not something that we are inventing new in that sense. So if you look at these 5 values, we are not taking position on the economic model or anything like that. These values are coming straight from the constitution, but which then need to be practiced. So all this cumulative experience that I have had from 79 to 84 in a way reflects in the way Yuva gets located in that broad frame of what it's how it is going to perceive its work. The other frame that came because of the particular dominance of the structures is a social work framework is to go out and help people, because the basic belief is people cannot help themselves. Same framework at one level becomes a framework even in the language of empowerment in the left kind of a thing, where people don't know how things are to be done, what they need to be doing. So we are the ones who are telling them. So if you look at it, these 2 frames, social work frame and the left frame, is ultimately still basically treating people as the objects rather than people having agency. In case of Yuva, one of the from the beginning, the slogan that we had was "Jiska sawal uska netrutva." The person who is facing the problem should lead. Our role is to give them tools, give them, support them, to develop them, to be available for them to build that leadership and exercise that leadership on their issues, because they are the best people who know what that problem is, because they're experiencing it. Me going from outside, leading on their issue, is something where I'm taking away their agency. So that, I think, some of this, how the Yuva got informed and formed in 1984 was based on some of these experiences. And when you look at the ISDM case study, you'll find some of those kind of evolutionary thoughts. And I was 23 years old when Yuva was formed. I was not like some 26, 28 years old. I was 23. In August of 1984, I was 23 years old. And so they were this kind of what you call the inner reflection, thinking was going on and on and on and on. It wasn't getting the expression till the time it was decided that we are going to start this NGO called Yuva. And I will come to that at some stage. Why was Yuva formed? What was the kind of context in which Yuva got formed? Why was I chose to be the person who would lead this organization. We'll come to that part, but I'm just answering your question that the accumulation of some of this experience and intellectual exploration and tactics and strategy understanding then in a way reflected in case of you aware, I finally said that we have to treat all this in the Indian constitutional framework. That's our go-to, and within that framework there are the core values which are non-negotiable. And I'm, to be honest, at one level I feel very proud that this were formed in some 86, 87. Tell me one value which is not relevant today. If you look at it in that way, we may have to change a little bit here and there. Environmental sustainability, you may have to add environmental sustainability with climate change. We may have to do that kind of thing. But other than that, I don't see a huge shift in terms of the core values that we need to, or anybody needs to undertake. These values could be for any organization. Why should they be only for one organization? Second thing which got informed, and during my student days movement also, when I used to edit a magazine called Pathik. Pathik is a kind of a Sanskritized name for a fellow traveler. I always believed, each of our small groups would have their own magazines because they had a particularly distinct kind of a point of view. So I was the one who went to everybody and said, all our magazines, you are giving 200 out, you are giving another 200 out. I said, why not bring all these resources together? Bring one magazine. If you have a difference of opinion on a particular issue, we'll publish both those points of views in the magazine. We can have an editorial board belonging to all the organization. We can review that. But at least our resources are combined. So rather than it going to 200 people, the magazine will go to 1,000 people. Nobody would accept that because everybody had to look at how their point of view is so important. You and I differ on the three world theory. Coming from where? China. And that distinction will make us different in the city of Mumbai. and some of those frustrations in a way, because I just could never understand. Because I was trying to see if we work together, then we build our resources together. But the dogmatism of some of this thinking, Amit, was unparalleled. And so without me going through life lessons, I think the agility and the flexibility, not a compromise on core values, but the agility and flexibility to approach, to move things so that, it's believe that people can think of what opinion they want to accept. But let's put all those opinions together rather than you propagating your opinion, I propagating my opinion. What's the big deal about it? But there are simple things I could not do. And those were the parts of frustrations that I faced during the time when I was part of the movement. And then, of course, I told you the culmination of it, where I basically said that I joined the movement to create an embryonic form of future society. What I experience is a concentration expression of the existing society.
This is through the Marxist Leninist party, yeah.
And that's why I'm stepping back. Again, somewhere influence of communism, communist thinking, where you don't give up. You basically step back till I gather my strengths again. But then, of course, I joined up on the Yuva journey, which, of course, many people then said, see, left is becoming an NGO. That's another kind of a criticism that one faces.
This is profoundly interesting to me because even today, my biggest bugbear with the left is of always preaching down to people, looking at people as objects, looking at society as something to be improved and educated, and not actually accepting that individuals have their agency and their autonomy. And I'm really sort of impressed by the way you articulated that you might use Marx and Lenin and Phule and Ambedkar for analysis, but when it comes to action, you are looking at Gandhi and Paulo Freire and Saul Alinsky. And I'll ask you at this point to educate me and my listeners. That take me through the thought process that brings you to this decision. And while I know a bit about Gandhi, I don't know anything about Freire or Alinsky. So do tell me about them and just tell me what like why. Take me through the why behind this and the key aspects to each person's thinking that made you feel that they are crucial to the philosophy of how to take yuva forward. And of course we'll come to the founding of it later, but even though you said you founded it when you were only 23, what strikes me is that you were actually working in social work actively since you were 17, right? So you have these years of experience and thinking about it before you even get there. So take me through that experiential journey which led you to the intellectual awakening that no, when it comes to action, these are the three people we have to follow. What aspects of their philosophy were attractive to you?
So Gandhi, Frere, and Saul Alinsky were part of our curricula in College of Social Work. As part of the community organization, theory and practice of community organization, they were part of it. Gandhi's book, which impressed me, and then I was actually a guest lecturer on that, was Nai Talim, New Education, where he basically combined the theory and practice, that if you want people to be properly educated, they have to also practice what they're learning. And if that combination makes you better at doing things in life. And there's a link to that, what I was discussing about Phule with you. So if you look at the I think 1957, if I remember correctly, the letter of Phule wrote to Lord Macaulay, I may not be pronouncing his name correctly. Some of these aspects were already written by Phule in terms of what kind of education we are looking at.
I must at this moment tell our listeners that Minar is referring to a conversation about Phule we had during lunch, but as that was not recorded, if you need to go through some of it again and not assume the listener knows, for context.
No. So, in terms of Mahatma Phule, I raised this point, Amit, with you because I said, a lot of the, the influential people that you talk about are legitimately so come from outside of India. Some of the Indian people who unfortunately wrote in the languages which were not international languages, but like Phule was a contemporary of Karl Marx. And he wrote extensively. One of his famous book is Shetkaracha Asud. Asud is, again, the whip that you're talking about. Or on the caste system, or on the lot of the social norms related to. He and Savitribai Phule were the founders of making education available to non-Brahminical caste, including women from even Brahminical class. Without Savitribai Phule and Mahatma Phule's effort, even the upper caste women wouldn't have been educated. Let's be honest about it. So that is what I was referring to. And not only that, he started running orphanages for children of the Brahmin widows, which is like a very revolutionary step. He made his own haud, the well in his Wada, because he's from Pune, Wada, open for Dalit community. Now these are like doing this in mid 19th century is nothing less than revolutionary and miraculous from my perspective. That's what I was referring to. And one of the famous thing that I told you to look at is the 1957 or something like that, and I can pass that on to you. The letter that he wrote to 1857. The letter he wrote to Lord Macaulay, whose education system we are still following. And that letter is so visionary because a lot of the issues he raises in that letter we are living still in 2025. And especially I was referring to your education episode on Everything is Everything, where some of these references I think it will be good for you to bring up. And that's where some of my, I got to Phule after I've got to Marx, Lenin, Mao. But that was a kind of aha moment and a kind of opening of my eyes. As some of you would know that Dr. Ambedkar treated Phule as his guru. Shahu Maharaj, which is one of the most progressive royals in the state of Maharashtra treated Phule as his guru, and a lot of the changes that he brought about in his administration, like for example, scholarship for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities. The Shahu Maharaj, long time ago, this is before India got independence. But some of those things that you see, or the traditions which were there, that the Dalits would always have they cannot even spit in the road. All those traditions were broken down in those periods by the royal decrees. So even if he was a royalty, the lot of the social reform work that he did needs to be recognized in that sense. So that's the reference I was giving. And while talking about Gandhi, so Nai Talim, in terms of the educational process, how people become autonomous. Does the present education system actually enslaves us in thinking frames, or does it liberate us? Does it give you the confidence of living life as an autonomous individual within the groups that you belong to, whatever, or not? Those are the kinds of questions Nai Talim raises. I'm sure you have read the Ivan Illich Deschooling Society, which is where I see some of those parallels coming into play of the Gandhian ways of thinking, Ivan Illich's Deschooling Society kind of a conception. Coming to Paulo Freire was an educationist, Brazilian educationist. He basically started using adult education process as a way of organizing the agriculture communities in Brazil. So that is when he basically conceptualized how does the practice reflection process bring something which is praxis, which takes a practice at a different level. So basically is saying, I know you know, there are areas which I do not know, you do not know. Let's have a humility to explore it together. So that's a kind of a philosophical frame that Freire comes from, and that now you see this again is, if you look at Nai Talim, it's also exploration of self and the society. Same thing what Paulo, and he used that methodology for organizing groups and communities. Coming to Saul Alinsky, people should read Saul Alinsky. Very interesting guy. But I treat him at a tactical level, not at a kind of a strategy. While Paulo Freire, Gandhi, you look at more as a strategy thinkers. Saul Alinsky introduced a kind of an out-of-box methodologies. One of the very famous examples of his, and I'm sure some of your listeners have read it, is when he organized some of the, what he called them, the people who clean the washrooms on the airport. They were looking at higher wages, which yesterday got discussed on the life lessons. And the airport administration was not willing. So one of the tactics he came up with is, that 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. period, all the people would basically occupy all the toilets and sit in the toilets and see what happens. And that created a chaos at the airport.
And it actually seems very Gandhian to me also.
No. So that's why it's a non-violent tactic and a very impactful tactic. So, and he gives you a number of examples. So you find that Saul Alinsky, now again, as I said, some of this I have read like 40 years back, 20s and 25 and 22 and 21. So that is what the formulation for Yuva then came about. And that time, I used to literally do a lot of internal training processes so that people understand these frames. At least if some of them want to go deeper, they should read very clear. But if they want to understand why Yuva is promoting this kind of a framework, these are the basics. So it's very interesting. You are doing life lessons. That time, I was 26, 27 years old. I used to discuss with my colleagues in Yuva, what are those books? To be a composite activist, what are the things that you need to know in psychology, in political economy, in economics, in, organization design and development, in, human resource, and now, of course, the wording is talent management. So I had defined different categories, and I said, this areas, if you read this and understand this, you are on the journey to become a more composite, holistic activist who are impactful in the societal context. But if you don't know you are like that, elephant and the seven blind men who have touched one part and think that is an elephant. That is and this is, I was like 27, 28 years old.
And did you make that list? You have that list
I
still?
had made that list. I don't know where it is. I have to really search for some of these things. But
Please find and share.
Because it was so, and people used to say, oh, Minar, how do you think how all this is linked? I said, all this is linked because society is evolving on all these areas. And if you don't understand, you will have a misstep in how you are defining your strategy and tactics. So all this together, culmination of all this into you will make you a better informed activist. That was my basic hypothesis in that process.
Everything is everything.
And everything is everything fundamentally. And so why I'm telling this, Amit, so these are not frames which are where you need to be stuck. These are frames which are also, you have to keep continuously evolving, because there is continuously newer, and that also I keep emphasizing all the time. And one of the things that I keep telling, I said, see, even at this age, any opportunity I get to learn something new. So just last month, I was at the National University of Singapore doing a 1-week program on, leading transformation, organizational transformations for agility and flexibility. Why would I go as a student at the age of 64 for a program such as this? Because I want to understand what are the things which are working in this is complete. I was the only not-for-profit person. Everybody was from all the profit sector people, basically, from Panasonic, this, that, and the other Japanese companies, Singaporean companies. But I want to understand what the private sector is doing, which may be of relevance to what the not-for-profits should be doing in that sense. Why should we be left behind? But I don't see that, unfortunately, happening in the social sector as much that it should happen. Maybe it's just the lack of resources, it's just the lack of thinking, lack of vision of the leadership that is coming up. Because if you are committed to social change and social transformation, you have to do this hard work. You're not going to, it's not going to happen if you don't have this cascade of leaders who think in this fashion. That's the kind of belief from where I came when I started Yuva also, in that sense, that Yuva should become a factory of creating leaders. And then the second thing, of course, we'll talk about Yuva much more in detail, was from the beginning, one of the things that drove me, and I declared that to my board in 84. I said, see, I'm here to build a centurion organization. I said, why should it be a prerogative of the private sector companies who have gone above 100 years? Why should not be that even Amnesty, Oxfam, these are all 65, 70-year-old organizations. Red Cross may be 100 plus, I don't know. In India, inactive organizations maybe like Prarthana Samaj are 100 plus years. But if you want to be vibrant and relevant, even at the age of 100 years, you need to inculcate some of these processes. So it's been 20 years since I left Yuva. I left Yuva in 2004. And I'm very happy that even at 2024, when they celebrated their 40 years, it's still a good functioning organization, which is great. And I basically said, you should now look at you at 50. And then, you should hand over the baton for somebody to take it you at 75, or you at 60 or you at 70. So that's a kind of a cascade of leaders that you need to build with that kind of a passion, clarity, commitment. And if you do that on an ongoing basis, and I see life lessons as one of those. Of course, here that's much more focused on individuals. Here I'm focused much more in terms of the broader societal transformation processes, which are as much important from my perspective. But that's something which I find, and that's what, in a way, that's something which I continuously feel disturbed about. Why people don't understand. For me, these are simple truths. What you call first principles. These are simple truths. Why people don't appreciate, why people don't even understand that if you don't do this, you're not going to leave a better society for next generation to come. If you do this, hopefully it will be better than what we lived in. Sorry, I went into a rant.
No, it's not a rant at all. These are the soul of the show and the best part of it. Before we actually start talking about the journey that brings you to Yuva and talk about Yuva itself, I want to again digress a little bit, or it's not really a digression, but ask you about what's happening inside you in terms of how you look at what your journey is going to be and your life design? And I'm talking about when you're in your early 20s, you embarked upon this journey before you get to yuva, because you already decided that, okay, I'm not going to do engineering, I'm not going to be a constable, I'm not going to do xyz, I'm going to do social work, and you've decided on social work. At the same time, when one reaches that age, there is all the social pressure on one, and perhaps pressure from family, that hey, you gotta get a job, you gotta get an income, you're gonna have a family, like what the hell are you doing, there's enough of this. Your mom, as you said, made that disparaging remark about you making chapatis for 4Gs. And how were you thinking of yourself in terms of what is my journey, what do I do next, how do I feed myself? Because you made that, what appears to me to be a very impressive decision that people tend to make much later in life. The decision to play the long game. The decision to say that I know the journey, I don't know the destination, but this is the right thing to do and therefore I will do it. But you did that at 23. I can say I do it today, or Ajay Shah can say he does it today, but it took us decades to arrive at that. You arrived at that at 23. Explain that to me. Like, what was the journey you took in your mind to get you there?
The lot of the work that I had done before Yuva was all in the frame of doing voluntary work for radical transformation. If I want to capture it in that kind of a one sentence, much more in that Marxist Leninist kind of a frame. When I decided to establish Yuva, and it was part of the growth from the College of Social Work. I was already employed in College of Social Work as the coordinator of something called a youth project. So UI is an extension of that youth project, right? So as a professional of social work, I was already paid as a youth project coordinator. So I wasn't going to be doing voluntary work with UI. Of course, if I would have joined my business, if I would have continued with my electronics and telecommunication engineering, I would have earned much bigger monies than UI. If I tell you my salaries when I began, you'll laugh at it. And some of the principles I followed at that very age and that very stage. But we'll come to that when we come to UI and how some of those principles have shaped the organizational culture. So it wasn't out of voluntarism that I was joining UI. I had decided that if you want to have organizations which are built for as a centurion organizations, then they have to be professionalized. So that was very clear. Was social work enough for my professionalization? No. So UA was started in August 1984. Immediately after UA was established, I went for a training program of management of youth organization at Vishwa Kendra in Delhi, which was run by a very, very interesting person who was a former part of the United Nations Development Program. And then, of course, I happened to join the UNDP myself at a later stage in my life. But I was very clear. I want to build this organization which is committed to certain core values, is passionate about change in the society, but that cannot be done. I was not keen to have the Jholawala social work image. Very clear. I was very clearly saying that we have to run this organization on very strongly aligned professional basis. One part, and again, we will discuss it in more detail when we discuss about UA, is this was also quest. What are the quest? What are the search? You remember I talking about that the model of social work education and practice is predominantly borrowed from American context. So I said, if you want to be more impactful social work education and practice, we need to have examples from this land of creating that educational framework and creating that social work practice, which is aligned to the way I was thinking of creating social change agents rather than social workers. But me saying it as a slogan doesn't help. I have to show it in practice. So when UA began, very interestingly, for first 5 years, all our general body members were masters of social work. we didn't take anybody who was not from the social work profession on the general body of UA. Okay. All the staff, including the first community organizer that I recruited, was a paraprofessional social worker who had done 1 year certificate program with me as a coordinator of the youth program in College of Social Work. So basically, we wanted to establish that social work education and practice can be done, which is aligned to what is need in the Indian context. So it had that dual purpose of, and again, it goes back to earlier what I said, that I have always had this thinking that, your practice should inform your theory, should develop your theory, your developed theory should advance your advanced practice should advance your theory. That is the kind of a iterative dialectical process you must continuously go. And that is what will make your life, your thinking much better. So that was how UA was formed. That it was in a way a challenge to the present social work practice and education. There was a great thinker in social work education, and that's very interesting, Professor Dasgupta. He actually wrote quite a sizable book on radical social work in Indian context. And I had already got an exposure to radical social work in Australia, in UK. 1985 was the first time I was in UK, and I happened to participate because of the connections I had in the interviews for the Bachelor of Social Work students in UK, in the Radical School of Social Work. They were talking about development economists and questions related to development economics at the entry level of Bachelor of Social Work. In our curriculum of Bachelor of Social Work, development economics not even was a subject in the 3 years of Bachelor of Social Work. So you can imagine the distinction that one could see, and this is 1985. I was like 24 years old. The first trip of my trip to Europe. So that quest, Amit, actually shaped in a way what I wanted to do. And after 5 years, when we did the first strategic thinking of UI in 1990, 84 August we got established. 1990 was our first strategic thinking workshop that we did with the whole of UA. And that is when we then opened it up. But I can give you so many examples, even board. I said, it's not the issue of, I know Amit knows so and so, get them on the board. No. What is the competency of the existing board members? Look at each board member. What are the competencies which are missing? If they have to perform their effective oversight function, what is missing? And only those people who have that skill set which will fill that gap should be brought on board. Then that board will become a really efficient, effective board. Otherwise, it will be a rubber stamp board. So with the board also, we started a process of from compliance board to performance board to mission driven boards. Steps. All organization in the beginning is started by friends and family. Okay, so those are like rubber stamp boards which are driven by compliance. How do you professionalize it? Next step. And how do we get the board to be mission driven of that organization? So the board is fully aligned to the mission of the organization and they do their role to drive the mission of the organization. Now that thinking, you will not find many NGOs having that thinking. Even today, this I'm talking about when we started in 84 and at 90, in 6 years time, we came to this kind of conclusions. We did the full board analysis. I got somebody from, who was with the RPG group, head of their group HR, and he became the member of the board. So, and that took a lot of preparation on our side. Arun Joshi, who was the earlier head of the HR in Cadbury's, he was then head of the HR in RPG group. I got him on the board because so he could then think. So you always think big in terms of, even if you're not going to be like a RPG group with so many multi-thousand crore company, but those practices are important. And how those practices can be ingrained from the beginning so that we have a cascade of leadership. So even if Minar Pimple goes away, there's a leadership which will take over. And that is exactly what happened. That's how the UI survived. Of course, with the ups and downs, which is part of life. But had survived 20 years in a way. And exactly the same thing I did for Oxfam also. But we'll come to that when we talk about a little more on those experiences, what I did for the chair of the Oxfam board.
Lot else to talk about. Let's take another break, and on the other side of the break, we'll talk about Yuva. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with Minar. A night has passed, in fact, and we have convened in the morning and we are fresh because to talk about what we're going to talk about now, which is his journey, first building Yuva, which he headed for 20 years and which was a very different kind of organization, and then all the work that he did at the UN requires a fresh mind and lots of energy, and Minar has come dutifully prepared. But so tell me, in this intervening night between the first half of the conversation and what we are about to embark on, what were your thoughts? Did you do some more reflection?
In terms of the past, as I was sharing, the question which a little bit unsettled me because nobody had asked me that question directly the way you asked, and I had never asked that question to myself, which is, do you love your mother and does your mother love you? So that, as I explained, it was a little bit of an unsettling question, and legitimately so, because in the times and the age, like I was born in 60s, even the word love was had a lot of connotations which were not necessarily positive connotation in terms of the kind of a popular kind of a norms and beliefs. So that was a very interesting question to reflect. The second thing that came for me, which I was again sharing with you, was, it was very interesting that I spoke quite warmly about my friendships before I left CADE, formed till about sixth standard. And some of those friendships are still continuing. And I literally gave you 5 people's name and out of those, 2 people I regularly meet when I go to CADE. But the 7th to the 12th standard, those 6 years, I know the names of people, but I don't have friends during that whole period. So that was like, and I was trying to look out for what is the hypothesis, what was it? And maybe as I explained, that was a period of self-search, looking at the identity, a little bit of a displacement from the rural to urban area, not feeling insider, but more like a outsider insider. Being for the first time being in a way cut off from your mother and the immediate siblings, 2 of my brothers, and staying by myself. The other adults in the family were 2 of my grandparents and my father, who, as I said, is a Buddhist in that sense, a little bit detached. So he's not somebody who is going to be very intensely interacting with you or, that kind of thing. So I was missing all those, I suppose. And then the whole search for, am I going to be a religious person? I'm going to be a rationalist. I mentioned Dr. Kaur yesterday. So all those search. You must also understand that I didn't come from a family where you had people to guide you in terms of your careers, what you'll be doing next. And in the quote unquote normal middle class family who are 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation education, this will be the time when those discussions will be happening in the families. That was not the case as far as I'm concerned. The clear view was that, after the dream of my grandfather of me becoming a sub-inspector, shared it off because of the great adventure I had done at the age of 5 and my fingers being plastic surgered. Basically, the only other thing that my family knew, as any artisanal family would know, is that their kids join in their business. and learn the business. And I was showing some tendencies towards that, basically. So that was something. But in all this mix of all this, I really miss the friendships in the school. I did have friends outside the school. I mentioned some of the people staying in my, my lane, where I used to be like joining for badminton play with, the two Herwadkar girls and those kinds of things. So it was not like I was socially cut off fully, but I didn't have a kind of a memorable friendship. So I think those were the two major reflections. And the first one was unsettling. Second one was more like trying to form a hypothesis why it would have happened, what could be the reasoning. So it's almost like going back 40 years to search for those answers, which is not very easy. But some of those hypotheses that I came up with in the night, basically.
Yeah, the unsettling question is unsettling for me also, which is why I'm interested in how others respond to it, because more and more I think about how we take certain relationships for granted, and especially with parents, where you see them as having that job description, as it were, the JD of mom or dad, and always look at them through that lens and not as real people. And when you do see them as real people, the question then comes up is that what is it that you actually feel about them, and how much comes from a sense of what you should feel towards them and just a habit and the comfort, and how much arises anew out of the people that there are. And an interesting and unsettling question I haven't fully answered yet. And as for friendships, as I was telling you, I've all my friends are really post-internet friends, in the sense that I look at my life in two parts. First, I was constrained by communities of circumstance, which is usually geography or profession or whatever, and then it's communities of choice, where through the internet you can just reach out to dispersed people all over the place who might share your sensibilities or your interests, and that works out wonderfully well. And when I look back on myself at 20, I wonder why anyone would want to be a friend with me, because I just didn't like the person that I was, and a shallow, arrogant fool, etc., etc. So I was actually surprised when I came across someone who knew me at that age in college in a very peripheral way, and said that, you influenced me a lot with XYZ, whatever. And I was like, wait a minute, that is simply not possible, because I had zero depth. I was nothing, I mean, I was a chutia. So it's interesting how selectively we sometimes tend to remember the past. But let's move on from that past to something in the future of that past, but in the past of this present, which is...
So just one comment on the parental relationship, one reflection. I'm sure there are parents who evolve themselves over the time, and those parents who have that capacity to evolve would have the continuous process with their kids of evolving relationships. But that's not the fortune many people have. Most of the parents are in a way frozen in the past, and they look at the present also from the lens of the past. And that is when this challenges of, because you have evolved, you have changed. You're no more Minar of when you were 8 years old or 7 years old, and your mother had a particular relationship with you. That has changed, but she has not changed. She still looks at Minar as she knew before I left for Mumbai, which was like when I was 10 years, 11 years old. So I think that thing of, whether your parents' ability to also evolve themselves, and I'm sure in the new parent, like for example, with my own son, because I'm evolving continuously, I'm reflecting on the reality. So there is still a common point of conversation. He's 34, I'm 64, which is not what I would have expected, or which didn't happen in my particular case. Of course, the education forms a kind of, and I'm sure listeners would apply what applies to them in terms of their relationship with their parents.
But as a father, how did you then think of your fatherhood? Because to a lot of people, parenthood is just something that happens. They haven't thought about it. And in my opinion, many just don't take it seriously enough. And they just kind of go through with it as, one more padav of life, as it were. But in your case, how much intentionality did you put into it? How did your relationship with your son evolve? And would you say that you guys are friends now, and he can see you as, not just as a father per se, but as a human being with his own flaws and his own idiosyncrasies?
No, so I must state here that both Alpa and me brought a lot of intentionality in terms of even the decision whether to have the child or not. That was so after our, when we decided to get married, it was 3 years before we actually took the decision of having our first and only child. So even that decision was based on intentionality. Second, which is quite important, is what type of a value system that he should grow in. So there's a whole intentionality about what type of schools that we should look out for. So we're fortunate that he got the admission in a Montessori school, which is run on a Montessori principle. So the first 4 years, he had like film actors and those kinds of people's kids, and he had drivers' kids from the slum communities from Jogeshwari. And that, I think, made and created a base of his value system. So in terms of value framework, we fully aligned, and that we could see from the very beginning, because when he grew with that Montessori kind of a culture, where the classes are small, the methodology is very, very participatory, involving, challenging your creativity. So there was a lot of intentionality in that part. We were also both, as being a trained social workers, we also had a knowledge about the early childhood, the development stages, blah blah blah. So that happened quite, quite naturally because of our professional background. And then we already knew that what kind of a kid he is going to be will be already pretty much, in terms of the psychological makeup, will be formalized by the age of 7. So that was a period when we interacting, taking him out. Like, he traveled with us at the age of 6 months. He was joining in some of the board meetings that Alpa and I would have, and he would be on the board table while the board meeting is on. He would join all the UA staff meetings, because we didn't have that kind of salaries or anything like that where he could be just put in some kind of a caretaking thing, and we didn't want to do it, I think. The second thing, like, he traveled with me to when I was participating in the Narmada Bachao Andolan, Save Narmada campaign. That's the first time he met Nana Patekar. He was like 7 years old kid, in a tent outside on the banks of Narmada River, where Baba Amti used to stay, his hut, and there were tents for all of us who had gone to visit for that particular event. He was fine. So the whole idea of making him know that what we are into and that we face all these issues is something which I think he grew up with. So it was not it was never a kind of a protected kind of a childhood that many kids go through. So building his immunity, drinking water in so many different places. Otherwise, when I see some of the young parents now and the way they treat their kids in terms of almost the seclusion that they create around the kid, I don't know whether that's a good idea or not a good idea. We felt that exposure made his base quite strong on his social thinking, on his emotional resilience and strength, and then what kind of a choices he made for himself in life. So I think that was pretty intentional. I must also admit, in spite of the being a feminist in terms of thinking, when it comes to child rearing, whether you like it or not, even in the most progressive households, mothers play a very dominant role. So that I think has to be acknowledged very clearly, that mother's contribution and the availability becomes extremely critical. However progressive your thing may be, you may be changing nappies and those kinds of things, which are fine as symbols. But in terms of really nurturing, taking care of all the emotive needs, knowing what that kid is going through, that intuition is very strong, even if you are a very progressive father. But it is with the mother predominantly. And that we faced when he became a little bit older. At the age of 8, he had the competence of telling both of us very clearly. He made us sit down and say, now henceforth I need one of you to be spending more time with me. because we used to travel quite a bit, both of us. That was the early phase of Yuva. Alpa was working with Yuva with me, and we were building Yuva. So there were times when I would be flying in from Delhi and she's going out somewhere. So we'll literally be handing over things at the airport, and then I'll come home to take care of Nitant. And of course, we had somebody who took care of him. He was almost like his quasi mother called Chanchal Ben. But still, it was a difficult thing. And then we had to basically decide, when he put this thing down very clearly, we had to be very practical about it in terms of whose earnings are bigger earnings and then we can sustain with one source of income. And then, unfortunately, it was my income which was bigger. So then Alpa took a break for about 7-8 years, till the time he finished his 10th and 12th and that kind of thing. So because he needed that kind of a very intellectual kind of a interaction beyond just the caring. So I think it was a very intentional process. And then I wanted to have a second child, not our own in terms of the biological child, but I wanted to adopt a girl. I was very keen on having a girl in the mix. And Alpa put her foot down and said, no way. Because, this 8 years I have already given in terms of Nitant, and I want to go back to my own profession. And we had to just respect it. And I just said, okay. But then, of course, I became a guardian for another colleague of mine who adopted a girl child, and those kinds of things, which like more, a little bit distance, but you still fulfill some of those feelings that you had for a girl child. Anyway, that's, I think, that's enough in terms of the child rearing and the intentionality around it.
Most people, when they go through life, they don't actually explicitly formulate a set of values for themselves and think about, okay, this is our value system, this is what we will live by, this is what defines us, etc., etc. You guys clearly did that. So my next question is that, were there clashes through your life between the values you espoused and the values that you live by? Like, did you ever feel कि क्या यार मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ, but am I a hypocrite?
There have been instances, a lot of them to do with the external systems. Nitant was born in 1990. Now it has become a common practice that the kids don't have a surname. He doesn't have a surname. Alpa never changed her surname after wedding. She's still Alpa Vora. I'm Minar Pimple. So when his birth certificate, we went to take his birth certificate, the system was, father's name Minar Vasudev Pimple. Mother's name Alpa Krishnadas Vora. Child's name Nitant Alpa Minar. How can that be? So we had to fight it at every level, Amit. Passport office, same difficulties. That time, if you remember, a ration card was like the most important piece of proof. This is all before Aadhaar and all those things. Many people even may not know what a ration card is all about. So even if you're not using the ration, you needed the damn ration card. And on the ration card, Alpa Vora, head of the household, Minar Vasudev Pimple, husband, and Nitant Alpa Minar, son. And that ration officer was like going completely crazy. First of all, how can you have a woman as the head of the household? How can your son doesn't take your surname? How come she has not changed her surname? I said, show me the law which insists on change. Now there is a positive law which encourages people to keep their names. And you've seen some of these things happening even in the ministers now, talking about their first name, their mother's name, their father's name, but still the surname is of the father, not of the mother. And I didn't want to have this logic of, some of the famous Marathi, like Bhakti Barve Inamdar. So my mother was insistent, but at least ask Alpa to make it Alpa Vora Pimple. I said, no, should I then make, Minar Pimple Vora? That she said, no, how can you change your surname and add another surname to you? I said, the same thing, why should she add my surname? So there were those kinds of fights. The one issue which I remember, because that time was the era of the landlines. You didn't have the mobiles and those kinds of things. And we got our landline, and you had to pay a 500 bribe to get the landline activated. So installing the phone is one thing, and then getting that activated was dependent on that 500 rupee note. Without that time, I don't think 500 rupees note even existed. It was like 100 batch note. So some of those compromises we have surely made in terms of, in my life, I would say no corruption. So in Yuva's case, I don't remember any instance where we had to be participating in corrupt practices. But this in personal life, because with having a small child at home, the landline became extremely crucial, because that was the only way we could call and check how things are and those kinds of things. And that was the only way the caretakers could call us and say something is wrong. So there were those kinds of compromises which go against the kind of values of honesty and integrity that I've talked about all the time. So I think other than that, now there are parts of the system where, after I've come back from to India in September 2024, one thing which is really impacting me is how institutionalized the corruption processes are. When we talk about my present thing, I'm now a managing trustee of some of the trusts which came traditionally from Alpa's father, because she's the only child, and she cannot join any trust till the time she's in a UNICEF employment, because when I was in UN, I had to resign from all boards, that is the UN strictures. So I have been, because he's 95, I'm in a way taking some of the responsibilities. Simple things like change of user for a building that you have, which was earlier considered residential because it was an orphanage for girls. Simple thing like that. The kind of monies that are asked for in cash is unbelievable. So this is like just 2 days back, other trustees, we took a decision. We are not going to go that way, because it's a bottomless pit. And once we get in that, it's like there is no way back. So we took a decision. That decision has huge implications on us in terms of if we are offering some part of that institution's building to a tenant, it is going to be problematic kind of thing. So, so these are like daily struggles in terms of your value system and the way the external system, it's like almost like having a red card. Basically, you want to do this is the payment. If you want to do this is the payment. And you have no way out of it if you want to get anything done. We are facing the same situation where the building where we stay, it is supposed to go under redevelopment. The conveyance of the building from the builder to the cooperative society, which is very functional, have not happened. And without conveyance completed, you can't go under redevelopment. Exactly the same situation we are facing. So how do we do that? And there are people, when you're talking about a building, you're not talking about one family, you're talking about the whole cooperative. Different people will have different perspectives. Some people are extremely keen for it to go under redevelopment so that they can get a 1,500 square feet flat from the 1,000 that they have. So I'm just explaining to you the kind of situations, and then how that leaves you a level of discomfort, which almost then tells you, at least in Singapore, in London, I didn't have to face all these issues, where I could live a life with a huge amount of integrity without all this nonsense of bribing at every stage on anything that you need to do in life. So those dilemmas continue, Amit. It's not those I've resolved those dilemmas, but those are real dilemmas.
I mean, that's the one kind of area where you find yourself having to compromise your principles is when you're interfacing with the state or the real world, and like, what do you do? If you want to get something done, you got to make that compromise. But another kind of compromise would be with no external factor involved, but just you. For example, you might have the value that me and my partner would share all the housework absolutely equally. But then when you see her automatically, instinctively, by habit, doing more than you, sometimes you just, you don't amend that situation. You're just happy to let it happen because, so, I'm off the top of my head, I'm giving you one kind of example. And I think it happens in every thinking person's life. But did you ever look at yourself personally and say कि क्या यार, मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ, लेकिन मेरी तो instinct ये है, मैं कर तो ये रहा हूँ.
Actually, from the very beginning, it's again because of the class that both of us come from. Our mother, one of the good things because we were boys, all boys, without we contributing to preparation of the food, there will be no food. She was very clear, and including my father. It was not like if there's a Sunday, he would be cutting onions. So my mother was extremely clear. She will never get our plates on the table or off the table. That's our business. So that was somehow ingrained, as I said in the yesterday, that she was a very strong woman. So that some of those things, I don't know if there would have been a sister that we would have had in a mix, whether she would have been as strict as she was with us. I don't know in terms of the value frame, but that helped us do that, right? In case of Alpa and me, when we got married, Alpa had zero clue about cooking. And it was our NGO salaries were not something that we could every day. That time, of course, is Zomato, Swiggy. None of that existed. So many times our morning breakfast was going to a Irani cafe opposite. Now it has become McDonald's, as many other Irani cafes, opposite Andheri station, and eat our omelette pav. This is the cheapest thing, and a chai. And in the night, there's another restaurant there. I forgot the name, which is a Muslim restaurant, and that offered a good quality, cheap food. But many times we used to return home by 10 o'clock, and then I would cook. I would cook the basic dal, bhat, dal, rice, some sabji, because I knew cooking. And there's some background about that which I didn't mention when in the Chikitsak where I wasn't selected for the NCC because I wasn't like others had already like fully developed. I wasn't. So I was pushed in scouts and I became a petrol leader in scouts. So in the scout camps, you had to learn cooking because you have all those tents where you're staying and because of this, my mother's insistence, we already knew the process in that sense. So I used to be a cook at that time. Some of these confrontations came to head during the COVID time. Who does what? Okay, so if I'm doing cooking, then Nitant also used to be with us here that time, and Alpa would do the cleaning and sorting out. I generally like things to be in place, so I myself will do a lot of my cooking table while cooking will not be a mess as in many other. It's all pretty organized. I'll cut everything. It's all organized in the sequence in which it will go into the cooking pans. All that is pretty organized. But during that period, this tension used to come because we had no support system, right? So who'll put the washing machine on? Who'll take the clothes from the washing machine and put it for the drying? All those were like regular kinds of chores, but it was not a male, female or that kind of thing. It was just a simple thing of are we each one doing adequate things? Fortunately, our son also is a good cook. So he will do soups and, sandwiches and those kinds of things. And so each one had a different days, different kinds of things. A simple Gujarati dal bhat rotli shak will be Alpa's business. I will do something a little more exotic, maybe Thai curry or something of that kind, vegetarian. And our son will do much more on those healthy types of food. So that was a kind of a very clear division, and then the division in terms of the thing. So those issues we never faced, the present understanding is there are times when she's on phone calls all the time till almost 9:30. So if she's on phone calls, then it's my business to organize the food and serve the food and then wind up things because she's busy. If I'm busy because there used to be phone calls that I would be on, then she will do that. So it has worked through naturally. It was not like a big confrontational things that happens or have happened in the past.
Let's talk about Yuva. What strikes me about Yuva is that, again, like we mentioned yesterday, you were just 23 at the time. The founders included some of your teachers, included two people who I'd like you to talk about, who were an influence on you, Nafisa and Dominic D'Souza also. Tell me about that phase. Like, what led you to the phase where you felt the need of actually founding an organization like this? And what gave you the confidence to just step up and be the leader, despite the fact that, so many of the people were more diggaj than you, as it were?
There is some kind of and that is what you call the surface of serendipity, right? It came at a time when I had finished my bachelor's in social work, I was already a coordinator, as I said, that I had to take a 2-year break to have enough money to do the MSW because I wasn't drawing any money from the. So all my education happened basically by either scholarship that College of Social Work provided, by making an exception because technically I wasn't fitting into their economically backward community, but I was economically backward. Driving taxis in the night, doing this morning job for the College of Social Work. So that was the BSW period, right? Then I became the coordinator of the youth project, and Nafiza was the project director. That is how the thing was. The faculty would be a project director, and then you have a staff. So I was a staff in the youth project. Now, what happened? They decided to give up their lecturership and shift to Adatigala in Andhra Pradesh to work with the tribal communities, which is a very, that time, of course, everybody also told them, what the hell, why are you taking this decision? You have like permanent jobs, you have a housing loan still to pay because they had a flat in Malad. Why? But they were very clear that that is where they want to go and shift. And then the question was, who will run the youth project? Because of my own background, there were mixed feelings in the College of Social Work about me. And I'm now here being very honest. There were people who liked me, liked the kind of questions I was asking. The vice principal, Armaiti Desai, that I talk about, was one of those inspirations. She always used to tell the teachers, if he's asking questions, it's not his problem. That you don't have the answers is the problem. So she would convince the teachers who were upset with, because they would feel me asking those questions in an open class of 20-30 people, I'm almost putting them down by showing that they are not up to date with the knowledge. In one incident, I must say, it's unfortunately that a professor of mine is no more. And that is where it began in terms of the other grouping, which was not for Minar Pimple. This was in Bachelor of Social Work year 2. There was a class. Let me not specify the class. There was a class, and one teacher comes into the class with her notebooks. And she basically says, I'm using the notebooks when I was a student. And me being me, that means since then you haven't learned anything new. That was my public comment in the class. I don't think she ever forgave me for that comment. And even others were stunned. How can Minar say something like that? Of course, as I explained yesterday, there was a kind of an arrogance trick in me. And
You sound like me when I was 20, actually.
I had that very strong streak. And I would only then focus on the content. I would ask the question, what was wrong in that question? Tell me. As a teacher, when she's teaching us in 1980, shouldn't she be aware of what has happened in that area from 67 when she was a student to 1980? There's a lot which has happened.
Can I interrupt with a nice anecdote? So Albert Einstein was once teaching physics, and he had a teaching assistant. So there was 1 year where he gave a set of assignment questions to his class. Then the next year, he gave the same set of assignment questions to that class which they had already got the previous year. So his teaching assistant asked him that, what's the matter? The questions are the same. And Einstein said, yes, but the answers have changed. And I absolutely love that, and speaks to the spirit of exactly what you're saying. But please continue. Sorry, I couldn't help.
No, so I think that was one incidence which I think changed my equation with one teacher, which also had a group. As you would see in any college, you will have groups of teachers. And then those groups of teachers, so there was other teacher who used to talk about the problems of development, which would say population is the cause of poverty. And I would question that. I would say none of the data says that. The data is actually very different. There was a sociology teacher who would basically insist criminal is the crime of the person. I said, what you're telling me is exactly what the Britishers did with the denotified tribes, because they considered that whole tribe to be criminal and they were basically externed from the villages. So I said, you're talking about something which is like 100-year-old. You're a sociology teacher. There's a lot of evolution that has happened. And so all these people were like anti-Minar Pimple kind of a camp. So that camp, and as soon as Dominic and Nafisa, who were in a way my cover, and Armati Desai was my cover. Armati Desai had by that time shifted as the director of Tata Institute of Social Science. Okay. So I had this big intellectual cover. I had Dominic and Nafisa as my mentors. They were shifting. Armati had gone already to Tata Institute. Some of the progressive teachers who liked my questioning, liked or say, who didn't mind my questioning, let me put it in that fashion, had left with Armati to join TISS because she wanted her group of thinkers along with her in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So in that reality, Dominic and Nafisa was told very clearly by the remainder of the faculty group that we want to continue with the youth project, but we do not want Minar to continue and head it. Nafisa was adamant, and Dominic supported her because Nafisa was my immediate project director. Said, youth project, if it has to continue, Minar has worked with me for last 3 years. From BSW 2, BSW 3, and then as soon as I finished my BSW, I was a full-time employee. So he said, he has worked with me. He exactly knows how those programs get designed, how to, what kind of a catchment area we get those students from, how to select those students so that they can do better in work that they're doing in the communities. He knows the nature of field work that they need to be given so that they also get an intellectual exposure, and they get a connect with the field experience. So she was very adamant. And she said, youth project continuing without Minar is out of question. That was her position. But of course, it would be only recommendation because she was not going to be in the management. She was leaving. And that is when that incidence of we going to Pune comes in. And that's where I always keep saying about that Deccan Queen story. And again, how philosophy plays a role. Dominic was a voracious reader. And he was reading some Khalil Gibran. He used to read Sufi and all kinds of things. So we were all a little bit down because I had already got the admission in Tata Institute of Social Science to do my post-graduation. So, we were almost coming to a conclusion ki abhi chhod de yaar ye fight, youth project, let them manage, let them continue. Minar will go and join TISS. I had started looking for other jobs because I knew that I will not be allowed to continue the coordinator of youth project, but I needed a job to do my post-graduation. All that was happening, and we were all in that kind of a little bit of a gloom, you call it gloom mood. And we were traveling. So suddenly Dominic quotes something from, I think he was reading Khalil Gibran, quotes something, and then it just lights up all of us. And then Nafisa, in her kind of she was a very silent speaker, while Dominic was more aggressive type person. So she said, she will always make a statement which sounds tentative, but she knew very clearly what she's saying. A very beautiful art of saying that. Said, Dom, and she used to call her husband Dom, and in my frame, because we had become friends by then. Dom and Minar, what I'm thinking is, why not take a risk of asking Adi? If the youth project becomes an independent organization, will he be willing to support or not? And then we said, that's a good idea. We were meeting Adi Patel, who was another Auliya personality. I don't want to talk about him, but he's a very, very fantastic human being.
And this happened on a train.
Our conversation happened on the train. That day evening, we were meeting Adi Patel at his house in Pune, a beautiful bungalow in the cantonment area. He had a German wife. He had just come back. The family had come back from Germany. He had all the aftermains and German beers and all those kinds of things that he had carried. So he had invited us for dinner. Next day was our workshop in the KEM hospital in Pune for their outreach workers to help them understand how the community outreach needs to be structured and undertaken, blah, blah, blah. So we post-dinner, we are sitting with a kind of a liqueur that also he had got, and then after packet is kept there. Nafisa opened the subject. Again, in a tentative fashion. Adi, we're thinking, both me and Dominic are leaving, we are going. Youth project, College of Social Work is saying they will continue, but they don't want Minar to be a coordinator of the youth project. And we were wondering, and we were wanting to check with you if youth project became independent. That time UA name didn't exist, and we registered a separate organization. Will you be still willing to support? Very tentative kind of a questioning. Adi's first response, what do you think? I was funding College of Social Work? No, I was funding because you guys were running it. And that just Oh, wow, fantastic. That means that he has the full endorsement of supporting youth project outside of the Nirmal Niketan frame. And I must appreciate Nirmal Niketan. Till the time all the legalities about forming Yuva, getting all the compliances in place, charity commissioner, society registration, FCRA, that time the FCRA was just introduced post-emergency. So all those permissions needed. So till that time, College of Social Work agreed to pass the monies coming from traders' homes to them, to us to run the youth project. And that's the beauty of College of Social Work. They provided me, you can imagine a MSW2 student who is in the classroom till 4 o'clock. And then after 4, he has an office for himself in the project room. So I had a table, I had a chair where you was running from. So 2 years during my master's in social work, they provided me all the facilities. Not only that, the cupboard, and that is mentioned there, cupboard which TDH had given College of Social Work for the youth project, they said, this is yours. You take it when you guys have your own office. And then, because I think that was very clear, because I knew by that time I had like network of 40 youth groups in so many different communities, from Ghatkopar, Ramabai Ambedkar Nagar, which became famous after the firing, to Jogeshwari, to Dharavi, and many of those youth are still in a way good friends. They keep meeting on whenever you have this anniversary celebrations. I meet them, and they worked with me throughout that whole period. So that was a kind of you can see the kind of twists and turns that happened, and how Yuva came into my lap for me to develop in that sense.
I want to double click a lot into the work that you did and the organization that you built. But before that, a digression that when I think of you and Robert De Niro, I think that there is one thing you have in common, which is that you are both actors, obviously. You also acted in plays and all that. But there is one way in which you are different. And if I may say so, you are superior. What is that way? What is that way?
I don't know.
He only played the part of a taxi driver. You actually were a taxi driver.
I was a taxi driver.
Yeah, so I'm fascinated by that, because you used to go after work and 4 hours till 1 a.m. you would drive a Kali Pili and whatever. Tell me about that experience. Like, what was that like, boss?
So some bad habits during that period. If you had something called a kharra. You know that in the pan shop you get the pan, but without the bitternut leaf, all the masala inside with tobacco, because one needed to keep awake. Or maybe that's a justification. I'm sure
for a bad habit.
For a bad habit, I'm sure. But that's one thing that I had developed. I got to know the city of Mumbai in its intricacies. Like, how many people know the way I know, say, what is called Guru Tegh Bahadur Singh Nagar, and which are the best places we'll get a good Kolivada prawn, authentic Kolivada prawn. I would know that. I would know where you get the best of the kebabs with a nice mint chutney. I would know Kotachiwadi pretty much in detail. So that taxi driving was an experience in me really understanding the geography of Mumbai and getting into areas in so many different ways. Other thing, because it used to be a night driving, you are interacting with all kinds of characters, right? People who are drunk. There was one instance where there was an assistant lecturer from my college. She didn't recognize me. She was with her boyfriend sitting behind in the taxi. So you have had those kinds of incidences also, right?
And what happened? Did you?
No, I didn't introduce myself. I didn't want to disturb their conversation and intimacy, and I didn't want to make it odd for her. So you have all those kinds of incidences. You make new friendships, because in some places, so taxi drivers have their own kind of a code. That time it was only Kali Pili, right? So if you're staying in one place for half an hour and you're not getting a customer, other taxi driver would say, मेरे को बंद करने का इसके लिए मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ, तू ज़्यादा यहाँ खड़ा रहेगा तेरे को कोई ग्राहक मिलने वाला नहीं है, तू उधर जा. Means you go there you have more chances of getting a customer. I'm staying here because it's my closure time. Okay. So that kind of a solidarity among taxi drivers was very interesting. Again, my honesty played a huge role in all those, because I would always take what is there. Otherwise, in the Dadar station and the Viti station, There are taxi drivers who are known for fleecing you because they know exactly who is the new person arriving in Mumbai. And bill 50 रुपए का हुआ तो उससे 300 रुपए कैसे निकालने का. They will take out $300 very clearly. You can't fight the system, but that was existing then also very clearly. The other very interesting thing, and this is again linked to my mother, is the taxi permit was mine. Okay. The taxi loan was gotten because I had the permit from a Bombay Mercantile Bank. The loan was on my name. She had, of course, made the initial investment, the difference between the loan and the amount that needed to be paid. But she would tell me very clearly, तुझा धंदा हो का न हो, माझे 80 रुपये मला मिळाले पाहिजेत. Means whether you have a business of the tax, whether you do a good business or not, I don't care. 80 rupees, which was the rent that I was supposed to pay, something like that. I must get that 80 rupees. And that is like, that's my mother, in terms of that. Very clear. This is a business relationship. And then I used to say, Sala, the permit is mine, on my name. Now, that time the permits were restricted. Only so many permits you could get. Now, of course, it's all become open fully. So you could also rent your permit to other people. Means you don't have your own taxi, but you rent a permit. And that's what exactly they did afterwards. And then my mother and my mother and my brother were the people who were managing all those permit things. Because by that time I had gone out or whatever. And I had got too involved with Yuva. But I'm just trying to tell you how the relationships, and that I still remember. I said, she was so bloody strict with me that dhanda tha ho kya na ko, whether you do a business or not. Because see, it's like in a way you are paying to the owner, quote unquote owner, based on how much is your earning. But that rate is fixed, how much you have to give. Because it's 4 hours, 80 rupees, 8 hours, whatever, 160 rupees, whatever the rates were. So that's again a very interesting reflection in terms of where the mother and son relationship, because by that time they were already in Mumbai with both my brothers. She was already in Mumbai. So that's a very interesting thing. And sometimes I remind that to my brother. I said, you know this, that when I used to drive taxi, there was no concession. I had to pay. Even if my earning was less that day, I still had to pay what was agreed amount that needed to be paid.
Tell me this. I did an episode with Hussein Hedri, and he brought up this beautiful metaphor where he said that, when you think of Muhammad Ali Road, most people like you and me, would think of Muhammad Ali Road as we see it from above the flyover. He said it looks different when you're below the flyover looking up. And I found that's a beautiful metaphor. And I think a similar metaphor can apply here, that when you think of going around the city in a taxi, it is, you see one thing from the back seat and another thing from the front seat.
When you're driving.
Because like you mentioned, your assistant professor came in and sat behind and didn't recognize you, because this is the seen and the unseen. We will see people who are on the back seat with us, but the taxi driver is a nameless figure in a brown uniform, unseen to us. So what was it like being on the other side of the divide? What did you see differently?
What I saw differently, because you're in the front, so you could see all the tamasha that's happening on the street, which is like Bombay even that time. And the timing that I was, 10 to 1, that kind of a timing, is a timing where other part of Mumbai comes alive. Now, of course, that 1 o'clock has got extended till 4 o'clock in some parts of the city, but it was not then. It was already after 9, most of the law-abiding, I'm putting it in quotes, law-abiding families would be already fast asleep. So you are only dealing with people who have dared to be out, and there's some kind of a illegality around it. They're going to either illegal bar, which is not supposed to sell the booze, or they're getting some drugs from somewhere. So all those illegalities are part of that night scene, which is not a day scene at all in that sense. The police who ask for the night shift also must be very interesting, because the earnings in the night shift is much, much higher than the day shift. So both traffic police as well as the khaki police. So you felt and experienced all this. I was pretty young, let me be honest, so it was not like I was 25 or 26 years old. I'm talking about this like 19, 20, 21. That's the time when I was doing my bachelor's in social work, right? So that's the time. So it's not a like, and in a way, I was like a young kid. So fortunately, I wasn't never looted as a young kid. I always had a support of this elder taxi dadas. Dadas not in a negative sense, who are like older than me, who would give all these tips and where to go and where to stand. So you had that kind of a very supporting support system that I remember very clearly. Uh, the other station was one of those. I used to start my taxi from Girgaon, and then the other station was many times the place where I would come and stand for my last bhada going back into the city. And that's where I would get either the Chunabhatti, that's the Guru Tegh Bahadur Singh Nagar, or Khotachiwadi, people who are now going back. Sometimes I would come up to Bandra, but not many times, because again, going back from Bandra into the city would have taken more longer time, because you have to have some bhada going towards you where you're going to park your car. So 1 o'clock is a kind of a ephemeral thing. Sometimes you are already in Girgaon at 12:30, then you say, "Arey yaar, aaj abhi jaldi ban kar dete," because you are already close to where you are supposed to park the car. Or sometime it could be 1:30, because the last bhada you're waiting, and you got the bhada going towards Girgaon or Thakurdwar, from where you can. So you're not driving the taxi too much of a empty, because that eats into your petrol, and that petrol you have to fill. So you get the petrol fill tank when you take the taxi, and then when you give the taxi, you have to fill the petrol again. So so those are the norms of the system, right? The only other thing which I remember, because I had that triangular brass badge, which I still have. So somehow, I think with Alpa's collusion, when I left UA in 2004, if you get time, you should visit UA Center. That was my last big project for UA. And in that center, there is a dancing girl from Harappan civilization, looking into the future in that kind of a really very
Very famous
very
statuette.
famous statue. So that statue is the iconic statue I built in the UA Center as the identity of, it's a center which builds that feminist, looking into the future type of the leadership that we are trying to build in this UA Center. Of course, it got very famous. The Indian Architect, the Professional Journal of the Indian Architect, did a front page story, and on the front page they played with the words "building on human rights." So what my colleagues did, they made a smaller statue, and in front of the statue they attached this my brass three, because that is in my jewelry box. So you can imagine the kind of attachment. That is the first jewelry that I still adore and keep it. So it is there, that brass bag. Now I don't know, those brass badges you don't wear. The other thing which you mentioned about the khaki uniform, if you're an owner, you're supposed to wear the white uniform. If you are a taxi driver owned by somebody else, you are supposed to wear a khaki uniform. So that's very interesting. So when I used to go for the renewal of the permit, which I had to wear a white uniform. But otherwise, I'm renting, but I always used to wear a white uniform. That was one of my rebellion against my mom. Even if technically I was the owner, right? Legally speaking. But even if she is the owner to whom I'm paying the rent, I'm still the owner. So I would wear a white uniform and not a khaki uniform. But that was like a rebellion streak against that imposition. Dhanda ho kya na ho, 80 rupees milale paise. Whether your business happens or not, $80 must come to me.
Did people talk to you differently while you were a taxi driver, like in the taxi?
Depending on who would be behind, I would be conscious with whom I will engage in the conversation. If many times you would have people who are already a little bit tully, so you then don't want to take a risk. And because I was young, I did not take a risk of getting into any because any word can be misinterpreted and you will get into a fight. And generally around that time, you would have either the families, which is fine because the kids will sit in the front, the parents will sit behind, and then you will chat with the kids and you chat with the parents. That's normal thing. Kai karala gela hota, Marathi, Hindi, whatever. Because all those languages I'm comfortable. Even Gujarati, I was pretty comfortable because of the business background. So knowing 3 languages always helps, because you can then see what they are talking and then you can interject. But the young couples who are a little bit already drunk, or who are already in the fight or in the intimacy scene, keep to your focus, drop, then get your bhada and go away. That was a kind of a normal thing which I had developed during that period. But that, I must say, that was a hugely important experience for me to be doing that. Of course, I had hardly no sleep hygiene at all, because I would go back, sleep at 1:30. My rental place was in Kotachiwadi. I will park the car in Kotachiwadi, so another 5-7 minutes walk from the parking to where I was staying, and then sleep, and then up by 6:30, by 6:30 to go for my class with the kids of the construction workers at 7 o'clock at Cooperage.
Tell me about all of that. Tell me about the youth project, which later became Yuva. Like, I've heard about the work you did in the Jogeshwari slums. You mentioned these construction worker kids, etc., etc. Tell me a bit about what that work was. What were the impressions you took going into the work, and what did you learn about the work, and what did you learn about the people and the places as you got into it?
So let me start with the first thing that I did with the Cooperage grounds. So I told you about it, Sindhi family. So the father and the son, sometime only father, he had started this process of distributing the food. So all these construction workers, wives and their kids would come at Cooperage to basically get the food. That was the first motivation, because that was going on before I started my work there. So that was seen as a potential place of organizing. If some people know Cooperage ground, it is where all the earlier times you had all the horses, and you could do a horse ride. Next to behind Cooperage ground is a kind of a RTO thing where you could learn the turns and all those kinds of things, the signals and that kind of exposure to traffic and how to maneuver the traffic. So you had that piece going on there. So the what College of Social Work basically thought, that's a good entry point to really look at what is the situation of the construction workers. So children, in a way, become quite. It's much easier when you go with children and start work with children. Whether you start with a play group, from play group, then you get into some basic, numeracy, basic literacy. Their mothers are hanging around. They had come basically for food. And they feel happy because those 1 and 2 hours, the kids are off their head. Somebody else is managing them, so they can sit and chat among themselves. Because as soon as they take the kids back home, they're going and joining their husbands on the construction site. So that was like a hard day ahead. So it was like a good break for them. So I think it played for everybody, basically. How much did we really get into the construction workers? That became another project of College of Social Work called Nirmana, which was then focused on the construction workers and their rights, which I was not involved with. I was involved in this first year, creating that entry point. And from second year onwards, basically, once I got into the youth project, again, this is College of Social Work's magnanimity. Generally, every year you are supposed to have a different fieldwork to get you a different exposure. From second year onwards, they kept my fieldwork at youth project. Then I worked in the youth project in College of Social Work. Then UA was founded just before I was joining the Masters in Social Work. So both those years, UA was my fieldwork placement. So they had been very considerate, in spite of all the challenges they must have had with me as a student who was questioning number of things. So that was the only first year when this happened, and then this Nirman project came, and they then started work and organizing the construction workers, not only in the site of the assembly building, but many other parts of the city. That time, Chandivli in Andheri East was one of those booming area of construction, so they started developing groups there. And some of the basic rights in terms of what you call the health and safety kinds of issues, the gears. You won't believe, during that period, none of those were mandatory. The laws were there, but the contractors never gave any of those suits, even the helmets to protect their heads. And you have had some incidences where people have died by falling off and those kinds of things. There are no harnesses that are attached when you are working on a height. all those things then started as part of Nirman, which I was not part of. I then basically focused on the youth project from BSW2. So BSW2, BSW3 youth project, joined as a coordinator of the youth project. I was already working as a part-time on the youth project, getting some money paid to, because I had to survive. The college scholarship is one thing, but still I needed something to eat, which I was explaining to, and pay my rent. So that happened. And that was, I think, till 1984. So I finished my bachelor's in social work in 1982. 82, 83, 83, 84, I worked in College of Social Work. 84 was the time when Dominic and Nafiza shifted. And I don't know whether you know this. Unfortunately, they just died December of last year. And then I did a lot of their memory things here in Mumbai. And very, very interesting. Dominic died around, I think, 26th or 27th of December. And in about 10 days, 11th or 12th of January, Nafiza died. So in a way, it was seen by many. I'm not a religious person, that they were united also in departing from this earth kind of thing. And I was with them on 20th of December in Vishakhapatnam because knowing that Nafiza was suffering with cancer and she had decided not to undergo any incisive treatments. Dominic was already suffering with number of ailments. So I had made both of them when they were really still active. I was the founding president of the organization that they started, Laya. As much as Nafiza was the founding president of Yuva, I then agreed to be the founding president of Laya. The Laya is Rhythm. That's the organization they founded, which was called a Tribal Resource Center, based out of Artikala, and then they shifted to Vizag, Vishakhapatnam. So we did some interesting work here, a memory meeting, and then we did a panel discussion on the three themes that they were very climate change, land rights of the indigenous people, and basically looking at towards the end of their life, last 5 years or so, they were looking at spirituality and justice in that kind of a context, and what are the sources. And they were at one level, both their kids' names, one is Siddhartha and other is Karuna. So they're already aligned, though Nafiza was a Bohri Muslim and Dominic was a Catholic Christian. They had aligned towards Buddhism in a much, much bigger way. And that reflects in the names that they gave their kids. Anyway, that's a kind of a background. So 1984, then Yuva begins. And what is key in the Yuva? So by that time, I have already had this experience. May of 1984, I resigned from where I was as part of my Marxist-Leninist engagements, where I said yesterday's sentence that I said was my last sentence of my letter of resignation, that I joined the party to create an embryonic form of future society. What I experienced is the concentrated expression of the existing society. That was in May 1984. So I had freed myself from the political kind of a structure that I was engaged in earlier. So in a way, I was ready to take on the new challenge. And then this serendipity comes in the way where these guys are leaving. College of Social Work that time wasn't willing to accept me to continue. And Adi Patel says, it was you guys whom I wanted to support. So all those factors come into the play. And then 1st of August 1984, I was given a responsibility of forming Yuva. And Yuva's foundation day is 30th August 1984. Because by the time we got our registration in our hand, it was 30th August 1984. So that's why the foundation day is 30th August. 30th August is the foundation day of Yuva. But I was employed from 1st of August by the board, which was chaired by Nafiza. Farida Lambe was there, who is pretty now well-known figure with Pratham Educational Foundation with Madhav Chavan and others. She co-founded Pratham Educational Initiative. Dominic was a member of the board. And we had a good mix of people on the board, but social work professionals, basically. And that was something which I was insisting, because I wanted to try and create an alternate education and practice paradigm for social work. So while continuing to work on social justice issues, one of my obsessions, which I was been telling you since yesterday, is to reflect and theorize, because you can't theorize if you don't practice, and if you don't learn from that practice, you can't build theories. So that has been one of the things that one can see as the Yuva journey goes on. And I'm sure when you read the case study, you found that as everything we wanted to create a frame. What is the framework in which we are doing things? So it's not just a kind of a good intention people working in a bad system, but good intention people working with a full understanding of the system. So that was the kind of a thing, because there was a book written by one of the Jesuit priests, exactly this name, good intention people working in the bad system. Basically, people have good intention, but they just don't understand A or C of system. So they may be doing great work, but doesn't impact anybody anywhere, doesn't change anything in the system. So that, I think, was a kind of a founding process, both in terms of the structures as well as the thinking.
This is a good time to take a step back and zoom out a little bit and talk about social work in India per se. Like, in my limited understanding, and tell me where I am wrong and you'd like to add nuance, earlier on, let us say pre-British times or whatever, traditionally in our society, social work is really happening out of religious organizations, community organizations. There is a notion of daan, there is a notion of seva. When Sikhism comes, Gurudwaras will have their langars and they'll feed people. And even community organizations like even the RSS, does a lot of social work. And you could say that that is a prehistory of social work, how it happens organically in society and is sort of given a framework by religion. Then in British times, you have different kinds of social reform movements coming up, like the Brahmo Samaj, the Arya Samaj, or Gopal Krishna Gokhale Servants of India Society, and whatever different people organizing in different ways with different impetus. Then post-independence, you have movements happening like the Bhudan movement, and you have the state leading some of it. You also have organizations from abroad taking interest in trying to do things, like the Ford Foundation would try to do a lot of work in India, and a lot of it, in fact, pernicious work. For example, the whole focus on population control and all of that was pushed really hard as an agenda by them, and might even have contributed to Sanjay Gandhi's madness during emergency. And the 70s onwards, you have a new set of, like, the Dalit Panthers come up in 1972, inspired by the Black Panthers. Mid 80s, you have the Narmada Bachao Andolan. You have more stuff happening. And then from the 90s onwards, there is a flood of foreign money as India opens up, liberalization happens. This also leads to reputational issues. Like, I remember the phrase briefcase NGOs, that, there's a lot of scammy stuff going on. Equally, NGOs more and more get into adversarial stance with the government in various different ways. And then you come to modern times where the government is just cracking down hard on any kind of social work, and they're using an extremely blunt tool. So it is not just their political enemies per se, who also they should leave alone, but it is just about, the whole field is getting affected and badly impacted. And this is kind of my broad sense of the way the landscape evolved. So I want you to take me a little deeper into understanding on where this landscape is at that point in time in the early 80s when you're getting into it, because it seems to me that what you were trying to do with your organization is actually a step beyond what has happened so far, in the sense that you are saying that we will not just do social work per se, but we will have a clearly articulated set of values, such as feminism, such as everything you talked about yesterday, which will guide us as an organization. And we will not just do social work, but we will build an ecosystem of social workers by nurturing leaders. Like, you had a 10 Sundays leadership program, which is famous, and so on and so forth. So, and you formulating this thought with your friends Dominic and Nafiza and your other fellow travelers are all extremely young people at this point in time, and you're taking that step forward, which is almost like a little bit of a paradigm shift happening. So this is a picture that I'm getting up to this point. So fill me in onto this.
Yeah. So basically, in terms of the social work profession, as Tata have been pioneers in number of things, it was the Tata Institute of Social Science, if I remember correctly, was formed in 1936. So it was the first pioneering institution that was that started and literally got the whole professionalization element, and they started offering diploma in social work and that kind of thing. Sometime in 60s, institutions like Nirmal Niketan came. There was a time when I was a student there. It was the only institution affiliated to University of Mumbai of social work. Now, I don't know how umpteen numbers are there because the education has become a big business. So, social work also, institution for giving social work education also have become big business. So, early stage, if I remember correctly, the director of the Tata Institute of Social Sciences came from US or UK because that is from where the curricula were coming. If I remember, I have to check that fact, but if I remember correctly, that is when, because they also got the teachers from there. So that because like when I was a student in Nirmal Niketan, the principal of Nirmal Niketan was Dorothy Baker, who was American, and Armati Desai was the vice principal. So you see that continuation. So it was not just the knowledge, but also people who held that knowledge actually came and run those institutions at one level. So that strand then led to the social work professional education in different parts of the country, with some of this kind of a premier institutions coming up like Nirmal Niketan's College of Social Work, blah, blah, blah. So that happened. Few of those kinds of institutions set up. So that was happening at one level. What happened in the post-emergency period? One thing, and yesterday I mentioned about Paulo Freire, right? So the book that Paulo Freire, one can look at is The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. That's a book that, so that is when the whole issue of the conscientization came into play. And the government which came after emergency was very focused because it had this tendency of Jayaprakash Narayan's total revolution. He had conceptualized that whole thing. Chhatra Yuva Sangharsh Vahini was one of the youth organization that was inspired by the Jayaprakash Narayan thought process, and they almost took the total revolution as their kind of a manifesto. So you had those groups. And during the Janata Party period, there was a very clear recognition at the government level itself that we need to do a large-scale adult education and really reduce this literacy gap. And now to get government grants, you can't just have an unregistered social movement. You needed some form of legal form. So that was the one step by which some of these groups came up in Bihar, in Uttar Pradesh, which basically were motivated to implement government's adult education program fundamentally, right? I'm just giving you a kind of a very brief lay of the land. So that was happening. Then you had the Gandhians, because you had socialists, you had Gandhians in the whole post-emergency era. You had, of course, the RSS and RSS cadre. That time Jan Sangh, BJP was not formed. So all those cadres took advantage of that opening in the post-emergency period, where some of the issues, so the issues were about adult education and learning. Second issues were about how do we make the agriculture more productive, because we had already gone through the whole PL 480 where dependence on wheat coming from the US was that needed to be dealt with. And that time you have people like MS Swaminathan starting that whole revolution in terms of agriculture. So all that is happening. So in each of these areas, and that's the time when Anand was coming up, and Anand then set up the IRMA, Institute for Rural Management. So you had the Indian Institute of Management, and there was a need for people who are committed to rural management. Unfortunately, that became IRMA graduates joined things like Hindustan Lever for their marketing specialists for rural areas, but some of them who were committed to the philosophy of cooperatives, philosophy of really building the rural economies, went into that area. So you had institutions being set up, you had NGOs being set up in each of these areas. And you had also the government support and government acknowledgement that we need these kinds of groupings. And that's the time when people like Rajni Kothari, who was articulating on these issues, or Harsh Sethi, who are articulating and re-articulating what's the role of the civil society, they came up with this formation called non-party political formations, that we don't want NGOs who are only providing services and in a way filling the gap, because the challenge in the Indian state has always been what you call the last mile connectivity or last mile delivery. Okay, things get blocked. And then, of course, you had this whole famous, which of course became much more famous with Rajiv Gandhi making that statement. But all of us knew that a lot of the government resources get blocked, and what actually gets translated to the real benefit is very minuscule. So how do you deal with that? So using adult education as a methodology of organizing communities to claim their rights or entitlements, if you want to put it like that. So you had that strand. Now, in my case and Yuva's case, what happened? We had the benefit of being trained into social work profession, which many of these, Chhatriya Sangashwani colleagues, or, Gandhian colleagues, or the people who did the work with Vinoba on Bhudan and that kind of thing, didn't have that exposure. So you had people from IRMA setting up some institutions, people from social work colleges setting up some institutions. I remember from my batch, number of people went and joined social movements full time. I may be one of the person who went into setting up Yuva, but also supportive of social movement. So from 84 onwards, when MEDA started in Narmada Bachao Andolan, Yuva was very much involved with that openly and clearly. That time we didn't have this kind of issues at this point of time which exists now. But Yuva was very much part of supporting the Narmada Bachao agitation. And I'll come to that story a little bit, some of those learnings from there. So to respond to your question, this is all cumulatively, and fortunately, because of my particular background before Yuva, it was not only social work profession, it was also the student movement background. When I had seen some of these actors who in a post-emergency era also took up some of these kinds of roles, either through the socialist strands or to Gandhian strands or through ABVP kind of strands. So that all is, then you see the accumulation in case of Yuva in terms of forming the tactics and strategy, forming that broad vision. What are we here for? What are we trying to solve? Because that's the first thing that you ask in anything, right? What am I trying to solve? If that is not clear, your strategy and tactics is going to be completely off from the target. So what we're trying to solve is, now, of course, in the new articulation, we speak about entitlement much more strongly. That time we never use the word entitlement. We use the word, what is people's rights? We don't want that Mai Baap Sarkar, if you see that expression, where government is supposed to be giving services and providing goodies to the people. We want people's rights to be established so that irrespective of which government comes into the play, they will have the rights that need to be protected, and those rights are guaranteed by the court of law. Because we are talking about at least some functioning system where you can enforce those rights to be ensured. So that was the kind of idea before you. But all this was happening simultaneously. And because of my background, I was linked to all this. While some of the other NGOs, whom you're talking about, the briefcase NGOs. So there was a lot of people who came up. You won't believe there was a time when the FCRA organizations in states like Bihar were given as a dowry in the marriages. This may be completely come as shocking to you.
Only in India.
Only in India that can happen, because having a FCRA organization was seen as a big asset. Organization which had the FCRA certification. So some of the tightening of FCRA has happened for a right reason. But the way it is implemented is also, and again, if you talk about the history of FCRA from emergency time, from 75, when the legislation came, it was a part of the emergency time legislation, in a way, and then how it evolved in different points of time. So all parties are part of that, strengthening that law. So I don't particularly hold one particular regime as you'll see the evolution of that, and how at different point of time different people were targets. When you see the first attack on the NGOs after Indira Gandhi came back after the Janata Party government failed, the first attack was on the Gandhian NGOs. So you would hear the whole, Gandhi Peace Foundation in Delhi, all those institutions were attacked in 82, 84. That was the first phase. And it was not the present regime, it was the earlier regime. 2010, when the first tightening of FCRA happened, it was the UPA government under which the first tightening happened. And then, of course, the next tightening happened in 2020. So if you look at the history, everybody is involved in tightening, and as I say, there are elements which were problematic that needed to be correct. But whether bringing this kind of a thing and making everybody almost like a criminal, so it's almost become now a situation where you are a FCRA holder organization, you are seen with suspicion by the state and its agencies, which is a big problematic in my perspective, that you have people who, by using that money, are extremely accountable, not only to the government, who are fully compliant as far as the government is concerned, but also accountable to the constituencies they work with, and they're very open and transparent in everything that they do. But they also get, in a way, challenged with this kind of a regime, when it is everybody becomes a suspect. And not everybody. There are every regime had their own likable institutions who were never scrutinized fully, and those who were not likable institutions will be scrutinized fully. Does that respond to you in terms of the evolution of all these trends and tendencies? But Paulo Freire came in much more big way in India. Of course, we learned it as part of College of Social Work, and the Pedagogy of the Oppressed was one of the books as part of our curriculum. But a lot of the adult education work that many organizations did, and I specifically mentioned Pradeep Prabhu's organization, Kashtakari Sangatna in Dahanu, very unique situation. That whole area was the dominance of, if you remember, Godutai Parulekar was in the post-independence period, was a CPM activist there. She came in that, and she was very, almost treated in a demigod fashion. You had a continuous member of parliament from the CPM coming from Dahanu region. And then Pradeep Prabhu type of organization comes up, which Rajini calls it non-party political formation. When I'm saying Rajini, I'm talking about Rajini Kothari, because he was the one who articulated that whole thing. It's a very, very stressful situation. You have a left as the ruling and controlling the area, and you have this organization which is also talking about the similar situations of rights of the tribal communities, their land rights issues, but not belonging to a party, outside the party. So that it creates interesting dynamics. So you have had a situation on FCRA, there have been attacks from the left as well as the right. Where there was a famous kind of a book written by Prakash Karat on NGOs as the foreign kind of almost meaning that NGOs and the foreign funding as part of the foreign agent kind of agenda. So you had, so it's not that anybody is not culpable in that framework of shutting down or restricting the space of the genuine civil society activism. Coming to the last point. So what had changed globally? Globally, after 70s, there was the whole thinking that, research, advocacy are all part of civil society activism. So it's not that you're providing services. So humanitarian work is important. Dealing with the poverty issues by providing services is important. But alongside that, if you want to go to a causal relationship, you have to go to understand why that situation of poverty is coming up. So to do that, you want to then look at social policies, influence those social policies, create alternatives on those policies, and be one more stakeholder alongside the elected represent. Nobody was taking away their right, because they are the fundamental people who actually legislate. It's not the NGOs who legislate. But if they get added information, added data, added stories from the ground, so that they are more aware and do the policy formulation in a more informed fashion, why not? Was a question. And that is why then you have this mix of people who were engaged in research, advocacy, campaigning for particular perspective as part of the non-governmental organization repertoire of activities. And that's a big shift happened after. And this again began in the very country which is USA. USA was the first country where you had a whole institution set up called Advocacy Institute in Washington, D.C., which was training people to be advocates, because till the time you only had the industry lobbies, high-end industry lobbies doing the lobbying with the Congress and the Senate to get the policies passed on their behalf. So that's an interesting situation. We haven't blocked any of those industry lobbies who are doing exactly the same thing, right? Advocacy, policy, lobbying with our MPs or this, that, and the other. They're continuing to do that. There are no restrictions on that. They're funded by the private sector fully. So they could be in the form of think tanks. But anything which is questioning some of those policy making and giving alternatives is something which is seen as anti-national. So I think it's important to recognize that nuance. It's not that everybody is banned. It's certain types get banned.
Yeah, and our argument would be no one should get banned, not that everyone should.
Yeah, exactly.
And I see the attacks on FCRA and so on as a very blunt tool, following a very blunt narrative that there is something dangerous about social work, that NGOs are anti-national. I mean, it's almost become a cuss word in India. Let's move to a larger question, another larger question that I have. That when I think of and thank you for your very lucid narrative of how the field of social work has sort of evolved. If you look at social work as beginning from that impulse that there are things wrong in society, I want to do something about them, you begin with that impulse, then movements may form where you have a tactical aim or a strategic aim and you want to reform some aspect of society or the other. All of it kind of makes sense, and it's a natural evolution. One bugbear I have about this sector is that what has happened possibly, I can't put a timeline to it because I don't know enough, but I guess it would be from the time that more and more foreign ideological influences come into the world of NGOs, is that one common thing to these NGOs is that they tend to be incredibly leftist and therefore by default suspicious of free markets. And this to me is completely bizarre, because in the social work sector, I completely support the fact that you challenge the state. The state has a monopoly on violence. You always have to question it. You have to speak truth to power. You have to comfort the afflict and afflict the comfortable, etc., etc. But markets are the greatest counterbalance to this. They are the greatest force of empowerment. The 1991 liberalization, for example, which you mentioned that you were initially skeptical of, but later not so much. A lot of people in the social sector at that point would have said, oh, neoliberalism this and oppression of the capitalist class. But no, I mean, the capitalist class only oppresses you when it's in cahoots with the state and its cronyism. But otherwise, it was the greatest liberating force in human history. Hundreds of millions of people came out of poverty in India in the years since 91, specifically in the 20 years after 91. We've gone a little backward since 2011. And I'm being party agnostic when I say this. It's just a movement in the wrong direction. And I wonder how one deals with this, because I would say that, Manmohan Singh with his 91 reforms did more for all the oppressed categories that you speak of than every NGO in India combined. Well, simply because of the massive empowering effect of just coming out of poverty. And I know that you get this as an individual, but across a lot of the NGO sector, I find that the frameworks through which people look at it are just extremely flawed frameworks that don't take it into account. Because after all, what are markets? Markets are society solving its own problems through voluntary action. To me, markets and good NGOs and good social work is in exactly the same category. And the common enemy is the oppression of the state. And we must never collude with the state. We must keep fighting the state, fighting the oppression of the state, filling the gaps where we can, right? And that is one thing that I've never kind of understood, this ideological dogmatism that I often see in this particular sector. Whereas I'm like, no, I mean, I've had people on the show who'll rage against markets, and then after the recording, I'll be ordering an Uber for them. And I simply do not get that massive disconnect that you exist, you have the awesome life that you have because of markets. And everything that is wrong with our country today is a result of the oppression of the state. And so these ideological blinkers, and you would have seen this on your journey as well, that you are coming from the ground up, so you have that extremely nuanced view. And frankly, every social worker that I respect, and there have been many people who've come on this show, great feminist thinkers, some amazing women I've learned a lot from, they all have a very nuanced view. They've seen it from the grounds up. They won't have these ideological frames. But the moment you get, especially when you get to social media warriors, it's just ideological dogmatism and no connection with the real world. So what is your sense of this in your journey?
So let's first get to the data set that you are referring to. If you actually look at the registered NGO circuit, if you put it in that fashion, the majority, almost 70% of the registered NGOs, including those who have FCRA, are religious-based organizations, whether they're Hindu, Muslim, Christian, So that's almost 70%. So that's huge. Okay. Broadly speaking, you'll have few strands in those which may belong to the category that you're talking about. Who may be a little bit, thinking on the liberation theology side and really looking at not necessarily from the system of economic organization, but in terms of what that system is doing to the poor. From that perspective, liberation theology never took a position. It sounds leftist, but it never took a position in terms of the system of how the system is organized. So that 70% is out. Okay. Then the remainder 30%, most of them are in the two major areas, which is education and health. Okay. Delivering education and health. And that's almost like another 20-25%, because that's has a business as a potential, that has a very demonstrable service which attracts money. And then you have a very small percentage of people who do this thing of people with old age, orphanages, those kinds of things. And some now have started coming up on the skilling side. So actually the kind of NGOs, because they're more vocal and they're more in the public domain, maybe 3 to 5%. So you're not really talking about a large plethora of the NGO sector that one is talking about.
Maybe they make a disproportionate noise in the public sphere.
Because they are in the public sphere.
Yeah.
Right? They're in the public sphere. Now, let's look at the three which have become like the epitome of the controversy in India. Greenpeace, Amnesty International, Oxfam. If you look at all these three organizations, in terms of how they would like the economy to be, none of them have basically taken a position on that we are looking at a controlled socialist type of economy. Not at all. Rather, in Amnesty, it's been always a struggle with a small minority of the people who are trying to interpret human rights from the only from the socioeconomic rights perspective, which then sounds more like a socialistic way of, because again, if you know the history of human rights, the Civil and Political Rights Convention was pushed by the US and its lobbies. The Civil and the Socioeconomic Cultural Rights Convention was pushed by Soviet Union and its lobbies. So if the Bill of Human Rights, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and these two conventions form the Bill of Human Rights. So that is that reflection. But if you look at all these three, they are absolutely operating and completely supporting of the free market as a philosophy. Oxfam's trade report, before it also started focusing on the whole inequality issue. If you look at the trade report, what the trade report is saying, that the trade regime is actually negatively biased towards southern countries. And we have had people like Manmohan Singh, when he was a member of the South Center in Geneva, actually propagating a particular line on trade. And how, that was a whole southern conglomeration of countries which had that vision that, till the time the trade terrain does not become a, playing field where each one is playing as equals, is going to be problematic. And that's when the question of the agriculture subsidies in US, in European Union came as a big question, which was also distorting their markets. But it's not only distorting their markets, they were distorting the global trade in agriculture produce, which was at the cost of agriculture produce from the developing countries. So why I'm giving you these details is the three organizations which have become like a much talked about. All those organizations have never taken a position that you're talking about in terms of a left dogma kind of a position. So from where is this narrative coming? So that's very interesting. I don't know, again, in the FCRA journey, there was a report in 2014 when the present government came into play, done by IB. And in the first time, there was an assertion that this NGO activism is reducing the GDP of the country by 3 to 4%.
I mean, this kind of stuff is such nonsense.
But this was done by a agency of the government. It was not some think tank report. You're talking about a intelligence bureau, which is part of the government machinery.
Our government,
right? It's not some some corner agency doing some research and publishing those figures. And so you have this thing also, which is part of creating narrative. So my only caution to you would be, don't get. I know that there are NGOs who will take, for the sake of whatever, whether it's under foreign influence, whether for their legitimacy in the context they are working, it could be either, it could be both, taking particular positions which are, quote, politically correct positions. Let me put it in that fashion, for that ecosystem in which they are operating. But I would only request you, don't generalize it as the NGOs. Like, you read this whole case study on UAB. Tell me anywhere. Of course, we have had our own issues, because we only are viewing things from how anything is impacting the poor. Is anything that is being done, is that going to lead to make them become a more active and empowered citizen? Anything that is not working for that needs to be questioned. So it's not the issue of doles, issue of what they're being provided, because what is the bottom line quest? We are building a democracy in this country. If we are building democracy, the core component of democracy is an active, informed citizen. But if all your machinery is, aimed at either making them subservient through dole system, or subservient through unleashing the violence of the state, then there is a problem. You're getting from where we are trying to come there.
Here's the thing, I agree with you entirely. I think UY is an awesome organization. That's why I invited you, because I've spoken so much with you and I know exactly how you think and respect you deeply. I also 100% without caveats love the work Amnesty has done in India. I think Akar is just one of the bravest and finest people out there. In fact, you brought him into Amnesty, so thank you for that. And so all of that I completely get. But, even in this UR report that you speak of, is it online, by the way? We should link it from the show notes, since I've mentioned
it is online. Yeah.
It is online, so we'll link it from the show notes. Very good report on Yuva, where Minar's been interviewed at length as well. But even in this report, you mentioned that when the 91 reforms happened, that you were skeptical at first because you thought of how it would affect the poor, and even elsewhere, a lot of people instinctively were against the reforms because they thought it would widen the gaps between the rich and the poor, which to me is a completely irrelevant point, because a point I've made repeatedly is that inequality and poverty are very different things. Our moral imperative is to remove poverty and not to grandstand about inequality, because people can get richer at different rates. I've written an essay on this, and I have an episode on this which I'll publish in the show notes. I won't belabor the point here. But we hear a lot of this rhetoric. Like, the only place where I'll hear the word neoliberal, which has no connection with reality. Like, whenever I hear someone use the word neoliberal, I immediately stop listening to them, because they've got narratives from academia which have no connection with reality at all, and their frameworks are completely wrong. And you hear a lot of that narrative still coming from the left. Now, as you've correctly pointed out, if 70% of the NGOs out there are religious NGOs, and if all these great organizations I respect are actually pretty pro-market. Like yesterday, I'm 2 days ago in the Life Lessons webinar, you will remember I made a point in defense of sweatshops, quoting an Oxfam report and a UNICEF report. So, they are essentially out there speaking truth to power, and which they should continue doing. So I agree with all that. I was just wondering if in your journey through the NGO world, because you spent a long time in the UN, of course, which we'll come to later and talk about that whether this kind of rhetoric can sometimes be a problem, because, on the one hand, you've got to stay grounded in the real world, where the state is a problem, the oppression of the state is a problem, and markets are a way out. And at the same time, there will be people who will have these outdated lenses which don't work.
Yeah, so when the 91 reform happened, let's not forget, in terms of the kind of a journey that I have come through, so it is also quite a bit of a relearning from my perspective, right? In terms of, even this frame that we came up with, which is a post 91 frame as far as UI is concerned, that the era of building just people's organizations fighting for the rights, that is not going to be adequate. You also have to build what we call people's institutions. Because people's institutions could be, housing cooperatives of the slum dwellers, could be self-help groups of women who make credit facility available to them, because they need access to credit. Even if she's selling vegetables, she needs access to credit, because the credit is available to her at an exorbitant rate. She gets 300 rupees credit, and next day she's paying 330, which is like 10% one day. That is the kind of situation. So if we don't, and these two things require totally different skill sets. And that is when I actually recruited people who are MBA finance. I had a whole unit called Housing and Infrastructure Development Unit, which was run by, civil engineers, planners, because I basically said that the activist type of work that the people's organization needs is very different than the asset building work. Asset building needs, and I gave the example of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, one of the dams, where they got the right to fish in that pond, in that dam, at the people whose lands had gone into the dam. But then they had zero clue in terms of how to harvest the fish at a larger scale, how to transport the fish in a kind of a refrigerated vans to the appropriate market, what fish sells in what season. Now, all those, so what happened? Some of the teka that they had got as the legitimate claimants as a right of people who were impacted because of the dam, they sold off those takers to the same old contractors who were already fishing in those areas. So you got the right, you could not translate that right into assets because you had no competencies in doing that. And in effect, what happened was you lost that right, because then the same people who had got the right to do fishing became the laborers for the contractors to do the fishing. So that example, it's in the, and that is what happened. So when I proposed this kind of thing, there was a lot of conversation. Is this our role? Is this what we need to be doing? I said, for the constituencies that we are working with, who is going to do it? Is HDFC going to come and help the slum dwellers housing cooperative? Are they equipped to do something like that? Are they capable of doing something like that? Do they have a frame in which they can operate in this kind of a fashion? They can do, support middle class housing. They know that this money is guaranteed to come back, everything. And I have had conversation with Deepak Parekh in terms of, we did some work with him in the Holy Village in Latur after the earthquake. And so it's very clear that you need that gap to be filled and interacting. So I had this, I used to use this word for our work with the governments. And I said, you have to have a kick and kiss strategy. There are areas where we need to be ready to kick them and really show them what is the truth, what is the reality, and what they're. And there are areas when we need to be working with them closely. So that kick and kiss strategy. So I remember so many incidences where in the morning, our colleagues would have had a gherao the additional municipal commissioner because they carried out some illegal demolition. In the afternoon, I'm sitting with Mr. Kale, the municipal commissioner, on the Saksharta Hak Samiti, which is the adult literacy committee for the whole city of Mumbai. And if Mr. Kale would say, what did your guys do in the morning? I said, Mr. Kale, that is one part, no? And this is another part. I'm committed to the full literacy of the city of Mumbai as much as I am committed to defending anything which is being done illegally. So, and there was a time in the bureaucracy that appreciation existed. And they could see that. And it went to the extent of one of the additional municipal commissioner, Mr. Baroi, when he was on the last week of his retirement, he calls me. He says, Minar, I'm now retiring. I want you to use my services after my retirement. And I have looked at so many NGOs, so many NGOs have interacted. I only know you guys are doing something interesting. I want to join you. And then he worked with us for 3 years as a consultant. He was the additional municipal commissioner in the city of Mumbai. He was a secretary labor in the government of Maharashtra. So that opening, the point is, now some of this would be seen as, I don't know that word, what is called, you getting...
You're co-opting them or capture.
You being co-opted by them.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. Copulation or something like that. There's a particular English word.
I don't quite think copulation is a word. So co-option.
It's being co-opted by them or whatever. But I always resisted that. I said, no. One of the beliefs I had is no system is monolith. Every system has people who think differently. But I know when I worked with the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, some of the movement people were very critical of us. I said, if World Bank wants this assistance from us and they're going to pay for it, why shouldn't I take it up? And some of those consultancies helped me build the UA Center before I left India. Because you get big incomes out of those processes, which is great. And if you're using it for proper cause, not pocketing the money yourself, it's great. Because you have so many individual consultants to World Bank and Asian Development Bank who earn huge amounts of money.
I think during the course of this podcast, every 2 hours I've been saying, let's take a break and then talk about Yuva. I'll say that again. Let's take a break and then a deep dive even further into Yuva because we barely scratched the surface.
I thought we were talking about you only.
But there is so much. There is so much to talk about.
Okay, let's take a break.
Many of the things I have learned in my life, I had to learn on my own. I think you'll agree with me that our education system doesn't teach us so many things that we need to make the most of ourselves in this world. I learned my lessons when life happened to me and I happened to be paying attention. For many years now, I've been thinking, what are the essential life lessons that everyone should learn to be able to live a complete life? I invited my friend Ajay Shah to join me on the intellectual challenge of figuring this out, and then we decided to put together a course where we would actually teach this stuff. So we created Life Lessons, which you can check out at lifelessons.co.in. In this 5-week course running across 5 Saturdays, we have put together 15 webinars that are intended to help launch you down journeys of discovery. We will speak about learning how to learn, learning how to think, mindsets, mental models, clear writing, how to communicate better, quantitative intuition, probabilistic thinking, the history of thought, the foundations of economics, and even practical matters like how to think about personal finance and how to think about personal health. People who do the course also get to be part of a larger community that will have in-person meetups once a year. Basically, while we've always been sharing what we have learned in a piecemeal way in our show and our writings, here and there, diffused, this is an effort to synthesize our knowledge for you. So please head on over to check out Life Lessons at lifelessons.co.in. Never stop learning. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still with Minar, Pimple, and we had promised to talk about Yuva now, which we will. But before that, he brought up a subject as we were having lunch and said, I don't know if I should talk about this. And I said, no, you absolutely should talk about this. And you could call this chapter, therefore, My Experiments with Sexuality. Minar, kindly take us into some of your experiments with sexuality.
So it's more than sexuality. I think it's more in terms of how you view the relationships, right? So at a very early stage, I had this feeling that, for different types of needs we as human beings have, you are not going to get one person who is able to fulfill all those needs in that sense. So whether it is your intellectual strive and the intellectual needs, whether your emotional needs, whether your psychosocial needs, whether your physical in terms of sexual needs. So each of this is, if you believe that the relationship is the highest in any of these areas, you're not going to get to one person. What you will get a common denominator across these four. So I always used to have these things on being kind of open relations. So there was a time when I had about 3 active relationships and all 3 of them knowing about one another, because that goes to what we spoke yesterday about authenticity. I cannot be untruthful. And I can very clearly identify, I'm not going to say who with what, but there was a relationship which was very strongly intellectually driven. There was a relationship which was very strongly driven by, sexual alignment and that kind of thing. And there was a relationship which was driven by very strong emotional alignment. And that kind of a process you do go through in your young period. I don't know about others, but at some stage in my growing up part, I did have a kind of a same-sex kind of a relationships at a very brief passing phase in that sense, as part of, I think, experimentation in that side. But I think what drives you in this is whatever you do in a relationship, and exploration of sexuality is part of those relationships in that sense. So it's not something which is independent of those relationships. So being fully aware that you're not going to get everything in one relationship, and in spite of that, then you choose a life partner, and then being very truthful and authentic in that relationship is something that is a kind of a continuous alignment and realignment of your persona in that phase. So I had written a kind of a small essay on relationships at one level, again as a very young kid, in terms of exploring some of these themes, and I'd shared it with some of my friends, and so this is what I've written up on the. There was a time when I used to write poetry. There was a time when I used to write this kind of short pieces. Somehow, since I got engaged, worked with Yuva and others, my ability to write and to create poetry, all that is somehow, I think, when you have so obsessed with doing something that everything else becomes almost negligent or negligible. That's what might have happened. But some of this that I express in those kinds of small pieces of writing, which is self-exploration, but I would share with friends and get their feedback and thinking. But I think the times that I lived in to that. Some of this thinking was pretty radical from my perspective, that because generally the broader course is generally you have one girlfriend or whatever is your sexual preference, and then you stick with it, or you experiment with one or two, and then you broadly stick with one person and then move on, kind of thing, and then it may end up in marriage, or it may end up in living together, or whatever. But at that point of time, having some of this kind of a conception and thinking, I thought that time was pretty out of the box, if not radical, from that perspective. So that is why I mentioned it to you, saying that, this is something which is also another track that, because for me, I think all these tracks align as where you a little different, not that because you want to be different, but there is something in your wiring, as you would call it, or a DNA, which makes you different than. So it's not necessarily that I bring something new to myself, but it is something that I naturally come to.
And as far as your having left poetry and those creative pursuits aside is concerned, all I would tell you is one of my favorite novelists, Penelope Fitzgerald, started writing novels when she was in her 60s, and my favorite book of hers, Gate of Angels, was written when I think she was 75. So there is time for you yet, Minar. I am happy to help you in whatever little way I can. And you had in fact signed up for my clear writing course also. So somewhere that spark may be lit. Let me continue down the track that you started taking me on. Like, here's a wider observation I've been thinking about for a while, and tell me your thoughts on it and your observations from what you see in our society. Men and women fundamentally want different things for reasons to do with both nature and nurture and society and all of that. And one convenient equilibrium which had come about so they can kind of manage to live together and society can function was marriage. But I view marriage today as almost an outdated equilibrium, and the fundamental facet of it that one has to grapple with is that marriage was fundamentally a bundle of different things. So you're bundling together sex and companionship and parenthood and friendship and a whole bunch of different things. And we don't think of what happens when an unbundling happens, where exactly as you said, different needs can be met by different people or are not met by one person. And it is, in some senses, it can be a trap to think of it as all or nothing, as many people do, that, it is all or nothing. And yet, while the convention itself is an artifact that might no longer be relevant in these times, nothing has replaced its place. So people are floundering and struggling with different ways of associating and different ways of living. And for a while, you seem to have found your own little equilibrium there, as you mentioned, with 3 different partners. So what do you think about this larger proposition that I just made? And also, when you look around us at society and at the relationships of people across classes and strata and so on, what is your sense of this?
See, coming from a little bit of a Marxist orientation in the beginning of looking at the world, there are very clear kind of a Marxist hypothesis on marriage as an institution. Marriage as an institution is a product of surplus production. So that's a kind of a, it sounds very unromantic, but that is at one level a reality. When you have a production beyond hunter-gatherer stage that we keep talking about in the life lessons, what happens is you're not consuming what you are earning for that day. So you have something that is being left behind. And when you get into the agriculture phase, it's much bigger a challenge in terms of land that you are, given boundaries into the production that is happening on that land. And then who is the person who is going to inherit that after me? Kinds of questions. So in a way, till the time when you had a lot of matrilineality in the society, where even kids were basically known by who is their mother. Nobody even bothered who is their father, because that was not the relevant question to ask. The key question was who is their mother, and that was very well known and established. But when you start establishing that kind of a thing where the men become a kind of a dominant owners of the resources of production or production resources, and then the surplus which is created, how do I ensure that surplus is inherited by my progeny? And that's when the challenge of and there is some very interesting book, I think, in Marathi also, if I remember the writer, or Rajwade, I think, who wrote on the Bharatiya Kutumba Vyavastha, what is the kind of a family in the Indian context, and that some of these propositions and hypotheses also are also outlined there. So that's where you basically begin. What was the need for, and as you have said, we need to build certain mores and certain norms in the societies to function in a kind of a given structure, and then you had the religion, and then you had the religious sanctions for certain institutions that would be then implanted as with a religious sanctity, and marriage became one of those in different religions at different points of time when that conjunctures happen. I still hold that there is some truth in this hypothesis. In terms of marriage as an institution at this point of time, when one starts looking at it, is it really required? If you think whatever is produced is produced because of the social enabling context that you got. So in that sense, it is more societal ownership rather than your individual ownership. How soon we'll arrive there, I don't know. And then as the institution, the marriage as the institution and a defined progeny, very clearly identified as your progeny, that need will finish, that need will end. And to that extent, then marriage as an institution would have no material basis to exist. Now what has happened is it has a material basis to exist because everybody is actually earning much more than those who are earning and are having something that they're leaving behind. Leaving behind for whom? Not for the society at large who have created that context for their earning, but for their progeny. That's what is happening. Now there could be a completely different think about it, that, where whatever you have earned at the end of your life, that becomes a property to be distributed, or whatever. I have not thought through it carefully, but there has to be something by which that personal ownership of the property, and there's some attempts done through done on these processes through estate tax and those kinds of things, where now whether that taxation is seen as progressive or not progressive, I haven't applied my mind, because some countries do have those kinds of taxation system where the state claims that all what you have been able to do is, of course, you plus all these enabling factors that were created for you to do what you did, and that is then in a way you paying back to the society in the forms of the estate tax. But as I said, I've not thought through it carefully. But till the time that base of the marriage as an institution, where the ownership of the surplus that you leave behind, that base remains, some form or the other will even in the developed societies, you have civil partnerships. Why civil partnerships are required? If something happens with one partner, then the other partner should not be left high and dry. Even if it is not a full marriage, there is that partnership that is negotiated and agreed upon, is exactly for this particular reason, that there is something that takes care of the immediate and takes care of the people that you have taken responsibility for. You may have a adopted kid, not your own kid, or you don't have may not have a kid at all, but you just have a partner that needs to be taken care of. So this is the area, Amit, is something which needs to be looked at as a part of the evolution of next higher stage of thinking and next higher stage of being, in my opinion. But it's an interesting area that to look at how kind of society that it would be.
So, I will just say that I am deeply skeptical of the Marxian view. In fact, I think it's completely wrong because he didn't study Darwin, which, understanding natural selection would have helped him better. There's a book I'm going to give to you. I'll take your snail mail address after this. It's a book called The Moral Animal by Robert Wright, where he speaks about the evolution of morality, as it were, and why it is entirely coherent that monogamy and polygamy evolved separately in different different places because both of them are different kind of equilibria. It's a fascinating book. But as far as the whole inheritance thing is concerned, look, I mean, I haven't chosen to have kids. Our friend Ajay hasn't chosen to have kids. We don't worry about that problem. This is, I think, simply never been a factor per se. And my larger question was that in society, when we look at the relations between men and women, what do you make of it? Like, I had done an episode with long ago with Snigdha Poonam, who'd written this great book called Young Indians. And one of the TILs in that is that women in India, number one, have frameworks through which they can look at their sort of, their predicament in society. Feminist frameworks, etc., are online and can even chart their own path and progress, whereas men don't have those frameworks. And this is something Nikhil Taneja also brought out, who's also founded an organization called Yuva, but with a double A. Nikhil also brought out in his super hit episode with me, The Loneliness of the Indian Man, that men don't have those kind of frameworks, and to realize how much they are also trapped by patriarchy and are therefore floundering badly. And you see this floundering. Like, I look around me and I see that there is this disconnect, there is this floundering, and it can have tragic consequences for both the men and the women. Much more for the women, because obviously life is much harder and worse for women in India, but equally for the men. And I was wondering if, through your 30-40 years doing social work and all of that, what have you seen with this regard? Because young male anger, for example, is increasingly an issue around the world. It plays into populist politics also, etc., etc.
It gets used and exploited there, basically.
Yeah, both of us loved that great Netflix show Adolescence, and so what is your sense of what's happening in India, in the male psyche, in the female psyche? I mean, I'm using these very general terms, but I don't wish to generalize. It's nuanced and different everywhere. But are there any broader level observations you have of how society is changing across these lines?
No, so 2, 3 observations that I was sharing with you. It's whether you like it or not. It's also linked to the identity that you have. So 2 examples I was giving you, the kind of challenges I'm facing when I'm interacting with a lot of the young Dalit men. And a lot of the tendencies that I see either moving towards alcoholism or becoming suicidal. Both those I see as quite a pressure. Whether it is to do something with the pressure of being somebody that is being put. You keep talking every moment about Dr. Ambedkar and his contribution, and then at some stage I'm sure it is hitting you, what is my contribution, who am I, what am I actually doing? And then that either gets into that kind of a lumpenization process. I'm using that word a little more carefully, of doing all those jayantis and doing those kinds of external show, which are very much bordering onto the very strong masculine kind of a thinking, and that is how it evolves. While on the other hand, when I interact with the Muslim youth, I find the kind of pressure, it's like a pressure cooker at one level, where you're questioning, especially I'm interacting with progressive youth. I'm not talking about the youth which are not in that progressive era, where you're questioning whether do you have any identity, do you have any future, do you have anything that is going to be recognized, can you really from the other people's perception, can you really move out of the identity of being a Muslim or not? Now, those are the kinds of questions, and there I find a lot of the psychological trauma that one sees and that one experiences in your interaction. And that's broadly, I'm saying, though I've had much more deeper experiences with few people that I've interacted deeply, where and it just turns into some level of a needing for some kind of a psychological help and therapy. And on the other hand, none of this is available as a societal forms of support. And these are, I'm talking about people who are in their 25, 30, that kind of a age group. And that's where this huge pressure of one on identity, one on acceptance in the society, one on what they aspire to be, and what are the scopes and the opportunities that are existing for that aspiration. I think there is that conundrum and these are all men I'm talking about. While I think what you refer that you find many women who are trying to break through some of this, coming from the similar communities, but break through some of those things with a lot more confidence. So I don't want to name people, but there are examples in Maharashtra where you find some very interesting work being done by young Dalit women in terms of not only showing their own empowerment, but also empowering so many other young women from those communities. And I'm trying to understand some of those, and is there anything that we can learn from those experiences that may be useful for the men folk in those communities is something that one needs to also look at very carefully. But they are fundamentally different in terms of the way they approach life and the way they aspire for what they want to be in going forward. As I was explaining, tomorrow I'll be meeting with a lot of these people, young people, because a lot of the unorganized sector in the city of Mumbai basically comes from this Dalit community and the Muslim community. Then one of the expressions that we are trying to provide to them is through their poetry, through their plays, through their dance forms, so that they have that expression and they can actually share that in a larger kind of a gathering, which also in a way reinforces some of their recognition, identity, without saying that they have been accepted, but there is that sense of acceptance, that there is a sense of that my art or what I'm trying to do is recognized by others. So some of those kinds of interventions, this is not a complete full-fledged intervention, but some of those are forays into that areas of creating those identities which are important, which also will contribute more positively for their social being and for the communities that they belong to, their social being. So that's the area that I look at it from that perspective broadly.
You mentioned that there's a fundamental difference in the way that in these communities the men and the women approach it. What is that fundamental difference?
Here now it's hypothesis, Amit. It's not based on, like, I have seen many more women trying to break through the shackles much more easily, and they're not into this creation of a myth about themselves, but they're much more pragmatic in trying to do something that they think they can do and have a stronger ambition to do something more.
So you mean they are less liable to fall for the victimhood oppressor binary that a lot of naive political ideologies will take you towards?
And men will be much more use that as a defense mechanism of the victimhood than the women. It may be the way the society operates. Women don't get choices of being, screaming as victims,
wallowing in the victimhood. Yeah.
They don't have those options, while men do have those options. And men then basically, as I was explaining, the one outlay is becoming alcoholic, another outlay is actually thinking about one's life and whether that life is worth living. So you can see those two extremities, while many women don't necessarily operate on those kinds of choices. They don't take up to alcohol. They have a more larger responsibility towards their families, so they don't easily think of going on the road towards relooking at their life, whether they should leave at all or not. But this is hypothetical. I haven't really checked and tested and talked to some of the activists that I mentioned without naming them. But I'm looking for an opportunity where I can really sit down and really understand what keeps them going in spite of the environment and the context not being so encouraging, broadly speaking. But I think it's something that we need to explore more with this women who are coming up with those steps.
I'm really mad at you that you haven't written 5 books by now, boss. There's a book in this alone. If you actually, get into it. Come on, man, start writing. I will keep pushing you now. Every week you'll get messages on WhatsApp. What have you written? Are you going to build a writing habit? Do you commit to it in public right now on this podcast? You will build a writing habit. What? Are you going to do it?
I know, Abhi, I have some resistance. I don't know what. And I have all the techniques and the technology and the motivation that you talk about. Don't bother about what you think. The first is your just mental dump. get that out, and then we'll see about how to process it and that kind of thing. So I know all that, but it's somewhere that knowing and acting, there is still some distance I have to travel. Let me put it that way.
You will travel. Life will just begun. So again, I want to talk about Yuva, but also about you with this next question, which is about the fact that it might seem to someone looking at your narrative that around the time you start Yuva, you're basically doing one thing, which is you're doing a particular kind of social work and now you founded an organization. But if you look a little deeper, actually you're wearing many hats and performing very different functions. One is a function of the actual practice of social work. You're going out there in the slums and talking to slum kids or children of construction laborers or whatever, and you're working with them. That's the actual work. Then there is the second part of the praxis that you mentioned yesterday, which is you're doing reflection on the work, and therefore you are an ideas person, you're a theoretician, you are constantly revising your model of the world rather than stick to something dogmatic, because practice and theory are feeding into each other. The third thing that you're doing is you become an organization man, that now you're leading Yuva, and the job is that, okay, I got to build this organization, which means that you're, without using these terms maybe, but you're putting HR in place, you're putting IT in place, you're getting all of that together. You are becoming a mentor to people, you are becoming a manager of people, and all these are subtly different in and of themselves. And then what you're doing also is that you're trying to build the ecosystem by building future leaders. And also, while you're doing all of this, along with the practice of running an organization, you are also thinking about the theory of running an organization. And here we get into praxis again. So gradually, while your first board may have people who've done their masters in social work, it evolves to people who've been in corporate roles and all of that, because you are picking each board member according to a need that Yuva has in that moment in terms of guidance and the direction that it is taking. Tell me about all of this, because it seems almost mind-blowing to me that someone can handle all of this and succeed at it, because I find that I might be good at one or two things, but at some point I reach my level of incompetence, or the Peter principle as it were. But in your case, you just kept learning and going. So what was this for you? Were there frustrations? Was there self-doubt? What was hard? What was easy? Tell me about this.
The one analogy that I use sometime in the early phase of Yuva, I used to call myself a Dombari. A Dombari is a person who performs on the street. So if you look at all the things that a Dombari does, what he does, first he's beating his drums to gather people around. Then he's doing some acrobatics. If he has a companion, he will make some companions to do some acrobatics. So he's training his next generation of acrobats to take on those roles. And then at the end of the show, after entertaining the crowd for about an hour, 45 minutes, you then are going around to pick up the money. So if you look at that, it's a multiple role. So even the very first thing that the Dombaris do is clean up the space where they are going to be doing that act, because that's almost like a praying to the land on which you're going to perform, right? In the ritualistic kind of sense. So if you look at each of these stages, it's that analogy. So I used to tell that to people in Yuva that, when I began, I was like a Dombari. I was, doing the jhadu in the office. We had a very small office in Mugbhat, which was like 10 by 10 room. So getting up, I used to sleep there after my taxi driving. Sometimes I would come and sleep there, get up at 8:39, go home, have shower and things like that, bath, then come back by 9. And then clean the place, organize. Only one person had a table and chair, was the typist. Everybody was sitting on the ground. So each of these places, each of this type of work that you get to do, and that's the advantage I have had of really building from nothing. As you would have read in the case study, the first thing, I got a loan of 5,000 rupees, and that is how Yuva began, basically. Now, these multiple things come from one obsession that is outlined also in the case study. Is somewhere I had this thing obsession. Let me put it two factors. One was this group that I talked about in College of Social Work, which basically said this guy is cannot do anything, cannot develop anything. He will become more individualistic. He doesn't have a capacity to build institution. So that was one kind of a saying that I will prove them wrong. So there was that element at somewhere at the back of my mind. And the second, which was more positive element, which was my thinking even at that stage, that if I'm going to invest some time and energy in something like this, I want to build a centurion organization. Why should only profit-making organizations should stay and live more than 100 years? Because that time you had only examples of corporate sector organizations, many companies from US predominantly, who had already crossed 100. The organization that I was looking at, Oxfam, Amnesty, they were in the 60, 65 years kind of a age group. Only Red Cross, I thought, was something which was more than 100. In India, we had institutions like Prarthana Samaj, I mentioned, who were more than 100 years, but they were no more relevant and vibrant in the time that I was talking about. So I was talking about how do the institutions remain vibrant even if they're 100 years and 100 plus. So that obsession led to me trying to work at these multiple levels. Second, as I may have mentioned to you informally, the first thing I did before UA started functioning, August we got the registration. The first thing, I went for a 2-month training program on management of youth organization in Delhi at Vishwekendra. So from the get-go, I basically said there are areas, what I understand is the analysis of the society. What I understand is what needs to be done. But how to structure it, what are the elements that I need to be looking into? Like I wasn't an accountant, but Sister Magdalene from the Nirmal Niketan College of Social Work helped me to start doing the basic accounts, how the basic accounts to be kept and those kinds of things. But I need a much higher understanding of accounting and finance. I needed to get all those from the structured learning processes. And I've been fortunate to do these kinds of learning. Then I went to IIM Bangalore for 3 months training program on management of NGOs, which was at a different level, which was, completely different level. And your large NGOs, CEOs and executive directors in that program. I forgot her surname. Geeta was her first name. She was also contestant for becoming the chief of the UN Women globally. She was a professor in the IIM Bangalore. So she was the head of that program. And that just helped me quite a bit in terms of really looking at a scale issue. Vishwekendra gave me the base knowledge. IIM Bangalore gave me the scale kind of a knowledge. And then when it came after 5-6 years of UA, when we did that major shift in 1990 to move from projects to program, and I'll explain the difference between the projects and program in a minute, I attended a program at IIM Ahmedabad on managing organizational change, which was done by Professor Parikh. She's also very, very, very well-known professor from the IIM. So I was always open to learning and acquiring new skills. Many NGOs get ossified because their leaders either come from an approach that they know and they stop learning. Rather, I had a practice. I don't know whether I mentioned that even informally to you. I had a practice for 10 years where I used to do one adventure sport to check my risk-taking abilities. So bungee jumping, sky jump, catapult, river rafting, all those in different one adventure sport, personally paid for because you will not pay for it, and one learning program where I'm a learner. I'm not a trainer, I'm not a facilitator, I'm not a public speaker, nothing. I'm just as any other student. And that tremendously helped me, Amit, to really build that capabilities. I was always a great listener at one level. So many people whom you met in the first part of my life, they'll say, oh, Minar can go on and on and on. But I used to be listening very sharply. And I'll then pick up the brains of those people. So this idea on the board, how to move the board from compliance board, what I call a rubber stamp board. It's basically all your first board generally in the NGOs are friends and families, people whom you trust, who basically going to say, tu kar le yaar, teko karna hai, whatever you want to do it, we are there, and you bring your papers, we'll sign those papers. I was always opposed to that idea. And I learned some of this from a friend from Australia, who unfortunately died of cancer very recently. So he first came and conducted a workshop for the board. So many NGOs do a lot of training programs for their staff. I did this training for the board, saying that what is the difference between a compliance board to a performance driven board, and what it will take for us to move from here to the performance driven board. And the next step, what we should be aspiring, is a mission driven board. Okay, so what are those steps that we need to take in terms of changing of the membership of the board? What types of skill sets are missing? Like we were already getting into this microfinance area, right? Now, for having somebody who understand microfinance in a larger context was somebody important to be on the board. We were getting into housing and infrastructure development in the communities. So having somebody who understands that, and then to understand this complexity of Yuva, somebody like Arun Joshi, whom I got from the RPG group, who was a group HR head in the RPG. All these people is people whom I have learned from, and they have contributed. So I think that made me, so yes, the catalyst, the mover and shaker of all this was Minar Pimple. But was it only Minar Pimple's contribution? No. All these people, what ability I had was that Dombari ability of gathering all the skill sets that are required, convincing them that they need to be there, and getting them in that board and locating a role that they can play effectively, that they will feel energized. Because a lot of the board meetings are boring meetings, as many people will tell me. I say, no, my board meeting should be an encouraging meeting. At the end of the board, people should say, when is the next meeting? That's a good sign of a good board, a functioning board. Other people just come for a board meeting, have a lunch, and then go away, and there's nothing new learning. They have not really, it has not titillated their thinking, or they are not thinking in some new perspective. So I think all these factors contributed. The last point I'll make, at a very early stage in UA, because I always work in frames. So at a very early stage, I had developed this frame called PDODHR. If program development, our reason for existence is to deliver a high quality, impactful program for the constituencies we work with. To do that, you need appropriately skilled, committed, passionate professionals who need to be recruited, and not only recruited, onboarded, developed, and their competencies are fully leveraged in the interest of creating the impact on the ground. And for them to be accommodated in the organization, you need the organizational structure and the systems where they feel aligned and feel ownership of the organization. So whether it is the pay scales, whether it is what kind of a processes. And one thing we did, which was very interesting, and that I learned from people like Anand Grover and Indira Jaising. When they started their law firm and lawyers collective, where a lot of young lawyers used to come. So that started a process called the Lawyers Collective School. And they used to do that once a year. They will go somewhere in, Lonavala or Khandala, and 2-3 days, all the young lawyers and them will stay together and think through what should be the lawyers' collective perspective. So I picked up that idea. I said, if the lawyers are doing it, why shouldn't I do it for you? For UA, it was more complex because we had people who were support staff, people who were leading particular programs. So you had a whole range of people. And then because I was a trainer at my mind, I could literally, think and conceptualize. If I'm conceptualizing a training program, the 5 elements need to be looked into: knowledge, skills, attitudes, perspective, and self-awareness. So how do I design a program for each of this layer in UA that they will feel engaged, and there will be common plenaries where all of them will come together. So that staff school program was something which many others then followed and said, hey, this is something very interesting, because spending 5 days together, living together, and that brought in lot of interesting learning, lot of issues, because you're living together. So you get to know who is who. You're spending a night, and then who's what tendencies, what people bring in. That would open up number of things. Somebody is misbehaving with somebody. How do we pick that up? All that. And that led to some of the things that we did even before Supreme Court guidelines. Like UA had a women's committee even prior to the Supreme Court mandated guidelines for setting up the women's committee in the corporate sector and in all sectors where women are employed. But we were already doing that. Paternity leave has become mandatory very recently, I'm told. But you had a paternity leave long time ago before anybody even thought of the paternity leave. So paternity leave, adoption leave. So we were always encouraging people, if they want to adopt, that they should get the time that they need for adopting a baby and, to nurture that baby in the beginning. So I think a lot of those things came from that continuous thinking through of the issues. And this then was captured in UA in a very early stage. IDS in Sussex in UK did a organizational study of UA in terms of UA's practices, how UA has evolved. One of the person, Rajashri Mathani, she was a researcher and head of research department, Tata Institute of Social Science. When she did her PhD on organizational behavior at IIM Ahmedabad, UA was her case study. So you can see, and I haven't seen some of those documents. I must be having them somewhere. But those documents exist about UA at that very early stage of some of these practices that we. But as I would say that, though I was a person who was a kind of a Dombari, collecting and gathering everybody, a lot of this people's contributions helped us to shape and work at this multiple layers and levels. But of course, I had an immense energy. It was like 24/7. I had no limits of evenings, weekends. It was like you make yourself fully available to that cause, literally. And that, I think that helped also.
I should tell my listeners at this point that I have met very few people with the kind of limitless energy that Minar is showing here. Jumbo peras are actually one secret to his success, but we shall not get into jumbo peras now. As I'm deepening my understanding of you through this really stimulating conversation, it strikes me that you are actually bringing two things together which often don't come together. One, I see in you as the go-getter, much like your mom, the go-getter who is also at the same time challenging conventional wisdom in the classroom and is going out there and doing stuff. And in a sense, there is this alpha male energy ki ye karne ka hai, karunga, I'll bring people together, I'll be the leader of the tribe and I'll get the job done. At the same time, I see a certain kind of humility where whatever the youthful arrogance might have been, you're not getting carried away by that and you are on that constant learning journey. Not later in life, but right from then that you go to Delhi to learn about how to run an NGO, then you do the other course on, at IIM where you broaden that scale. You signed up for the art of clear writing and life lessons. And, when I think about why a man of your accomplishments and learning should sign up for a course like that, at first I don't understand, but then I immediately do. Because for anyone who wants to get anywhere, they realize that life is a process of constant lifelong learning. And yet, and even that, another sign of this humility is the fact that you move from a compliance board to a performance board, and you start stacking it with people who will hold you accountable and hold your feet to the fire, which is also tough. So what I feel, and I want your comment on this, is that 99% of people don't have this second aspect. Especially if you're heading an organization, you will think that you know all the answers, or you can figure out all the answers, and that humility, that sense that I want to learn. In yesterday's conversation, you mentioned that you went to Singapore recently and you did a course out there. Yeah, most people don't do this, so I want to sort of ask you about, like, was this always intrinsic to you, and do you wish more people did it? Like, when you mentor people, do you push them to do this? Because ultimately the world is changing so rapidly that the only skill worth having is a skill of learning.
No, so it links with, you remember when we spoke about my childhood? Curiosity has been a kind of a mainstay, though sometimes it got expressed in the most dangerous thing of bursting the cracker in the hands. But curiosity of what happens, or following the dead body to the crematorium to see what happens after the body is burnt, where it disappears. So I think curiosity to try, and I used to ask all kinds of questions. People used to get really worked up in terms of maybe that time they were stupid questions, but as a child, I would ask all kinds of questions to my father, to my teacher, to my mom. Not that every time I got coherent answers, but sometimes I got shut up, sometimes I got a slap. Asking a wrong question at the wrong time, all that has happened, but I never gave up that. I think that was important. I think that just continued as a part of my overall learning. And that period that I talked about, from the 7th standard to the 12th standard, and the tumulus kind of a self-reflection change, looking at whether I'm going to be a religious person or a rational person like Dr. Kaur, all those is part of that curiosity. I told you I went for the Russian classes because I wanted to read the philosophical essays of Lenin in original Russian. And there I formed a very beautiful friendship with a very dear friend of mine who came to Russian because he wanted to understand chess and the original chess moves by some of the Russian masters. Vikrant Safekar. He's a very well known, he's now been mentoring people. He does a lot of work on memory. So a very, very dear friend. Just last Sunday, day before yesterday, we had a lunch together at my place. These are like friendships which are formed totally out of the thing. He had nothing to do with any progressive thinking, nothing, no idea about. But I was curious. I was curious about Vicky. I was curious about his interest in chess, and I was not a chess player, but I was curious, and that's how that he was not any left or any Marxist-Leninist thinker, nothing. But he just. So interest in people has been a constant endeavor for me. So, I've like sat and listened to people for hours together. In the young days, in Maharashtra, there is this form called Kirtan. So you have the Kirtankars, and there are some very famous Kirtankars who come and give Kirtans. They are actually invited by paying a kind of honoraria to come and address the gatherings. Not some of this new age gurus that one sees with hundreds of thousands of people and all kinds of nonsense that happens. These Kirtankars were for giving you social lessons. So they will quote from Naneshwar, they'll quote from Tukharam, all those kinds of scent traditions that we have in Maharashtra. And in Konkan, that was very dominant kind of a trend that one got. So as kid, I would love any of these things. I remember how desperately I went for the meeting addressed by Balasaheb Thackeray when Shiv Sena was formed. And I was a young kid, and I ran to listen to him. Or when Atal Bihari Vajpayee came to Girgaon, where I used to stay, I would never give up any of these important speeches. Not that I was understanding the politics, but just out of curiosity, how they speak, So like the element of pause, I learned from Atal Bihari Vajpayee's speeches. Fantastic. Like that person speaks so much by his pauses than what he speaks in words. His pause at the right time gives you such a huge depth of understanding. And I'm talking about as kids. I'm doing it as a kid. So that curiosity, I think, played into everything I did, Amit. And that is what continues. So even now, the people say, why are you behaving like a child? Why are you asking that kind of a question? People get a little upset when I ask some stupid question. At my age, such questions are not asked. But I have always told people that, it's better to be fooled once than to remain a fool for the whole life. So even if at that point of time people think I'm a fool because I'm asking that question, it's okay. But at least I know the correct answer if I'm asking the right person. And it just avoids me remaining a fool in that area for a whole life. Like today, I learned from you about the MSG. This is a myth. So now, of course, I'll go back and read on it a little more, and then I'll deal with that myth and get rid of that myth. That's how I act on things. So for me, it doesn't stop just listening. It's also testing, validating, checking. And then I told you about my English attempt to learn English. Duo Times of India, don't move on the news till the time you have understood that word. And the next stage, not only understand that word, what are the other words that can be used for that? So my wife says she comes from a very elite school called Queen Mary's. So our constant going, you're a daughter of the Raj, I am a son of a soil. That was the kind of a constant bickering. But I still believe my vocabulary is much bigger than her vocabulary, because some of these attempts that I made, and it's not one-upmanship or anything like that. It's just simply the fact that I did all this and I did read so extensively that my vocabulary got built much bigger than even an English medium, and the best English medium school. A lot of the celebrated women come from that one school. Armati Desai, who became the UGC chairperson, came from that school, Queen Mary's in Nana Chowk. So very, very, very elite school. Herwadkar sisters, Queen Mary. So you look at all those people who were committed to education, at a really good quality education. The girls went to Queen Mary. That was so normal and common. And I went to Chikitsak, which was a Marathi medium school, which was not bad. But my till 600, I was in Nagar Parishad school, kind of a municipal council school at Khed. So what I'm trying to basically say is some of those things I still preserve, even in all conversations, I pick up things and then I will follow. So now, I want to really understand frameworks that Sudhir runs. So because I'm quite obsessed with frameworks, I've tried to build some frameworks in the work that I have done. So I want to really understand how his frameworks he's applying in the MSME sector. Because I was part of the MSME, we were running that silver factory, which is, so what framework could I have used for that kind of thing? Or if I do some foray into MSME sector ahead, I would have useful frameworks. So I would interact with him. So that, I think that motivation, that willingness to listen and learn, I think is somewhere have been... and I don't think it is something to do with the family. I was never encouraged in that fashion. I think it's something which one has self-developed and evolved. Some of my teachers have been extremely useful. Like I said, in 7th standard, 8th standard, I used to speak on Naneshwari with authority. Really interpreting Naneshwari, because it was, I think her name was Patkar, who, fantastic teacher. And the way she really brought Naneshwari alive to us as kids. And then I was inspired about it. And then I read Naneshwari. And then I started looking at how to interpret. What are the different angles? What are the kinds of life approaches that one can have in that? Because every para of Naneshwari can be interpreted from so many different ways for your own life in that sense, right? So whatever my capacity was in the 7th or 8th standard, I would put that to the maximum use to interpret Naneshwari. Or in my graduation level, I was first in English, starting with not coming from an English medium background. At Bachelor of Social Work, I was first in English. I'll now give you a simple example there. Mayor of Caste was there for my BSW 3 and All My Sons of Arthur Miller. These were the 2 books. And it started in BSW 1, me having a contestation with the English teacher called Mrs. Kothawala. Fantastic teacher, very empathetic teacher, but I had a fight with her saying that, why do we need English for social work? Because I was not good at English, of course, but still, that was my contestation in the first year of BSW. In the last year of BSW, I stood first, while all the other kids had come from the English medium, except for the 2 boys who were with me. So 3 boys were non-English medium schools. And the interpretation I gave to Mayor of Casterbridge, now this is again because of the particular analysis, I basically said this describes the era of a transition of the British society from the feudal era to the capitalist era. Because that is what it describes, in terms of the frame of putting that in the frame of economic development in that country. So, and that is something which nobody would think in that fashion, right? They would think more from the literary perspective. I was thinking more from the, social and economic perspective, which that distinguishing itself, I think, must have blown the paper marker and must have been good. And I got the highest marks because of some of these analysts. The same thing I did something on All My Sons of Arthur Miller, really bringing in some of the elements from the social factors, what shape people in the way they are shaped. So what I'm trying to explain here, Amit, is the somewhere having that ability to read something that identifies with you, and then not fearing stating it.
Out of every 100 people you worked with in the social sector, how many have the same curiosity and hunger as you do?
Few, very few, to be
Give me a
honest.
number.
If you're talking about 100, I will say about maybe 7 or 8 people.
Hmm.
So it's not a large number, because and I think that reflects a little broadly of the society. People start getting ossified. The problem we have with this traditional kind of a path that is being talked about, education, job, marriage, kids, retirement, pension.
You get into that groove and you're stuck
If you
there.
get into that groove and if you don't question that and challenge that, that's where people are stuck. So I did one experiment and some people were upset with me. So all my friends whose parents were like 65, 70, I would request my friends, can I have a chat with your father or your mother? And the question I would ask is, give me a sense of what did you achieve in the 70 years of your life? And then, of course, this normal groove will come up and they say, okay, but what did you achieve? This you did for your daughter, this you did for your son, this you did for your younger brother, all that is fine. But what did you achieve? And some would get into a real reflection on that I have never thought of that question. Some would be angry and not angry with me because I'm like a friend of their, either a daughter or a son, but they will convey that to their daughter. क्या टाइप का इंसान को तो लाता है, what kind of a person you bring in to ask all these kind of stupid questions. So I did that with almost like 8 or 10 people of 65, 70 year old. Again, same curiosity, how do, when people look back on their life, how they look back on their life. And one thing, forget about the data that I gathered, but one thing I clearly said, I don't want to be in that situation where I can't answer that question. Which is convincing to me. Forget about anybody else being convinced. I need to be convinced that I have been meaningful in my life. And if that is what I need to do, then I need to lead life more differently than what these guys have. Not that they were unhappy people. They were very happy people. They came from a very nicely set up background. They were happy that their kids are doing well. Their daughter is done her PhD, blah, 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 blah. Great. But when you ask that question, what did you do? What did you get? It's all externalized. And that is what life tells us.
What did you get?
What did I get at the age of 64? I think my own learning, which is fundamental, because I think it has helped me to be a better and better and better person every year down the line. I think I have got rid of a lot of my arrogance and those sharp edges that I had in my life. I think I meaningfully try and attempt to contribute in other people's lives through my engagement on mentorship, on trainings that I do. I was with very young youth animators who work with young people, 12 to 22 years, day before yesterday. And I did a 3-hour session with them in terms of what are the kinds of qualities of a good animator? What do you need to understand to be a good animator? And then again, this 5-point framework, what you need to be knowing in knowledge, what you need to be knowing in skills, and what kind of skills you need to be acquiring, what kind of attitude, behaviors you should be having, what kind of perspective, political analysis, the contextual analysis you need to be having. And while doing all that, what is the self-awareness you have? How you as a person comes across to them is what they will also be gathering. They're not only listening to your knowledge spiel, but they're also seeing you as a person, and that only will come when you're a highly self-aware person. So how do we build on all those 5 so that you can really create a transformatory change for yourself and for others? So I'm just giving you in a brief. It's a 3-hour session that I did with them. So if out of those 25 people who were in the training, even if 2 or 3 people follow 70 to 80% of what I talked about, they will make an impact on they're working with, hundreds of kids in the communities. They will make an impact on those kids. And isn't that, for me, that's a big satisfaction.
Here's another sort of largish question. One of the great privileges in life, of course, is when you grow up in a household where you're surrounded by books and knowledge and you take it in through osmosis. And I've been incredibly fortunate about this, and I wish this was a problem you could just solve for everybody. At the same time, I came to realize that sometimes the absence of this, the deprivation of this, can be a feature and not a bug. I first realized this when I recorded, I think, one of my favorite episodes of the show with the economist Soumya Dhanraj, who grew up as a kid of factory workers. So, a very atypical childhood. Grew up as a daughter of factory workers, and her mother used to sell chai at a tea stall in the Coimbatore highway, etc., etc. So she didn't have the good fortune of reading books when she was young, and when she reached college, she wasn't well read at all and started reading really late. Now, normally I would think this is the disadvantage, but in her case, what it meant was she started asking really fundamental questions about things people took for granted, like what is a stock market, why is a stock market, something like that. Whereas all of us know the concept, we never question it, it is there. But she's saying why, kaise aaya, kya hai, kaise kaam karta hai, and I'm taking one example, but asking fundamental questions about every damn thing, which makes her one of my favorite economists, because nothing is received wisdom. Everything has been questioned, and it has been questioned because there is that great curiosity and there is that great hunger. Now, it is not my case that if you are deprived, you will have that hunger and that curiosity. There's a selection bias in play. But it is my case, and you can correct me on this or you can tell me your views. It is my case that hunger is far more likely to be there if you haven't been privileged enough to lead the kind of cosseted life that I had led, for example, right? Where, you cannot take books for granted, so you read every book you can get your hands on. You cannot take knowledge for granted, so you soak it in. And I wonder that in your experience, and in your case also, I see this, that, you've come from kid, you've been there till the 6th standard, you come to Bombay, there is that desperation. You're asked the meaning of money and everybody laughs at you, and there is a hunger and the desperation and the curiosity, the reading Times of India with a thesaurus. I wish I had that kind of discipline and hunger. My whole life would have been so much better. But unfortunately, nahi tha. But you had it. So when you say that, okay, you've seen maybe 7 out of 100 people have it, do you think there is something to this? And do you then think that it creates a parenting problem for parents who are well off? That how do I give my child the best of everything, but at the same time, somehow nurture this hunger in him or her?
I think you're really hitting the nail on the head. In my case, also, there were no books around. I told you that Chandoba I used to get once a year from my aunt, who was the municipal school teacher. Lok Satta or one of the Marathi newspaper used to come to house. Other than that, there were no books. So even if I led quite a freewheeling life before 6th standard, I may be one of the very few kids who would go to the Nagarpalika library just for the heck of it, and just hang out there. There are people who are reading seriously, older people, but I'll go there to hang out. Even just being in that context help me. Even if I'm just playing around there, and I will go and walk in there and sit there quietly, flipping through something. That had become a habit. When I came to Mumbai, the first thing I did was I became a member of a local library, a small, very small library. And I started reading some of the Marathi novels and those kinds of things. I started reading some serious books, something like Swami, which is a very famous book by, I think,
R.K.
Ranjit.
Narayan.
No. This is a Marathi
Oh,
book.
okay, not Swami and Friends. So I got
No,
confused.
I'm talking about Swami in Marathi, which was about the whole Peshwai kind of a. I used to love historic books. So I started reading those kinds of things, which is because of that, basically. And then, of course, in Chikitsak, I would go to the library. In the when I was doing my Bachelor of Social Work in Nirmala Niketan, and I met that assistant librarian just at a wedding of one of the persons 2 months back. And he said, Minar, you are such a naughty guy. Because, see, we were allowed to only take 2 books. So I'll collect 2 or 3 other people's cards and take 6 or 8 books at one time from the library. And he would know, so Chandrakant, his name was Chandrakant, he would know that Minar is doing this thing of taking other people's cards, but he would just ignore it. He would just, and I'll be sitting in the library after, if I'm getting half an hour, 1 hour, rather than just chatting about, which I will also do some my masti, but also go to the library and sit. So some of these things came from that, that every opportunity, like library used to close at 8 o'clock before the exams. They would extend the hours of the library. I would be the last one. Chandrakant would have to come and say, Minar jhala tha, banda kara. Means he will come and almost like he's about to close the library. He said, now get out, basically. So that's something which, because at home, there was no culture of reading in that sense. The other thing which I think even this fellow talked about, Sudhir talked about, in the very interesting thing in the Maharashtra, the phenomenon of the Diwali Ank. During Diwali, you get this compilations, and a lot of new authors write on that. So at least one Diwali Ank we used to get at home. And my mother used to read those Diwali Ank, and then of course we will get not Menka type that he mentioned about, but like Awaz or Lok Satta, that kind of so that was one thing. But other than that, there was no culture. There was not a book rack in the house. Yeah. When I rented the place, the first thing, because that's when I had this strong belief the only property I would ever have in my life is books. I don't want to don't want to have any other property other than the books. Of course, then the first property I was, the Juhu place that you visited is the first property where actually I have a property. Otherwise, I have zero property, and then the London flat. But otherwise, the books were the only thing which got carried wherever I went, basically. So most of the time, my luggage was 60-70% books, nothing else. So that, I think there is that element. And what you're saying is a very important fact. Like, I don't see that habit in my own son, Nitant. I don't see that habit. Alpa, who comes from a much, second, third generation graduate, doesn't have that strong habit that I have of, or I had. Now I'm again trying to get back into it. The reading habit. She comes from books. There were the books. Salil's book on Gujaratis, I gave it to her father. He said, don't give it to me. I'm not going to read it because it's such a thick book. Alpa promptly gave it to another Gujarati friend, but she didn't read it. So now I've said, I'm going to get another book for you so that you can read what Gujaratis have been. And, somebody like Salil writes after extensive research. But I'm just telling you the kind of thing. And Nitant reads what is useful for that he's very thorough. So if he's doing an analysis of a particular company, he will read anything and everything about that company, even from the whatever the deepest webs that he will search and unearth the information, because they do a lot of forensic work, right? But other than that, I keep passing on some information to him, some things, look at it, look at that, look at this. Sometimes he will look at it and then he will say, Papa, this was very good for me. But so that hunger of not having, now he's living all over surrounded by books. In our house, the 1/3 of the house is books, nothing else. Basically, if you look at, you'll just only saw the living room. The same thing is in my bedroom. Same thing is outside in the thing. Even one of my book cupboards is in Nitant's room. So whether he likes it or not, that damn thing is hanging there. But so there is something about parenting that you talked about, that some of these people have got it easy. 1, 2. They start at a totally different level in terms of, so they have a luxury of taking many things for granted, which I didn't have. And that helped in terms of the drive because I didn't have a base. I've created a baseline now for the family going forward. Right? What was my base on which I began? If my father was a PhD or something like that, that's a base on which I build on. But that base didn't exist for me. I'm the first graduate from both my families, as I said yesterday. So I'm creating a base for myself and for others in that sense. If you talk about family and family histories and how families evolve. So I think it's what you're saying. There is something to that But at the same time, when I travel quite a bit, I see a lot of young kids still with 9 year, 8 year with the books, even at the airport with the break. Others would be on their damn whatever those games, and but you find some, especially girls. I think there's something still driving girls to read than the young boys. And this I'm talking about 7, 8 on the airport. You see, people hanging around, and you see. I find that now my observation is not scientific, but my thing immediately gets attracted. Oh, this woman is is reading a book, physical book, not even on Kindle. That's impressive. So I only hope that people start understanding the need for reading and expanding their knowledge. But I used to read, as you said, anything that I would get to. Anything. So in the villages, everything, grocery shop will put things in the newspaper, so those newspapers, because the old habits, those newspapers will be brought to strengthened and all. I will read before they get into that pile of to be reused again. Read what is not used there. So this, I think it's just the habit, I suppose.
Oh, I love that observation you made about women reading more, and it even seems to tie in with that earlier observation you made about how in these communities women are often, they're treated fundamentally differently from men. They're less likely to get trapped in those sort of narratives and resilience, and I want to segue from this by going back to Yuva finally, and talking about the very feminist orientation that you consciously gave it from the start. Like one thing that you did at Yuva, of course, you pointed out how you predated what happened much later after Nirbhaya and all that. You predated all that with the women's committee and all that. Another thing that I have read about a lot is how you would use women as agents of change. That you would place young women in key roles. You would often get these young women from the communities themselves, and you would make them planners and you would make them leaders, and that would kind of work out. So tell me a little bit about how you sort of came to this realization that that this is the best way forward, like firstly at a level of ideas, placing feminism at the heart of it and emphasizing its importance, and then at the level of practice at actually empowering women all across the chain, so that they are the ones who are doing things, and it is not a man on top giving orders and telling them what to do or setting the agenda.
So the feminist piece is something, one of my dear friends who was a feminist. So it was a very interesting thing, like simple part, which can be seen as very stupid, and but which side of the road you walk into. These are like simple things that happen very naturally. And men would always put the women on the footpath side and they would be on the outer side as a natural kind of a. And some of those things got pointed out. Now that sounds like such a, what's a big deal about it? Which side, when you sit in the taxi, which side a man sits, a woman sits?
Tell me more about
very interesting. No, so normally a man would sit on the left side if you're sitting behind, and a woman would sit on the right side behind the driver. Same thing while walking on the road, a man will walk on the outside where the cars are flowing, and a woman is always walking on the inside towards the footpath side. Somewhere talking about man naturally taking on the protective kind of a role. Now, I was not aware of some of this. These are small things, but they're important because they're part of your DNA. It comes as a part of the DNA at one level. And this got pointed out in terms of really thinking and then really understanding. And that's when I started looking at the feminism. I also happened to visit Europe when she was studying in Europe with Maria Mies, one of the German feminists who was the course director at the Institute of Social Studies, where she was studying. That got me exposure to the, like, I had no idea about the whole LGBTIQ community because I had not come from that kind of a understanding or a background. That's the first time I started really understanding what this community means in totality, how they interact, what love means for them, those kinds of things, which I started understanding. So this I'm talking about 84, 85. So UI is just beginning at that stage, right? So there's a lot to still shape as far as UI is concerned. So I think some of that flowed into how do we build organization with the feminist principles in all its, not only in its declaration but in its functioning. By that time, I had already finished about 5-6 years of working in the community, right before even UI started, because I used to do that from College of Social Work. One thing I had noticed that the men are much strongly manipulative, though even if it is forced by the nature of their being. It's a part of the survival tactics that you end up being manipulative if you are in a slum community. You cannot be completely honest and straightforward. The group which had still maintained that little bit of authenticity and honesty were the women. So somewhere I had already formulated, again, this links with my obsession with authenticity and honesty. I had formulated that, if you want to really see change and build leadership, not that we want to make men as the enemies of the process, but the leadership should be with women, so that they are less will be succumb to the alluration, rewards and gifts that the politicians, local Western interests will offer them, because they are very clear what they want to achieve. While men can be literally bought over pretty quickly. So like some of our struggles against the liquor businesses, very clearly a natural ally is a woman. Men who are enjoying every evening thing at the liquor adda is not your main ally. It's woman who is facing the wrath of that damn thing at house in the evening. So I think that is what one thing which so I always used to say that the women have the highest agency for change in the communities, and if we build their leadership, that change will be much more authentic and much more sustainable, because it is in their interest that change is, and they would be the principal beneficiaries of that change. So somewhere that impacted in that sense. And I used to be really, like, a lot of the women shibis that I used to conduct, women training, I used to be loved by them. I loved them. So it was like a very natural flow in those processes that, and I could feel very energized with working with women. With men, one has to be really conscious, because you don't know who is spying for whom. ये क्या local corporator ने भेजा हुआ इंसान है क्या, उसका हमने ये बात कर सकते कि नहीं कर. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're dealing with all these dynamics on a day-to-day basis, right? Because you have local corporators who are very powerful and whose people are there everywhere. Women will be much more different. Things have changed. Let me also say that in the recent time, the things have changed, because it was Minar Pimple who understood it long time ago. All political parties have understood it very much in the last 8-10 years. So now you see the level of manipulation politics that the women have been got into by various Western interest parties is huge. And when I see this now, a lot of it, the frontal part you'll find is women now in many, especially on the rightist parties. They are in the front. Not all rightists. I'm not talking about only Hindu or any other religion. All rightist parties. Because people have understood the potential of that group or that population group or that constituency. But this I'm talking about when I began, and some of those are still have maintained the value system. So there is somebody called Manebai, whom I respect from Dharavi. They're basically in the cobbler community, and they did a lot of work. So she had a small factory of cleaning the chamra and getting all the small purses, big purses done as a part of the family. Her husband extremely supportive of Manebai. She's a leader. So if Manebai goes, the whole jatha of 8-10 women will follow Manebai. So that still happens. This I'm talking about. Like this. I worked with all of them before 20 years, 22 years, because by that time when I had become US CEO, I was not doing day-to-day work with in the communities. But that you still see that, and this tomorrow Shivir, I'll see some of those women with whom I have worked from the informal sector. The canteen at Yuva Center is run by a women cooperative. So all those things that we put as a kind of a traditions and giving the good opportunity and chance for women agency to express itself fully in economic areas, in social areas, in leadership areas. And now, not only that, they have gotten their daughter-in-laws, they have gotten their daughters. Now, that's a big thing for me because, it's not that the change has not remained with them. It is, you can see that percolating. So, a daughter-in-law coming along for a women's shibir along with her mother-in-law is a big change, man. It's a big change in terms of the community. Otherwise, she would be left behind to do the cooking when the mother-in-law is attending the shibir, attending that women's camp. That doesn't happen. So I think some of those things really have inspired me quite a bit. And that's what, so women as the leader, youth as the backbone was one of my slogans in terms of any community organization and men to be in the support function. So not to alienate men, not to make them enemies, but in support function, not put them as leaders, not put them as a backbone, because they're pretty slippery sometimes.
Beautifully put.
Does that help?
No, beautifully put. And all of it resonates with me so much. Tell me about the evolution of Yuva through the years. Like, you, of course, led it for 20 years. Then you chose to move on, and you had, to your credit, you had built a sort of self-sustaining organization where you weren't missed. It just continued smoothly without you, and you even refused a seat on the board and said, I'm just a general body member, and etc., etc. And so, how did Yuva evolve in the 20 years that you were in charge in terms of all the things that it did? What was your journey like? You mentioned that it wasn't just Yuva, you were also a fellow traveler in the Narmada Bachao Andolan. You were always learning stuff, you were doing adventure sports, though that's a separate thing, and all of this was happening. So, but tell me about how the organization evolved, how its work evolved, how you looked at the work and the role that it and you played in that larger ecosystem, because building leaders for the future was also something that you cared about, not just for Yuva, but in general, in that whole ecosystem. So tell me more about that.
So when we began in 1984, what was the one-line mandate board gave me? Yuva shall intervene any issues of social justice. That was a one-line mandate. Of course, the background was that we want to create leaders because the best people to solve the problem are the people who are facing those problems. So, jiska prashna, uska netrutva. Jiska sawal, uska netrutva was a very clear slogan we had. So our role was that kind of a facilitative role. So what advantage Yuva had was Yuva had a committed resources, committed from the traders' homes. We had a committed kind of a support system from Nirmala Niketan College of Social Work. They tolerated me, gave me a space for 2 years to sit there. My first recruitment of a typist was done in Nirmal Niketan. She used to come and sit in Nirmal Niketan, the typist of Yuva. I remember the first Godrej typewriter we bought was like a big celebration because that was the first, in a way, kind of a big thing for Yuva to buy. And then the first community organizer that I recruited. Now, this is where some of the philosophy and principle issues come in. My full-time salary was 1,500 that time. Because I was doing my master's, I said I cannot take the full-time salary because as part of my master's, I am appointed for a field work. Field work is part of my learning. So I'm not supposed to take money for that. So I only accepted half-time salary. So my salary monthly was 750 for both those years of MSW1 and MSW2. While my community organizer's salary was 900 rupees because he was a full-timer. Okay. So his salary was pitched at basically 900 as a full-time. My salary as a full-time was pitched at 1,500, but I was getting 750. And I think that was very helpful from the beginning to put some of those things very clearly. What is what I'm doing as part of my studies should not be charged to Yuva. That is contributing to Yuva. Yes, it is contributing to Yuva, but it's also going to be fundamentally contribute for me to get my master's degree. So that is more principle than my contribution to Yuva, right? So I basically chose a part-time salary of 750 rupees. So how these principles also are important. So that first few years, because we had all this network. So Jogeshwari was the area where you had a lot of the people, because we had by that time finished 3 paraprofessional batches in College of Social Work before you were started. So where did those people go? Who did the 11 months training program? The idea of the paraprofessional was you have people who are not qualified to do BSW because you needed 12 standard pass. Okay. Youth from slum community, many of them would drop out at the 10th. If they, in the first attempt they fail, second attempt they fail, they are not going to continue doing the education, and they will never pass 12th standard. So there's no scope of they joining the Bachelor of Social Work. So then what do we do for this kind of a program? And that is where Nafisa, Dominic and myself came up with this idea of designing a program which is called a paraprofessional. So they're not full professional certified in the Bachelor of Social Work or Master of Social Work, but they are paraprofessionals who will work with the professional social workers, and will design a 11 months, means one academic year. 11 months was basically one academic year program for them, broadly on the lines of the BSW. So 3 days, theoretical work, 3 days of field work, a lot of event organizing, all those activities organizing, all those kinds of things. And we had designed it on the basis of you will hear this knowledge, skill, attitude, perspective, self-awareness as the 5 elements of anybody to become a proper activist. So getting all those elements in while we did a curriculum building for that 11 months program. So there were 3 batches which had already happened. So the maximum number of people who had passed out those 11 months training program were based in Jogeshwari. So that became our natural catchment area to begin our work. By that time, there was a large project which Farida Lambe led under the direction of Armaiti Desai, was what called Municipal School Social Work. So municipal school social work was to reduce the dropout and stagnation among the kids who were coming from slum communities into municipal school. So there were social workers appointed into many of these municipal schools in Kolaba, in Dharavi, in Jogeshwari, in whatever. All the major municipal schools had social work students going for field work. Now, they were going only for 3 days. They needed full-time people. So this paraprofessional that we had trained got the jobs in municipal corporation as paraprofessional community organizers in school. So the 2 chunks of people were like people who were still continuing in the slum community, then doing some work in the slum community, and others who got proper formal jobs in municipal corporation. And many of them are just retiring now from that time when and as municipal employees, they are retiring. So that is how Jogeshwari was the first project that we started working on, while we continued to relate with all the youth members all over the city of Mumbai with whom we had contact through the paraprofessional training program or a 10 Sunday leadership program. Because by that time we had a cohort of almost like 60 or so people who had gone through this long training program, and we had about 200 youth who had gone through this 10 days program. So you had that, and they are supposed to be catalysts in those communities, right? So those were like our natural things. So Jogeshwari, then we designed a process called comprehensive intervention with youth in Jogeshwari, CYSG or something of that kind, of the short form for that. So how do we mobilize those youth in the issues of the community? So what are the issues of the community? Water, sanitation, waste management, tenants, because many of them were tenants, the tenants being troubled by their landlords, the Charles thing. Then, of course, illegal bhattis, the illegal liquor kind of thing, broadly Gundaism, police excesses. So you had a whole list of issues, right? Normal course for any of these people, what is their first stop to go to if they face any difficulty? Is the corporator, is the Nagar Sevak. That's the first stop in a normal basti kind of a situation. But that was not adequately fulfilling these responsibilities. So we basically said, why don't you start doing some of these things but don't alienate or don't create an antagonism with the elected corporator. Keep them informed, bring them on the, if you got a new tap, get the corporator to inaugurate. He or she will get the credit for it. It doesn't matter. Point is, people are getting the water. So we had to play that kind of a what is a little bit kind of a dynamic politics in that process. Now that is our input to them, because in the normal course what they would have done, हमने किया है इसको काय को बुलाने का, means why should we call a corporator if we have done this damn thing? That would be a normal approach. But then when they started realizing and interacting with us, saying that if you want to stay long term, then you'll have to keep them allies, don't make them at least enemies. Basically, that's a kind of a logic. So that is the kind of process we started. Also, you must realize in the first stage in any NGO, first few years, you're scrambling for resources. So you need to have at least some income coming in to support your activities. And so in that sense, in the first 4 or 5 years, we were opportunistic in that sense. Then we started another program called Voluntary Intervention with Deprived Children, VIDC. And I had this great idea. Alpa used to go to Xavier College. They had social service league kind of, and then they used to have lectures, and Alpa used to coordinate those lectures. So I told Alpa, I said, why don't you get some volunteers, saying that, you're listening to all the social issues in the social service lectures. Do you want to do something about it? If you want to do something about it, we are starting a program with kids on Azad Maidan, just about, a continuation of Metro Theatre, starting some kind of open school program for the kids on the pavements. After colleges finish at 3 o'clock, you go there 3:30 to 5:30, spend time with them, do some educational activities, do some play activities. So we started getting volunteers from Xavier College to work with those kids. And some of those kids are part of the Salam Bombay film. So that's very interesting to see how those kids have evolved and actually then acted in Salam Bombay from that pavement. So that is how the second project started, basically. So like that, the evolution of projects in the first 4 or 5 years was a continuous newer ideas, newer projects. And by 1990, then I said, this project-based approach is not going to be very helpful. We have to really start looking at city as a whole and conceptualize a program for the city of Mumbai, and what are those areas on which we should be concentrating on and focusing on, what others are doing, how do we synergize with them. So that kind of thinking started also happening around 1990, and that's when the first strategic plan of UVA got established. And then we moved from what I call the project approach to program approach. In the meantime, one major incident had happened in 1985. Justice Chandrachud, it is Dhananjay Chandrachud's father, who was the Chief Justice of Supreme Court, on his last day in the bench of Supreme Court, gave a significant judgment in Olga Tellis versus Bombay Municipal Corporation case. That case related to the inhuman demolition of the pavement dweller communities by Barrister Antule, who was the Chief Minister. And again, that may be the first time in the history of the High Court, but Justice Lentin was the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court. He actually visited the pavement. So you never have in the history a High Court judge actually visiting an area where this has happened. And these evictions happened in the month of June, July, when there was a huge raining. And Justice Lentin was very critical and basically saying that even if they are illegal occupants, it's completely inhuman to evict them and get them. And that time what Antul had done was actually ST buses. He loaded them on the ST buses with their whatever saman they could gather with their kids and everything. So you're from Andhra, you're going to Andhra border and dump them on Andhra border. You're from Karnataka, you're going to Karnataka border. You're from UP, we are putting them into the bogies of the trains traveling to UP, and police will be there till the end of the Maharashtra boundary. You cannot get out.
A Trumpian instinct before Trump.
This is our great barrister Antole. But anyway, so that judgment came by Justice Chandrachud. Now that judgment is a duality. First time it interpreted the guidance of the guidelines of the constitution, where life to live is life to live with dignity, and you cannot take away life without the due procedure of law. So one part that Justice Chandrachud judgment recognized, that a housing is a part of a dignity of a human being. Without the housing, person cannot live life with dignity. So housing got integrated as part of life, right to life. But then the next sentence, but municipal corporation is authorized to demolish those houses because it is the illegal occupation, because it is still, you can take away that right because it's by the due process of law. You understand the contradiction? So that was the judgment. And that's the time when in the case study it is mentioned, I was in Europe that time. This happened sometime, judgment came, I think sometime in April, May, June, sometime the judgment came. I was in Europe. I was in Holland, and all these countries had working groups on India. Holland had a working group in India. You were talking about the foreign contribution. So some of these groups were, big people who would visit India, had fell in love with India, and they would support some activities in India. So there was a working group in India, on India of Holland. So they said, so somebody got to know that I am there and I was working on this whole issue. So I was called to speak. And when I came back, the first thing I did was I said, this is not an issue of one NGO. We have to really do an alliance of number of NGOs bringing together. And we formed the first alliance, which is called Committee for the Right to Housing. About 60 NGOs we gathered. You are the secretariat of the Committee for the Right to Housing. And you had church institutions, we had slum dwellers organizations, you had housing associations, all the kinds of people who were part of the Committee for the Right to Housing. And that was the first way that you started organizing around right to housing. And that you can see that foray then built us, because one of the vision that I had was you can't only work in local level. There are evictions happening in all over the country. There are people and organizations working on evictions in Bangalore, in Calcutta, in Delhi, in all these places. How do we bring all this together? That is when some of the people from Calcutta took the initiative to form something called National Campaign for Housing Rights, NCHR. Then the eviction issue is not only for India. It's also happening in Dhaka. It's also happening in Manila in Philippines. It's also happening in Bangkok in Thailand. And that is how was motivated to build an Asian Coalition for Housing Rights. And then I was the lead for the Eviction Watch. Actually document evictions happening anywhere in the Asia Pacific region and build that. And then finally, there was the old institution run by planners and architects globally called Habitat International Council, based in Den Haag in Holland. So some of us said that this institution run by planners and architects is not going to be useful globally. And they had a representation with the United Nations UN Habitat. So we said we need to take over that and restructure that institution as a Habitat International Coalition. So names remain the same, HIC, but it will be, instead of council, it will be coalition, so that it becomes a broader coalition. And I was part of then building that Habitat International Coalition, where we represented a lot of these issues in Nairobi, because Nairobi was the headquarters of the UN Habitat. So you can see in the housing area, we started doing work from the ground at a local level, to national level, to Asia Pacific level, to global level. Because one thing I had realized, and that is when some of these exposures that I had of really interacting with people from Institute of Social Studies is one of those progressive institute in Holland, where you had a lot of this fantastic thinkers on different kinds of issues. So that was very helpful for me to really understand that how do you see the issue from the local to global and global to local, and how do we leverage each of those areas to bring in some interesting kind of aspect and elevation more in the policy terms. And that is when the first housing policy in India was formulated, of which we of course critiqued a lot. First time after independent India, in the Indian Constitution, there is a provision called People's Petition. So if people didn't like particular act or people want to propose an act, there is about you needed 300,000 people to sign up, and you could present that petition to the Speaker of the Parliament, and then the Speaker of the Parliament is in a way obliged by Constitution to take up that issue. So we did the people's petition on demanding for a people's right to people's bill on housing rights. So that was a huge process we did globally. Justice Krishnayar by that time had retired from the Supreme Court. He was one of our strong mentors. One of the judges who made waves, he just retired now, Justice Muralidharan. So that time we used to call him Murli. He worked with us in drafting the legislation. That time he was a young lawyer. Now he retired as I think, the justice from the Delhi High Court, Justice Muralidharan. So he was part of drafting the law, which is the People's Bill of Housing Rights. So it just created a huge kind of a momentum. But starting with one eviction process that happened in the city of Mumbai in 1981, on which a judgment came of Supreme Court in 1985. And that case was fought by, of course, Indira Jaising. She was the lawyer of Olga Teles. So then Indu and Anand, all of us also became, because we were all in that common struggle. So we became very good friends also as part of that process.
Beautiful, such a cascade of events. In that journey, from practice to learning to theory and the loop that it becomes, it's one thing for an individual like you to make that journey, that you're constantly introspecting about the work that you do and coming up with new best practices. But what also needs to be done, and which you have done and enabled within the ecosystem at a wider level, is also the documentation of everything that you learn, so that every generation is building on the learnings of the previous generation. You're never reinventing the wheel and having to learn stuff all over again, but that bedrock of knowledge just grows and grows and grows and grows with time. There's documentation, there is institutional memory, etc., etc. Tell me what you learned about this and all the different things that you did to, build these practices.
First, let me put a disclaimer. Sitting where I'm sitting now, whether I'm happy with the level of documentation we have been able to have and with the way we have been able to preserve, I'm not.
But the counterfactual is it could have been much worse. And
it could have been nothing.
Yeah.
That is the counterfactual.
Yes.
But it could have been much, much better if we wouldn't have had the huge resource constraints. That time already you had the processes of digitization, microfilms, all that had come in. So it was not that the technology wasn't available, but we didn't have resources for that technology. Let's be honest about it. One. And two, our day-to-day struggle on these issues was so absorbing that thinking of that and having somebody who is devoted to thinking of that was also not possible to be hired in that frame. So yes, it is true that the documentation that UA has been able to maintain, so we have a whole urban resource center in the UA center. And people still go there and really look out for these documents from the beginning, and they're there. Most of it is there. And people really learn from those processes, which is great. Because again, it's the same obsession of you always go back to this point that I made, Centurion organizations. Centurion organizations are built by having adaptable, relevant programming, people capable of finding that relevance on an ongoing basis. Minar Pimple may not be able to find a relevant programming in 2025, but you need Roshni Nangahedi, who is now the ED, who has a much stronger pulse on what is happening, to be that person. So having that appropriate people, having that drive to be cutting edge on programming, and then having organizational systems and processes that support that cutting edge programming, those people who want to deliver on that at that level. I think that part has been continuously being maintained. And now you have approached me to help in some areas where I can, especially in terms of it's not the best term, it's a too corporatized term for UA, talent management. But I've said that we have to really start thinking about talent management very, very carefully. And we are going to be doing some kind of what you call the talent and motivation survey with all the 15 leaders of our program leadership team, doing that survey and then really looking at what is it that these guys will require to be ready for tomorrow, to be ready for next year, to be ready for next 5 years, to be ready for next 10 years. Which of those skill sets are going to be irrelevant in going 3 years? Which skill set they will be requiring to acquire? How do we get them to start acquiring now so that they will be proficient at the end of the 3 year, when that skill set will become critical for them to lead the organization? So those kinds of thinking is quite, and those are exactly the thinking I have had. Technology has changed in doing that. What I used to have, than what is now. Now it is much more. You can do that in so many different ways by using AI and those kinds of things, which I didn't have the technology. I had to do it through really keeping. I had a diaries for almost each of my leader. All my meetings used to be, Sugandhi Baliga. This is what we discussed. These are the areas I think that need to be looked at. Maybe next meeting with her, I will discuss that. Does she require any support from outside? Does she think, has she identified somebody with whom she can talk about these issues, if not me, because I'm her boss, so whether she will feel more comfortable. That thing about almost every leader, 6 leaders, I had that thing. Of course, I can't share that diary with anybody because those were my impressions of those interactions. But that practice, I think, is critical for people to keep. When I do coaching, I have a clear diary for each coachee so that I can track what are our first session, which is called a chemistry session, what are our second session, which is basically trying to build a first hypothesis on your learning. Third session, which is on feedback on 360, what others have said, what are the reaction, blah, like. So that I think is, I could be better. My handwriting could be much better, but fact that I understand it more than enough. It doesn't have to be understood by others. So I think some of those practices, Amit, were part of ingrained thing. And I had, again, something unknown. I had a assistant editor from Indian Express. Once he took early retirement, and I hired him at 70,000 rupees when my own salary was 40,000 rupees. So I said, see, I'm hiring at a much higher salary than me because that skill set that he brings is not available in the market anything cheaper. Not that my skill set is available in the market cheaper than, but I'm happy with what I'm getting. But if I want to get him and this is his final price, so I just put some of otherwise general practices, nobody should earn more than the CEO of our organization. I said, who said that? I'm getting him for 1 year to set up this whole process of properly documenting, streamlining our documentation, how things happen in the newspaper, where they have all this document, when they need to get the historic references back. So he has the skill set, which I don't have. So I would hire him. So he worked with us for about one and a half year. Same thing with Mr. Baroi, the additional municipal commissioner. His consultancy fees were more than my salary. But additional municipal commissioner Baroi would call the managing director of SIDCO when we were running some difficulties on our building plans of UA Center. And that one phone call will clear everything without me have to pay any bribe. You have to be really appreciating and not get all these stupid egos that how can I pay somebody more than that's stupid. That's stupid way of thinking. You need that set from the market that is available at this. There's no negotiation. So you hire it. What's the big deal about it? So I think that helped me in some of these areas. Some things I outsourced, and I was fortunate to have the networks of people. So some people will do it free for me, pro bono. Some people will say, Minar, give me my costs, but I will do it for you, but on cost basis. You don't need to pay me my professional fees because you'll not be able to afford my professional. So any of this would work. The bottom line, Amit, was to get the work done because that work was important to be done. And I was not able to do it. I didn't have the capacities to do it. I don't have the capabilities to do it. And my team didn't have the capabilities to do it. So if you take that approach, then you have multiple doors open for you. But if you don't take that approach, you're stuck, no? You are only able to do what you are able to do, which is the worst thing of running anything. I'm sure you have experienced that in your own things. You need special skills. You will need those special skills.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get out and, the practicality in that is great. I want to ask you another question about practicality, which is about the practical business of raising funds for the organization that you are running. Like one thing that I've noticed with some non-profit organizations, and obviously UA isn't one of them, so I'm not talking about that. I know you dealt with it very, very well. But one trap that people fall into is really responding to the incentives of the game in two different ways, which I find pernicious and really sad. One of them is that people will start a non-profit organization for, let's say, purpose ABC. But then when they go for funding, they will find that purpose ABC precisely no one is interested, but XYZ they might give. And gradually there is a mission creep and it changes because the funding becomes an existential question, and then the original mission gets forgotten and the principles get compromised. And I have seen this happen time and again with people, much to my dismay, people I had great hopes from. The other thing that often happens is that once you are, let's say you start a non-profit organization with a particular cause, you take up cause ABC, then to get funding, your interest is in showing that cause ABC is still valid, and your incentives are towards making the problem you are trying to solve seem as bad as possible. So even if the problem isn't that bad, you're going to make it sound worse than it is because that'll get funding coming. Or even if you haven't managed to make a difference, you will claim you made a difference, even though the things that you point to may have had little or nothing to do with you. I mean, I think of some climate change alarmism in this category. Climate change is very real, it's man-made, we need to do something about it. But at the extreme ends, I discount everything, because the sort of alarmism you see from the, some of the extremist organizations out there is wacko. It is completely nuts. And it is purely because the worse you make it sound that, oh, Europe will be drowned by 2030. I mean, I'm just taking a caricature example. The more likely you are to get funding. And these are two traps people come into. That number one, when the funding becomes an existential question, there can be a mission creep and you can go from ABC to XYZ. And number two, you can make the problem sound worse than it is, and therefore to get the funding, and therefore lose the fidelity to the truth, which is after all the number one thing that should guide you. So what of this have you seen in the industry, in all your experience? I know this is not an issue with the particular firms you worked with, so I'm not asking about that, but in general, what do you feel about
I think on both the counts you're correct, that both have happened. You would have also faced that kind of a danger if our value and the perspective foundations were not strong enough. You will find in the case study there was a time when you were not adequately resourced. But there was a very clear commitment to overcome that, but not get into that first point where we are willing to do what is sellable. And in the most recent thing, again, this is not what I have said, it's Roshni with the existing executive director. They have become so conscious about the CSR funding. So they negotiate very hard. This is what we want to do. Are you interested in supporting us to do this? If not, we are not interested in taking your funding. You understand what I'm saying? So that kind of a strength comes very, very, because there's a particular philosophy. During my time, it's very funny and dichotomous that ultimately I became the chair of integrated Oxfam in India. But Oxfam Great Britain, when you had separate Oxfam, 7 Oxfams were operating in India. Oxfam Great Britain, their Nagpur office, came to UA. And we still had that Mugbhat office, that small, it was even smaller room than this room, tiny room. And their program officer came and she started asking about, we would like you to do this and this should be the budget and this and the other. I said, thank you very much. You can please leave. Because I basically had said, the strategy is the board and the leadership's decision. You as a funder is not going to tell me. What you can tell me is whether you're willing to fund that strategy, yes or no. That I will, even if you say no, it's fine. I may not like it, I may get angry with you, but irrespective, but you have zero business in telling me what should be my strategy. And I said, I don't want you to tell me what I should be doing. Otherwise, you should do it yourself. No, why you're telling me to do it? So I think some of those foundations and people, so in the market, in a way, it got known that, Minar can be very, very blunt on these issues, and he threw Oxfam GB out of their office, which is fine. You could see it as arrogance, you could see it whatever. But for me, it is a principal question. Strategy is decided by the leadership and approved by the board. I'm not going to care a damn about what your fancies are, your whims and things are. No, that's very clear. So I think those foundations have helped us not to get into the admission grade. But now what has happened now, because it has become a business, I don't want to name organizations, but there are some new age organizations which have come up in this space who work on the commission basis. I will get you the money. 25% is mine, 75% is yours.
Oh God.
But you then, you have to deliver work on all 100%. And there are NGOs who fall prey for that, because for them, even that 75% is a big money, which is a bad practice, completely bad practice. So you are generally, and I'm very happy, even if I'm not been involved in last 20 years, they've kept themselves completely away from these kinds of tendencies. Because I think the value frame has been so strong, and what we want to do is so strong that we will not do anything which will be disempowering people. Now, it sounds very simple, but when you actually start breaking it down, there's so many things that are in your context which are bloody only businesses to disempower people, because that is what is their interest. So it sounds very simple as a sentence, but it's a huge responsibility, ethical responsibility you take when you decide that, and then you are applying that criteria for every funding. What has happened also is, one is the FCRA tightening, where organizations such as Yuva get really screwed because you want to do something big, interesting, and then you can't get the monies from outside where people are willing to pay on your terms, not on their terms. You don't get that. Second, the CSR cycle is a big problem, because you know what happens in the CSR money. Your money is approved in December for the financial year 25-26. In December 25, money will be approved. By 31st March, you have to spend that money of 26. So you're getting effectively 3 months to spend the money. And then what happens? If you accept that money, then either you're cooking up your books or you're showing something which doesn't exist. But they're happy if you're giving them numbers. So then there is a whole, this kind of a collaboration that has happened with the CSR offices of the companies and the NGOs, where itna तेरे को देगा, इतना मेरा परसेंट, तो ये डेटा दे दे, बस हो गया, बात खत्म. Nothing happens on, because it's a 1-year funding. Next year, because you don't know what will be company's profit at the end of the next year, you cannot already announce the grants for the next year. By the time company's audits are complete, it's already in July. Then your CSR committee sits that this is the profit, this is the 5% of that profit, so this is the money available. Then you start scouting for projects. So by the time the projects are approved, it's December. So this is what will Ajay call as a complete bad policy. This is one of those bad policy which is creating unintended or maybe intended consequences which are actually defeating the very purpose of the CSR.
I think CSR itself is complete nonsense. It just makes me so angry. Like, the government does not own the companies and it does not own their money. You want to tax them. But, you can't walk away from your responsibility and say, okay, you have to spend X percentage of your whatever. I think every company that is out there making a profit in a free market is already doing a social service, because you only make a profit by fulfilling the needs of people and by making them better off. So this is just conceptually so flawed. And like you said, the system inevitably, I didn't know this particular angle that you just pointed out, but it is nuts. You called it collaboration. I think the earlier word you evoked of copulation would also fit if we're all getting fucked by this. but please continue.
No, so this is the challenge that we have. And also the government's interest is very clear. The lesser the money you spend, larger the money is going to the PM Care Fund.
Wow.
Because by 31st March, if you're not able to spend, automatically that money has to get into the PM Care Fund. So basically what you're trying to do is very knowingly squeeze that resource also, not to go to the people who are actually doing some meaningful and interesting work, but back to the government in another form and fashion. Again, how accountable is that entity is another issue which is being talked about quite a bit.
Isn't it all?
Exactly. But anyway, so what I'm trying to tell you is this kind of both these things, because you're not left, and then what you've left with, and now this is again very interesting. There was a time when I was here, Tata's used to be much progressive funder. Unfortunately, now, a lot of the Tata's money, I understand, is being given to government departments for the government programming in certain states.
Ouch.
So that money availability. So now then you are left with few foundations which are still willing to be supporting some of the innovative creative work that you want to do, whether it is Rohini and Nandan Nilekani Foundation or philanthropy or the Adim Premji philanthropy. So you have very few Indian sources. So you have squeezed the foreign sources. You have created a very inherent structural problem in the CSR space. Basically, some of the older ones that were supportive also have been diverted to what you want to do, leaving very few players who can give you the resources that you require to do the type of work which is still autonomous, which is still based on your analysis of the situation and the problem that you want to solve, and that you have a clarity how you're going to solve the problem. And the last point I would say is there is, in any qualitative impacts, attribution is always a problematic. You can only say we have facilitated these processes that have generated this outcome. You cannot say this outcome is because of us, because that denies the agency of the people. And you're basically taking credit for, which is not due to you. But that is what now many funders want you to do. Because if you get the attribution, they get the attribution. So that's another game which has come into the play, which at least during my time when I was here for 20 years, people would appreciate when I would say, this has happened, this, liquor dens in this ward, we closed because of the initiative of the women. We were supporting them, we were standing with them. If they were arrested, we were providing lawyers for their release, and that was the role that we played. But who took the leadership? Who took the ownership?
And is there a problem with the funding environment, especially in India, that funders care too much about measurability and, as you said, attributability? That one, they want to do something which can be measured, and two, they want it to be attributed to them. And the problem of this is that there might be very far-reaching measures which can neither be properly measured nor are attributable, but play out over a long term and have a massive impact, but they won't get funded because of this.
So this is the reality. The number game reality is there in the foundations which are willing to go long term with you, 3 years, 5 years also, but in a lesser degree. The CSR is only driven by numbers. So it's like this. If I'm running a project which is facilitating social entitlement, government has number of entitlements. I have a setup with young people who help those people to attain those entitlements. Those are their rights. So what CSR people will be very happy is how many beneficiaries were you able to negotiate entitlements for? Okay. Good enough. The next question nobody will ask. Did those entitlements actually help that family to change the situation that entitlement is supposed to change? So if it is a widow pension, did that increase the dignity of that widow in that household, in that family? Yes or no? Because that is what it is supposed to do. Or if that money she has come and signed, that money is taken over by her son, and who has gone and put it to, drunk it away that night. Entitlement done? Tick mark. So I'm just giving you a very minor example, but
like there's an old saying that give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And giving fish would be measurable and attributable, but wouldn't make a long-term difference.
Exactly.
Whereas teaching a person how to fish would be neither measurable nor attributable, and therefore it's not going to get funded.
So that's a challenge that we have now, which and so far you has been, I would say, lucky and been able to navigate, because I think the quality and nature of its work, which is, I think it's still quite solid and quite good in terms of quality. So when somebody like Azim Premji meets Roshni in person, it's a different thing that, that he sees that there's something interesting happening here, or she's one of the few who are invited to meet him. That itself by itself is not a big thing, but I'm just saying that that is one kind of a demonstrable thing that this happens. And I have done that during my time. I used to like meet many people in, because I was much strongly onto the national scene, member of the three working groups of the planning commission, which was led by LC Jain. Well, I was the convener of the habitat group, so under the Ministry of Urban Affairs, I was leading that. So I had that very strong kind of a thing there. So it is fine. It has been part of your history. It is not the Hawker's bill. It was Yuva and Tata Institute of Social Science Hawker's survey that was done for the Bombay Municipal Corporation under the leadership of V. Ramani, who was the additional municipal commissioner in the city of Mumbai. That led to the National Hawker's policy. Fantastic. V. Ramani is one of those, when I said, they are not monoliths. He was one of those very sensitive, and he's now part of the constitution group of the IAS officers who write what's happening in the country. And but dear friend, now Praveen Pardeshi, who has been appointed as the chief economic advisor to the chief minister at a minister of state level, was somebody with whom I had worked very closely during Latur earthquake. So where you almost establish a relationship where you are on a first name basis, that's critical, that's important. Or somebody who has now taken over the additional chief secretary for skill development in the government of Maharashtra. Once, we were looking at somebody who could actually become the CEO of IAS officer again. So, I have had that kind of a relationship, which I'm very happy that now Roshni and others are trying to build in that space. My advantage was I was from Maharashtra. That becomes, now that whether you like it or not does play a role in terms of how much political access you get in different spaces. So because I could switch pretty quickly from English to Marathi, this and the other, it makes a lot of difference when you're dealing with MLAs, when you're dealing with ministers, this and the other in Maharashtra. Outside of Maharashtra, of course, if you speak in Gujarati, and if I'm in Gujarat, then in Madhya Pradesh. But if you're local, that does make a difference. But I think Roshni has been able to maneuver that pretty well. They just, last 2 days, they presented a big report on the domestic workers in the city, in Maharashtra. And we are hoping that that would lead to policy formulation on the domestic workers in terms of what protections that need to be present and those kinds of things. So,
before we go into a break, a final question about Yuva, which touches on the point that you just mentioned. How was your experience, and how has the experience been since, of working with the Indian state? Because at one level, you are constantly agitating against the state, fighting its oppressions, etc., etc. At another level, you are also working in partnership with the state at various levels, because one, their stated aims in many areas may be the same kind of social aims as yours are, and two, individual officers within the state will always have a mix of people, and that will include people who are enlightened, who are intelligent, intellectual, have the same aims as you, and you can work with them. You gave some examples of this, including someone who worked with you after his retirement as well. So what has the experience been with the state like? And if someone is in this field, like, it is natural to come into this field with a reflexively adversarial attitude towards the state, as someone like me would have, that, oh, it's parasitic, it's oppressive, etc., etc. But at the same time, at the practical level, if you're gonna get shit done, then you've got to roll up your hands and build those relationships and figure that shit out.
I think the first thing is you need to be absolutely humble about what you can do and what you cannot do. Let's be very clear that you cannot replace the state through your social welfare measures, through your social welfare work. It's too massive a problem that you are dealing with. The district budget in any large district in India is like thousand times bigger than any or collective budgets of NGOs put together. So you're really talking about a very different scale in terms of resources and the state machinery and its reach. So comparing with the state, and that is just out of question. So you have to have that humility to say where possible. So that's why if you look at the 11 levels of intervention that are part of the case study, one thing we have basically stated there very clearly is that we can demonstrate certain things And then those demonstrations can become a state policy, like this hawkers survey that I talked about. I had left after the hawkers survey, means I had left India, so I was out of UA. But broadly, what the implications of it, what we were able to achieve? One is, of course, the national hawkers policy, which is a great achievement by itself. One. Two, so there is now thinking, once the hawker is registered, it's not going to be very easy to just evict them or get the bribes out of them. That's very good. Second, which I think is a much significant development that happened, that hawkers as an entity of legitimate business is part of urban planning process now. Now, that's a huge leap from illegality to being a sector to be considered as part of the urban planning process. So you can see this. So, and that's the role of organizations such as you are, to think who thought about this. It was thought that if you want to solve this problem on a permanent basis, they should be considered while your city plan is being made, and not afterthought. Then you create some hawker zone and these that and which becomes like a eyesore, and all the citizens residents around there start making noise. All that we have gone through. You should be part of the urban planning process. So I think some of those leaps are important conceptual leaps that NGOs can afford to do than in the government system. Now, the last point in terms of your question, in terms of you shouldn't define the state as adversarial or not. State will do what it does, and under different regimes, under different political leadership, it will be more autonomous. In certain regimes, it will be. Now, I don't remember a day when India will be where a prime minister has to resign based on the report submitted by a constable of London police. That kind of a thing is because those institutions are strong. I don't know when this kind of situation will happen here. It is a constable in the police who did that report, and the prime minister had to resign in UK. So I would say what you should do and continue doing is don't consider state as a monolith. One, there will be spaces that you need to locate to put your ideas at the right time in the right space so that those ideas flourish. You don't care whether you get credit for it or not get credit for it. If your interest is servicing that constituency that you are working for, somebody else can take the credit. We don't care. But that is important. So if you don't consider state as a monolith, you see that there are open spaces that can be used, even if limited. Now I'm told that the spaces are extremely limited. The major competition, even the IAS officers, is to be more malleable rather than performing their constitutional duty as the independent machinery of the state, and making that very clear distinction between the elected representative and the government formed by them and the state of which bureaucracy is part of. That distinction has got blurred fully. It was blurred earlier. Now it has got more blurred is what I'm told. So it creates a challenge in terms of access. Who gets access and who doesn't get the access. Does that mean you should feel disheartened and give up? I'm not the one who will give up. I would basically say, you still try this way, try that way, try. So, because what you can change, only you can change your approach. You cannot change how Amit is going to respond to you. I can only change my approach so that he becomes more responsive. You understand what I'm saying? Because what is in my control is this, and I should be happy in doing everything is in my control to open up those spaces, to enter into those spaces. And that's been my advice to organizations, not only you, all the organizations that I work with. I said, don't have this kind of a blindside view saying that, we cannot work with these guys. You might find few people whom you want to work with.
The state can fight you, the state can help you, but I ask you this, Minar, can the state give you a break and make you a cup of coffee? I don't think so. We'll be back after a quick break.
Thanks.
Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still here, Minar is still here, and we are now going to talk about the next part of Minar's journey. So, 20 years in Yuva, you're the CEO, but one moves on, things happen, and you moved on. So, take me through that part of your journey when you sort of outgrew Yuva and new vistas opened up for you.
One of the beliefs as part of that building the Centurion organization is that the founders should leave in time for that organization to grow and grow beyond founders. That was another belief that I had very strongly, because I had seen other, especially not-for-profit organizations, where the founders became almost like a permanent fixture, or they involve their sons or daughter-in-laws or their son-in-laws. So it almost became like a private property, and I was very opposed to that, because if you are building a professional organization, and I was already exposed to organizations such as Oxfam, because during my UR days itself, one of the roles that I played was to do the merger of Oxfam's 7 entities in India to be Oxfam India. And I was the first founding chair of Oxfam India. And I did that closely work with the Accenture Development Partners, ADP. So it was like an acquisition merger in the corporate sense, but I did that. I managed that process. Once I completed that process, I handed it over to Kiran Karnik, who became the next chair. Kiran Karnik was again in charge of NASCOM, and advisor to Prime Minister on a number of occasions, on a number of issues. And I had already recruited a very, very bright CEO called Nisha Agarwal. She came, she was the country manager of World Bank in Cambodia, and I recruited her. So the point I'm trying to make is that the best is that you build organizations, put them in a sound footing, put them with a sound leadership, put them in a good hands in terms of governance, and then you should depart. So in case of Yuva, I had that feeling when Yuva was already 10 years old, that, whatever I needed to do, because the strategic plans were in place, things were moving, fund-wise, we were pretty secure for next 4 or 5 years. So when I raised this issue with the board even refused to listen to me and said, no way. And then when Yuva became 15 years old, I really put my foot down and I said, nothing doing, because my philosophy that either I have grown too big for the organization or the organization have grown too big for me. So in either situations is not a healthy situation for the institution. And as an institution builder, I think it is important that I should depart. Interestingly, Gagan Sethi, with whom I'm planning to do a podcast now on the civil society, was the chair of the board that time. So he told me, Minar, okay, now we will agree with your proposal, but you yourself are fully aware that we are not going to get a CEO who is engaged at the multitudes of things that you have evolved into. Somebody who has done issues of organic agriculture. Somebody has been proactive in humanitarian intervention, whether it is Latur earthquake, Kutch earthquake, tsunami. Somebody who has been involved in the urban sector work with all its facets of poverty, governance, environment. Somebody who has been present with the government of India, government of Maharashtra, and also internationally, has been in the boards of Habitat International Coalition, is leading the process of Oxfam. We are not going to get one CEO with all these competencies. And with all your good intentions, Yuva will start crumbling. So I want to give you the final assignment. That's what he said. To really create a infrastructure in Yuva in such a way that it will be still manageable going forward, even after you have left. And that is how Yuva became from one entity, it became, it was planned to be 5 different entities, and I'll speak on each quickly. So Yuva Urban focused on urban sector work, on urban poverty, urban governance, urban environment. Yuva Rural focused on natural resource management, organic farming, building the economic capabilities of the rural poor. Because again, the belief there was that if that happens effectively, the kind of migration for the cheap urban labor that is happening from rural to urban can be a little bit curtailed. Our small contribution to that process. Yuva Consulting was from the beginning seen as a profit center. And again, the philosophy of Yuva that time is not replicating Yuva, but replicating Yuva's approach. And consulting was one form by which you could replicate the approach without replicating the institution. So that was another thing. Yuva Center was the 4th entity. And the 5th entity, which I was interested in building up, was some of the listeners would know something called Seva Bank, which 11 but established as a credit mechanism for the artisanal community, for the urban informal sector workers. So I wanted to build something on that line called Yuva Bank. I had got IDBI consultants to do the project proposal, all that kind of thing. But by the time I was finishing setting up, because each of these entities had to have their independent boards, their independent CEOs or the executive directors, getting them ready to take over completely of that particular around that core competency. If it had launched on the Yuva Bank, it would have meant another 5 years minimum of my engagement in the process. And that I was not willing to do. I said, that's enough. So other than that, all the 4 entities, whether Yuva Rural still operates from Nagpur, led by independent board, led by independent CEO, doing some interesting work out of Nagpur. Yuva Urban, Yuva Center has been functioning from the Kharghar and from Kurla offices. Yuva Consulting, and it's very important to also a little bit underline that, consulting business is also led by individuals. It depends on what individuals are being approached. Till the time you make it a kind of a institution, and then the individuals is more secondary, and it takes a long time. We didn't have that kind of time. So a lot of the consulting work, what Yuva was getting, was also because I was the one who was leading those consultancy projects. So the consulting institution remains, but it has not been very active at this point of time. But what has helped from the consulting income is to build a Yuva Center, build that building, and which is happened. So this took another 5 years, and that is why I came up to 2004, ultimately leaving Yuva in July of 2004. And what happened was, as part of Yuva, I was also part of number of boards. So one of the board I was member of was the People's Movement for Human Rights Education. Because again, the simple belief there was, if you want the adherence to human rights, people need to know what human rights are. And that cannot be done without a good, well-established human rights education program. And this was an organization which were instrumental for the United Nations to declare a decade of human rights education. So I was a member of that board. So that board then requested me that the founder was getting too old and I should come as a CEO in Manhattan and take the leadership of that organization. So that offer was already existing. And I took that chance of moving from India to New York to lead People's Movement for Human Rights Education. I started professionalizing this. The office was in her house, a second room next to her house. That was the office. I got it into a proper office near the UN in New York. I started doing all that. I started doing the fundraising of it. And one thing I realized that, again, the challenge, the board was friends and family. So everybody was basically if Shula is saying this, then that should happen, kind of a thing. I was trying to professionalize it. I was trying to say, if you're, this is one strategy, this is second strategy, all this will feed into making the human rights education quite an important agenda globally. And one thing I had negotiated with UNDP is what is called a Human Rights Cities program. So basically, how do we get mayors of different cities to declare their city as a human rights city and to actually look at every part of the city? Because not in India, but many of the other municipal corporations, the cities are almost quite independently run, and the mayor is almost like a chief executive. So the police force is under them, the administration is under them. So how do we really look at each of those elements to really fulfill the human right aspiration of that citizenry in that city? So we started that process. UNDP was funding it. So we started from Rosario in Argentina to Dinajpur in Bangladesh to Nagpur in India to Mali. In Mali, we had another city. In Senegal, we had another city. So like that, Kisumu in Kenya. So that was a kind of a widespread selection of about 10 to 12 cities, and I was heading that program. But this part of the governance piece and the founder not wanting to really move out and giving me the freedom that I needed and required was a big challenge. And I wasn't interested. After running UA in a professional fashion, leaving it fully in the hands of the new leadership, not being on the board, and having that kind of a clear departure, doing the same thing with Oxfam. So it started creating frictions between me and the founder. The last thing I had done as part of the PDHRE was one consulting assignment as part of, again, earning some money for the PDHRE, to develop a campaign plan for the Millennium Development Goals for the Asia Pacific. There was an assignment for about 6 months that I did for the UN. The UN Millennium Campaign, United Nations Millennium Campaign, was hosted by United Nations Development Program, UNDP, which is one of the largest UN agencies. So I'd taken that consulting work because the director of the UN Millennium Campaign was somebody who knew me from my India days. So he said, Minar, because I'm a campaigner, I'm an advocate. So he said, and I already had an exposure because of the Asian Coalition for Housing Rights. So I'd visited, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand. So I had a good exposure and networks in all these cities. So he asked me whether I will be interested in doing it. So I took that as part of PDHRE work, completed that assignment in 6 months and submitted the report. It's very funny what happened. So morning, I had taken an appointment with the director of the United Nations Millennium Campaign. I'm saying, I can come and submit the report to you. So he said, yeah, come, I'm here. I came, gave the report to him. He just glanced at it. Of course, he had seen the earlier draft, so he was very clear what's coming his way. So there was no shock or no. At that time, he says, Minar, we are actually looking for a deputy director to work with me to implement this Asia Pacific plan. Will you be interested? So you had this background of a stress and the tension that I was going through with the founder in PDHRE. I had this person asking me whether I'll be interested. I said yes. And that was, he said, okay. So he said, wait. He made me wait outside. He got his director for Europe, who was still based in New York before she shifted to Rome, in the room. He got her director communications and public engagement in the room. 3 of us formed a panel in the afternoon in the office and called me for the interview. Now, interview answers were based on, of course, the report that I had prepared for the campaigning of Millennium Development Goals in Asia Pacific. That was the main subject. Other than that, they asked me a number of things in management, this, that, and the other, because I would be leading this team. I was setting up 11 offices in 11 different countries in the Asia Pacific.
But basically, you wrote the textbook for the test.
Yeah, you can say it like that. And after about 45 minutes, all the questions and answers were finished. I was again asked to go and sit outside the room. And after 15 minutes, he came out and said, you got the job. That is how I got my UNDP job. Next day, I was traveling to facilitate a training workshop for managers of Action Aid globally in Phnom Penh in Cambodia. So if you see, I have this assignment already on my head, which I've agreed, and I'm leaving for Cambodia tomorrow. So, and that time I was on the O1 visa in US, okay, which is I said, people with extraordinary abilities because of my human rights education work. And as a UN employee, you get a G visa, which is a diplomatic visa. So I said, and I'm going to be there for 3 weeks in Cambodia because I'm doing this large training process for Action Aid International. They said, don't worry. We'll get your visa to the US Embassy in Cambodia. Once you finish your work, I was outside Phnom Penh. When you come in, and then they will stamp the G visa on your passport, and you enter the country back with a diplomatic visa. And that's exactly what happened. Just the day before I was to fly back from Phnom Penh back to New York, I got my G visa stamped. Again, you see how things play out. One of the officers, senior officer in the US Embassy in Cambodia, was of Indian origin, US citizen but Indian origin. He said, boss, you've got the UN job. You're getting a G visa. Because G visa is seen as a very, because, in G visa, basically, as soon as you enter US, on the top, it is written diplomat. So your luggage doesn't get checked, nothing. You just move, literally. And there's a separate line for the diplomats to enter. So he was very happy, and he asked me about all kinds of questions. What did you do to get in the UN job? Now, what do I tell him? This was my interview or what happened? Anyway, that is how I entered UN, basically. This happened in 2006, 2004, middle of 2004 to 2006. I was with the PDHRE, 2006. And finally, I was able to convince Alpa and Nitant. I said, why don't you guys come and stay in New York? They came to stay with me for a year. Nitan got the admission in the UN school. So that's what his international baccalaureate journey began. And it was a very good exposure for him. And then Alpa also came, but she was already working for UNICEF here. She tried to get entry into UNICEF in New York, that she couldn't. And during that 1 year, they saw that I was more traveling than being in New York. So, and then as part of the decentralization of the United Nations Millennium Campaign, the Europe director was supposed to be based out of Rome. The Asia director was supposed to be based in Bangkok. And Africa director, on whose panel I was to select the Africa director, was to be based in Nairobi. And it was decided that now 3 of us will go to our, what is in UN called duty stations. So then I shifted to Bangkok after about 6 or 8 months. By the time Nitan had finished his 1 year at a UN school. And then I came to Asia Pacific. Till that time I was doing travel from New York to all these Asian countries. And then I had a responsibility of setting up offices in 11 countries in the UN Resident Coordinator's office. Because our campaign was what we call the interagency campaign. It's not a UNICEF campaign. It is not a UNDP campaign. It is not a IOM campaign. It is not a WHO campaign, because your Millennium Development Goals cut across all these agencies. So then I started setting up those offices. So I set up office in India. Very brilliant people I got, and some of them are very, very dear friends now. One of them has become an author, Lopa Ghosh. Mandira Modi, who was earlier working with the US Embassy in Chennai, joined me, like that. And then Bangladesh, I had office. Pakistan, I had office. So that's the time when I actually also visited Pakistan a number of times. Philippines, Fiji, Indonesia, all these countries, Papua New Guinea, I set up offices. And then again in the UN, you have the donor countries and the countries who are supported. So I had to visit Japan, Australia, New Zealand, because they were donor countries. They were contributing to the campaign as UN development for the UN Millennium Development Goals. So it was a very interesting thing, because the campaign motto was to holding governments accountable on delivery of Millennium Development Goals. So as soon as that accountability comes in, that's me. That's me means it's not something where I'm supplicant to the governments. I'm basically asking governments and the finance ministers and the presidents and the prime ministers about delivery of the Millennium Development Goals. So during that period, I met all this really at the top level, the presidents, the finance ministers. In case of India, the planning minister would be my host whenever I'll visit Delhi. And then a little bit aside as a joke, you see this pony? tell that I have kept, though I don't have much hair on the top. So a lot of my friends basically said, now you're gone, means you're like sold out. Joining you in the activist circles would be seen as sellout. You are not no more going to be deviant. You're just going to be a international civil servant and a diplomat, blah, blah, blah. I said, I'll grow a ponytail. And with the ponytail, I will be meeting all the presidents, prime ministers, finance ministers, planning ministers, everywhere in the country. And this is my sign to remind myself that I'm not giving up my deviant character. So that's just the aside of a joke. But we did very interesting work, extremely interesting work during that whole period. And I used to be on the road almost 3 weeks in a month continuously. We did large-scale mobilization. We used to have 16th October is the International Poverty Eradication Day. So during that day, for 48 hours, we used to do this campaign called Stand Up for MDGs, Stand Against Poverty. So we used to do that campaign globally. And in number of cases, so in India, I worked very closely with Madhya Pradesh government. At that time, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was the chief minister. I worked very closely with Nitish Kumar, who was the chief minister then. I worked with the past Naveen Patnaik in Orissa, and we did lot of mobilization in India also. Bangladesh, it was done at a super high level with the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina that time. Philippines, all the armed forces were involved in standing up. So you had like from Asia alone, out of the 100 million plus people who did the stand up in that 48 hours, 95 to 96 million people were come from Asia. And so in 3 years, we broke our own record in the Guinness World of Record in terms of how many people got mobilized for that campaign. I'm just giving you one highlight. With so many things. A.R. Rahman wrote a song for us for the Millennium Development Goals, and we had a big release of that song in Mumbai in this, the Andheri. There is a kind of a big
sports complex.
So in that ground, huge, with the AR leading that thing, we had similar kind of a concert in Delhi. So we did a lot of that work in that. So it was like a very high adrenaline job, and I just enjoyed it thoroughly. 2010, my director changed, and he shifted to Amnesty International. And a new director came in the position. She was more of towing the line of the UNDP bosses. In UNDP, it was a very interesting thing. People used to be jealous about us, that these guys are doing great work and having a lot of fun. And we, the economists, the policies, we are just bloody struggling and putting the papers to the government saying that this policy, blah, 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 and we're not getting a lot of traction. It's very important to know that the head of the UN in India, the counterpart for the head of the UN in India, is the joint secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. So you can imagine the level at which, and whenever I would come, I'm meeting the planning minister, I'm meeting the planning secretary. So I was meeting a lot of these people. One of them was the chief statistician of India, who was the secretary. I think his name came up in Ajay also mentioned his name. Very interesting guy, and I built a very good relationship with him. He was a chief statistician, headed the whole statistical thing. Very creative, out-of-the-box thinker, who was part of and he was the secretary statistics in the planning department, something like that. So you met a lot of interesting people and a lot of things that you could push in getting done. We used to bring out these comparative things. So on MMR, and I think one of your shows you have mentioned that the Nepal and Bangladesh on MMR, and they are doing better than even country like India. So why? And both of them are LDCs, least developed countries, and we are supposed to be a middle income country or moving towards middle income country. We are a developing country. So a lot of those kinds of things we would bring out, and so I used to be on the television giving interviews and the newspaper interviews, blah, blah, blah. That all used to happen. So after 2010, I was already part of trying to articulate the next generation of the Millennium Development Goals, which then came in as Sustainable Development Goals from the year 2016. And the present Deputy Secretary General Amina Ahmed was that time a special ambassador of the UN Secretary General on Millennium Development Goals. So I worked very closely with Amina that time. And so we were part of that task force which was doing that. And then the new person was appointed. So I held up the campaign as the OIC officer in charge for 2 months, based out of New York, shifted from Bangkok to New York, and managed the campaign globally for 2 months before the new person joined in. New person joined in from UNICEF. She was comms head from UNICEF, and she joined in. And then somehow, because she was more a kind of a UN bureaucrat, would only take guidance from the top and only didn't give us much freedom to do a little bit out of the box kind of thing. And then I started getting bored because I said, this is not me. If I'm not able to do all that campaigning, activism, getting civil society organizations. So like in India, we had this campaign called Vada Na Toda Abhiyan, do not break your promise campaign. So like that campaigns we had everywhere. Globally, it was called a Global Campaign Against Poverty, GCAP. So all those campaigns we were in a way supporting, funding, strategizing, all those, that's what we were doing. She wasn't very keen on that civil society campaign part. That was the key part. If you want to hold government accountable, other than the legislators, because we also had a parliamentary conferences where parliamentarians were in a way oriented to the Millennium Development Goals and what they should be asking, what kinds of questions they should be asking on the floor of parliament. She wasn't interested in doing any of those which will be seen in the contestation with the government. And the campaign's origin was holding governments accountable to the MDGs. So in a way, you were moving from the original mission. So I tried to help her in some parts in 2013. Then I was already quite bored that I was not getting the kind of autonomy and initiative that I would have liked. So then I had two options. One is to continue in the UN but in another position, or to leave UN. So to continue in the UN, the options I was looking at was basically post-conflict country, where you get your hands dirty again, and get to the country, see the reconstruction, redevelopment, what can be done. Was one option I had. Other option, I was already shortlisted for the resident coordinator. There's the whole process of selection for the resident coordinators, and once you're selected, then there is an institution of UN in Italy where you spend 3 months to really understand the role of the resident coordinator and blah blah blah, and then you are supposed to give 3 countries in which you would like to be a resident coordinator, and then they approach the 3 countries, and if any country who accepts you, you are appointed as a resident coordinator. Generally, this is not the country of your origin, so that is the kind of a rule that I cannot be in India as an Indian. And the resident coordinator option as a career move, in terms of if I would have decided that my fire in the belly is now gone and I want to be, cozy UN bureaucrat, a UN flag car, and hosting cocktails and joining cocktails, it would have been a great thing. I said, no, that's not for me. So I decided to opt out of that selection process. I didn't get any jobs in terms of the post-conflict construction thing at my level. There were jobs which were at a program officer level, this, that, and the other, which I was not interested in giving up my D1 position and coming down to P3 or P4 or P5. And then the Amnesty International position opened up which was called Senior Director Global Operations, which was part of, so this person, the director who I worked with, Salil Shetty, who had joined Amnesty as a Secretary General, as part of his joining, he had launched a program called Moving Closer to the Ground, which inspired me quite a bit, because the idea was, why do we have this human rights organization based in London, based in New York, holding governments accountable in the South by flying in their researchers to these countries and, bringing out reports? How about moving our whole research capacity closer to these countries? So moving closer to the ground. So there's a blueprint ready of setting up offices in all regions of the world, Larger regions like Africa had 3 offices: Bangkok for Southeast Asia, Hong Kong for East Asia, and we were looking for India to be for the South Asia. And that's when I had negotiated, talked to people, all those things I had started doing. But that was a failure, and then we shifted the South Asia office to Colombo. Similarly, so there were 15 offices, and then I took charge of that program, to which basically meant out of the 600 people who were in the Amnesty International London office, 300 jobs were being shifted outside of London because they were getting distributed into these 15 offices spread from Lima to Hong Kong. And that was the program I led in the Amnesty International from 2013 September. I joined there until August of 2019. By that time, the program was complete. It was all sorted. We, of course, had some the challenges towards the end in terms of because there was, of course, in any of such things there will be strong resistance. We had the unions, very active unions, which were, of course, part of the Labour Party in UK. But we were broadly successful, I would say. That so that was my journey from UN to Amnesty till about August 2019. So from July of 2006 till September of 2013 with the UN. I left Bangkok office on 15th of September, and 16th of September 2013 I joined Amnesty in London, and then till August of 2019. And Amnesty job also involved a lot of traveling, because setting up all these offices meant that I had to meet again number of people to set up the offices, negotiate the terms, whether it's in Mexico, whether it's in Lebanon, because we had an office in Beirut, or Tunisia. All these places go meet at the highest level again. That this time it was not more Minister of Economics and Minister of Finance or Minister of Planning. This was more Minister of Security, because Amnesty was seen as part of the security issues, right? So that and Minister of External Affairs. These were the two kinds of people that I had to meet in all these countries to set up those processes. So that's in brief that journey from 2004. PDHRE, United Nations, Amnesty.
The thought strikes me that, in a sense, it's the journey that you've made is almost a full circle, not quite, but almost, in the sense that it's a grassroots to global and grassroots kind of journey again. That you begin in the world of social work at the grassroots, where you're learning from the bottom up, and then this journey takes you all the way to the United Nations. And by now, you've come from being an activist outsider to an organizational insider. And I'm wondering what observations you then have about this larger infrastructure of social work, because typically what happens is, when an organization goes beyond a certain size and becomes as big as the UN was, it gets ossified, it gets set in its way, a bureaucracy comes in, there is a risk aversion, there is a status quo bias, you don't want to do anything new. That's one part of the puzzle. The other part of what happens even before you get that big, but purely from virtue of being an outsider, is that you may not truly understand grassroots issues in a bottom-up kind of way, but you have your preconceived notions from global best practices which you try to take with you, and quite often they don't work. I mean, the term policymakers would use is isomorphic mimicry, that something worked in the USA, so you're saying, theek hai, Kanpur mein chalega, or something worked in Uganda, and you're saying, ha, in Tiruchirappalli this will also work. And it never really works that way, and there is always a distance, and then it becomes a separate kind of game that is being played, but that loses touch with the ground reality. So what is your observation on that, to what extent does an organization like the UN run the danger of being manned by out-of-touch elites who don't really know what is happening on the ground but are playing some other game entirely? If their actions coincide with the needs of the local populace, it can often just happen to coincide by accident, and the frameworks may not quite be there. And yet here you are, someone who's come from the ground ground up, a grassroots outsider. You built an organization within the country and you made the journey. So, in a sense, you are the perfect person to be a corrective within the UN system. So, what are your observations on that in the larger sense of organizations like the UN to begin with, and whether they are adequately in touch? And what did you see? What frustrated you? And at the same time, you have tremendous resources to make change at your disposal. So that would be the plus side of the equation, that you've got the resources and the firepower and the reputation and the diplomatic passport to be able to make a difference. So how does one think of all the trade-offs?
So, then a lot of the observation that you're making in terms of the ossification processes, in terms of people getting too comfortable in the UN secured kind of jobs, there's a misconception that the UN jobs are really high paying in comparison to what is the question, because UN scales are designed on the public sector scales of the US. So if that you consider as a high paying jobs, which are, if you compare with the private sector jobs in US and the US public sector pay scales are much, much lower. So there's of course from my perspective, the key thing was, of course, coming from an NGO, nationally or even internationally, working in the UN gives you a huge change in terms of your salary scale. And the biggest advantage also is it's a tax-free salary, which makes it a lot of difference in terms of actually take home. So a lot of people, when they get into the UN, don't want to leave UN, which means they're ready to do any compromise of any nature to just stay in, including they would even work at a lower level but don't want to give up, because the thing is, at the end of your UN career, the kind of pension you get, and that pension is also tax free, that's a big advantage for many, many people. So there is that inherent kind of ossification that does exist. But again, as I said earlier, there is nowhere you have monoliths. So again, in the UN, you have bright sparks. Like there are agencies which ensure a lot of accountability of all their staff and very focused on delivery, very focused on quality of the delivery, and people will be held to account if there is a delivery lapse. And there are places where it doesn't matter because your bosses themselves are in the perpetual situation of a delivery lapse. Then you can't hold anybody accountable. I was fortunate because the United Nations Millennium Campaign, 2-3 advantages for it. One was that it was something which was directly mandated by Kofi Annan as a Secretary General. One. It was Mark Malloch Brown, who was the UNDP administrator, the big boss of UNDP, who started the process. And then he himself became the Deputy Secretary General under the Kofi Annan regime. So we had a lot of high-level blessing and mandate, which made our life, in spite of we being autonomous, more freer than the lot of the UN agencies' day-to-day work. If you look at the typical profile of the UN job people, they come from 3 sources. There's a whole process of what is called the JPOs, the Junior Program Officers recruitment, that happens in different countries depending on the quotas that you get. In India, nobody even knows that the JPA process has happened because those JPOs get already appointed by the relevant officers at the top or the ministers. I have participated in one such a process in Austria where they had like 60 candidates for 2 JPOs. And the foreign secretary, who was the member of the board of the PDHRE, asked me, why don't you sit and see, Minar, how we select our JPOs? A very different process completely. So it was an open process. They had advertised and 60 people had applied for 2 positions of the junior program officers in the UN. But that's not a situation that happens in any developing country. It's not, I don't want to isolate India. Everywhere else, it is the ministers who appoint, if the foreign secretary who will appoint, blah, blah, blah. That's what happens. So that is one source where you come from bottom up and then you move up the ladder. Second, each agency's heads are already divided in terms of from where you're getting the maximum funding. right? So UNICEF head will always come from United States in that sense. UNDP head will be somebody from Europe. So Mark Malloch Brown, UK, now the present administrator of the UNDP, I think is German. So like that. So Europe. So it's that kind of a division is there very clearly in terms of the heads. And that then influences the immediate circle around the heads, whom they will select. Then the third process is the process where it's a lateral recruitment, where I belong to that process where I was laterally recruited rather than coming from the UN bureaucracy or coming from the top through the government quotas or through the funding quotas. I was in a lateral recruit. That's the kind of process. Broadly, they are predominantly depending on the area of work that that agency is doing. They will be either economists, there will be international relations people. In case of UNICEF, there will be a range of professionals like child nutritionists, child psychologists, but more child rights kind of a lawyers, that kind of thing. In UN High Commission for Human Rights, will be predominantly international human rights lawyers. So you have that, but basically coming from the elitist institutions generally, because they are coming from, and you can really see, if you look at anybody, you'll see what their CVs are. They are in one of those top kind of Ivy Leagues, either in Europe or in US. So in that thing, to have any break by anybody who is not there becomes quite challenging in terms of the mainstay of the UN system. And there, as I said, depends very much in terms of who the people are. So I know in my interaction with, say, 11 resident coordinators in 11 different countries, some resident coordinators were extremely proactive and would work with me quite closely in and saying that, this is what our negotiations are going on with the government. If your campaign raises these issues on the MDGs, will be helpful for us to push our policy agenda with the government. So much more synergy. Some resident coordinators would not bother. They would meet me because I was at a level that they could not refuse to meet me, because many of the resident coordinators would be D1, other than the big countries like India, which will be D2, which will be senior in terms of the UN hierarchy.
You were D1 yourself.
D1. So they will not, they will meet me out of courtesy, but not interested. And also because of the context, like in India, even if the resident coordinator is interested, you can't do much because the government access, and this is irrespective of the regime, government access at such a lower level that you are restricted. Because I was Indian, because I had some networks, because I had some past, I could approach, the ministers and meet with the ministers. And UN resident coordinator's office used to always get surprised. How are you meeting all these ministers? Can you negotiate a meeting for the resident coordinator? I said, no, somebody from your office can come. This is our agenda. I don't wonder. Because once the resident coordinator gets involved, it's a whole different protocol than you have to involve. So I think that is true. What you're saying is absolutely true. At one level, it's also a corrupting system, because as the international civil servant, the kinds of facilities that you get, I'll just give you one example. And this is all set up because predominantly all these international civil servants came from either Europe or US in the early stage, right? So depending on your level in the UN, you would have a quota. Like say I had a quota of 200 wine bottles per year.
My God.
And I had a quota of something like 10 or 20 single malts a year. That kind of thing. And I saw that some of the UN staffers who by nature, religion, whatever, wouldn't drink but will pick up the whole quota.
And sell it off.
And then I was saying, why are you? I said, no, I'm not interested. I will take what I require and that's it. The maximum I'll do is my national staff, because these quotas are only available for the international staff, while my executive assistant, my program coordinator will be all Thais. So they don't have this quota. So then I'll collect their list, get that and give it to them. That's what I will do. The second thing in Bangkok was much more prevalent. Like you would get the top end car, BMW or Merc, without the local taxation at all. So when you sell that car after 3 years, the 3 years you are supposed to keep the car, after 3 years, you will still earn higher money on the car than your buying value. And this was like a racket. That was, and I was with Minar, you're a fool. Why aren't you buying a car? I said, I don't need the car. It's public transport is so great because I never had any car anywhere in the because all the cities that I stayed in, you had a great public transport. But this is the corrupting influences that happen. Everybody knows it, but nobody wants to do anything about it. That's the whole challenge. So that it can be seen as too small a issue, but from me, it's more ethical issue and those kinds of things. It's not a small issue. In terms of work, there were people, I would say, I would go for my coffee in the canteen in the morning, cafe, and they're sitting in the cafe. I'll pick up my coffee, go back to my place to work, then come for lunch. These guys are sitting there. Then go back after lunch, come back for the afternoon cafe. So there are people who are spending the whole day sitting in the cafe and nobody's holding them accountable. And I was shocked, and I used to ask their bosses, I said, what is this? I can't do anything. He's a permanent employee. I can't do much about it. I can't throw him out. So that's another kind of a challenge. Innovative work. I'm telling you each of the indicators. The innovative work can happen at a country level. And that depends not on the resident coordinator, but a country director of UNDP and who are the heads of the different UN agencies. So we had a head of UNICEF here, very bright, and we did some major campaigning by using that. And Priyanka Chopra was the ambassador of the UNICEF, so she was involved. We did a major function in one of these management colleges, again in Andheri West, one of those where Priyanka Chopra came, and the big halabu and that kind of thing happened. So you had people who were interested and keen in doing something, and there are people who will not be interested. Then if we suggest something, in terms of the nutritional status, what are the kinds of suggestions are you going to Bihar government? What are the kinds of suggestions you are going to Orissa government? Because these are like hotspots in terms of the nutrition challenges. And some would be really on the dot and some just least bothered. So you had all those. So what I'm trying to tell you is I wouldn't think of everybody in the same kind of a basket. You had these bright spots that needed to be leveraged. I had a fantastic resident coordinator in Indonesia, always extremely supportive, extremely facilitative. Minar, you're meeting the finance minister. These are your 4 points. Can I add 2 points that I've been wanting to discuss, but I have not still been able to do it? Can you add these points and then give me a feedback? Great. So that kind of a thing was in some resident coordinator, you would see this. Other resident coordinators, first of all, they will come at the office at 11 o'clock when the office is starting at 9. They're already out of the office by 2:30 after lunch. Where they have gone, nobody knows. And then I'm there. I'm on a mission. I'm there for 3 days. I'm sitting. They'll meet me, of course, for a brief coffee or something like that. But no substantive conversation, no discussion. I will brief them. I'm meeting so-and-so. I'm meeting so-and-so. I'm meeting this one on civil society. I'm meeting so-and-so in the planning ministry. I'm meeting so-and-so in this research institution of the government. Listen, good. Thank you. Done. So I'm giving you a spread of my experience in the UN.
Oh, it's wonderful. And so my next question is the UN an irrelevant artifact? Or to put it differently, does it do the kind of good it would need to do to justify its existence in the first place? Obviously, it's not a monolith and it does some good. But given the scale of wastage that there must be, does it do the kind of good it would need to do to justify its existence? Philosophically, is there a reason for it or most of it to exist?
Now, this is different when you see it from a different vantage points. This is the only institution where one country, one vote exists. So you may be a 3,000 population country in Pacific Island, one of the Pacific Island, and you still have one vote. You would be 1.4 billion people population country like India, you still have one vote. Now, whether that's a good idea, bad idea is one thing, but at least at that level, you have one country, one vote, which many people see as significant and important in terms of, because every other institution, if you look at the Bretton Woods institutions, whether it's World Bank, IMF, all those institutions, the voting is based on your shareholding in those institutions, which naturally becomes skewed against developing countries. right? And developing countries are the ones who need IDA resources, international development assistance resources, much more than these developed countries who are big shareholders. But they are the ones who are sitting on the decision making. So I think that one distinction is important to be kept in mind. Second, there has been lot of attempts for UN reforms in terms of really tightening its scope. It's really tightening its mission. Where it becomes really critical is when you're talking about the international peacekeeping forces, where you cannot involve just another country forces. Only Africa is the region where they have developed a regional peacekeeping force, and then they have a mandate. But in their case also, some of the African countries don't want the deployment of the African peacekeeping forces, but they want a international peacekeeping forces deployment for whatever the existing political dynamic and those reasons. So that's one area which is quite critical and crucial, that UN needs to keep playing that role in the area of security, bringing in the stability, that kind of thing. In terms of the development agendas, I think different institutions will be marked differently, whether it is UNFPA, which is on the population side, whether UNICEF, which is one of the in a way brighter agencies which delivers. UNDP, if you ask me, which was a host of the UN Millennium Campaign, is quite bloated. Needs to be really sharply focused and done that. So you can go by agency to actually look at it carefully, which agencies need not even exist going forward. So there is a lot of that scope. But that also means that due to the quota system of the international civil servants, some of the developing countries will lose their opportunity to appoint their people in some of these positions. You understand? And mostly those positions are captured by, former foreign ministers, former finance ministers, or, blah, 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 or their cronies kind of thing. So there, you see all this comes into the play when it comes to talk about the UN reform. And now the situation is very different because with the US administration changing, the what kind of a role UN would play, what kind of role UN will not play. Already in terms of who are really compliant to some of the UN mandates, security, because the UN doesn't have a mechanism to implement any of this. Ultimately, it has to be implemented. So you can have arrest warrants against Netanyahu, but if country decides to not enforce it, what can you do? Is the question. If US doesn't enforce, of course, they're not even signatories to the International Criminal Court. Those are the kinds of, so ultimately it comes down to power dynamics, whether you like it or not. So you have to really look at it from all these multiple angles, some which are Western interest driven, some where UN does have a significant and important role. Even so, for example, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, even if it doesn't have a teeth, the declaration remain for posterity in terms of what has happened in the particular human rights situation in this country over the period of time. And the special rapporteurs are independent people. They are not the employees of the UN. They are honorary people. They don't get paid for their work, what they do. But their reports in many instances are very scathing. If you see the special rapporteur report, what is happening with the genocide in Gaza. So you have that. Now we'll say, but what is important if there is no action happening? In human rights, there's one area where documenting the violations is as important as you may not feel the action is being taken soon enough or not, but that at some stage when there is a world opinion to take action about it, there is already authenticated, validated data through the process of documentation that exists. So for some, this may be waste of money, waste of time. For people like me, it's important. Historical accountability for any state who has violated its own commitments is an important documentation. And we've seen it in some instances where people have been held accountable even after 20 years for the genocide that they have caused. So that has happened. It's not that it has not happened. Uh, so I just gave a long answer in terms of your question, because it's not a real, it's not a that UN is irrelevant, should be shut down. It's not that kind of a simplistic answer you can have about UN. It has multiple roles. It has multiple mandates. It is ultimately a family of nations. So ultimately, it's the nations who decide how effective or ineffective it would be. And among the nations, the most powerful, what is their commitment defines how active it will be and how active it will not be, kind of thing, basically.
Let's move on now to talking about your time at Amnesty, where you are interfacing with political realities of the day much more starkly, because Amnesty is on that edge where you are talking about people wrongfully imprisoned and etc., or that whole shebang. And you take over just at a time where India is going through an interesting political phase. You hired Akar, of course, to head Amnesty in India, and the state immediately goes after him. The state also goes a little bit after you, and these are kind of difficult times. So take me through what was happening here, because I would imagine that the sort of the difficulty of the times is something that would only give you more energy and more drive, and not be a disincentive at all to someone like you. But these are difficult times, and now you're not just dealing with an unresponsive state, you're dealing with a hostile state in some ways. So give me a sense of what this particular Amnesty journey was for you.
So, as I said, my role in Amnesty was, I think that was very important from political side. Our basic assumptions and hypothesis was, if a report on a human rights violation in South Asia is done by somebody from South Asia rather than somebody from UK, it matters, because you are talking about somebody who understands the milieu, who understands the cultural and idiom and the norms, without compromising on the human rights standards. Human rights standards have to be maintained, so that is non-negotiable. But at the same time, how you present it, who is presenting, is as important as what you're saying in the report. So the idea was, why should we have somebody with a French-speaking French national giving a speech to Senegalese on the human rights situation in Senegal? Why couldn't we have a Senegalese human rights expert giving a speech on human rights violations in Senegal to the Senegalese government? That was a kind of a search for that. They were, of course, we had to go over a lot of hurdles. Amnesty also had a lot of, for good reasons at one point of time, that you couldn't be a researcher on your own country to avoid bias. So if I'm an Indian, I can't be a researcher on India. I could be a researcher on Sri Lanka. I could be a researcher on Bangladesh, but not on India. A Bangladeshi cannot be a researcher on Bangladesh. We had to break some of those things, saying that, that era where the professional research that the human rights researcher does on whichever country is not necessarily driven by the country blindness or the nationalistic perspective that he or she may have. If that is the case, then in the first instance, that person should not be recruited as a researcher, human rights researcher. Because the only standards you have to look at is the human rights standards, which are globally accepted, and whether in your report you're following those global standards or not, irrespective of what is your nationality. So that was one kind of a breakthrough that we had to do in terms of Amnesty is just moving closer to the ground idea. So everywhere, the regional directors that I appointed were people from within that region. So earlier the situation was, most of the regional heads sitting in Amnesty were either from US or one of the European country or UK. So that was a big change, that you have the regional directors for those regions coming from those regions. So for South Asia, as I was explaining to you, I worked with the High Commission in London, approached them, talked to them a number of times, saying that, this is the job I'm doing. I would like to establish the South Asia office in India. And we feel that Delhi is the best place, because it has the, a lot of the South Asian media houses, the media houses which cover South Asia are based in Delhi. So we would like to open the office so that negotiations were going on for a number of months. And then at some stage, I got a signal saying that, maybe you should put in a registration. So I then established a Amnesty International South Asia Foundation. That was the South Asia piece. Amnesty India was already existing before I joined. So that was already existing. Anand Padmanabhan was heading it. And as the senior director of the Amnesty International, looking after the regional offices, the country offices in that region. So we had Amnesty Nepal, Amnesty India, were the two active Amnesty offices in the South Asia region. So I was, of course, contacting and connecting with those offices. Once my application went in, I must say that I tried to meet at every level at the Home Ministry, including going up to even the Assistant Secretary Home, responsible for all these international relations. So the positive signal that I was getting, that those signals stopped somewhere, that change. And then the Amnesty International also came on their target to basically question, and this once the new establishment started taking charge, where some of these institutions, so Amnesty, Greenpeace, Oxfam, were also mentioned as part of the report that I talked about. And this people's campaigning is impacting the GDP, and that was the kind of a narrative which started building up. And then that led to basically looking at how Amnesty is functioning and where they can look at what functioning has been, right or wrong, or that kind of thing. And that is where all the various agencies were put on us to really look into Amnesty's affairs. We've cooperated throughout in the Amnesty scene. And so we have not said we'll not be cooperating. So we have cooperated with Central Bureau of Investigation, to Enforcement Directorate, to companies' offices in Chennai. So any agency which wanted. So a lot of our things are on their record fundamentally. And some of those cases are at this point of time ongoing. So that is where we are at fundamentally. Our position was, and we had also tried to basically convince the Indian state, and not only necessarily this present government, but even the earlier governments, where we have said that if India wants to play a more global international role, having the Amnesty office in India and hosting a regional office for South Asia in India would be the good sign that you are basically allowing this things to function as part of your global commitment, as a part of being a global citizen, with all the international things that you plan to do. That was our pitch at one level. And that, I think, we were saying it in a very genuine fashion. We're not saying it out of anything. That did not mean that we will loosen our focus on wherever we need to challenge, because Amnesty's basic philosophy is speaking truth to the power, and whichever power that may be, So the kind of criticisms we have received fundamentally, and that is a normal, it's not again, I don't want to isolate India, most of the developing countries, the questions would be, if you're speaking in Francophone Africa, the question would be, how many critical reports have you brought out on French government? How many critical reports have you got on the US government? How many critical reports have you had in UK government? And then I will list the reports that we have brought on each of those countries and say, this is the reports we have got on each of those countries. So we are not trying to distinguish between country X and country Y. So that was one thing. Second thing, because so we have this with governments where we have good relationships. If those governments, say foreign minister of UK is visiting, say, US, so Amnesty in UK will do a human rights briefing and send it to the Foreign Office. And then the secretary may use it or may not use it. That's their choice. But it's our business in terms of what points that they can raise if they want to raise it. And it is across all boards. So if the Indian foreign minister is visiting, say, Germany, we can talk about this issue that we have raised with the German government on the human rights issues in Germany. Some people have used it, some people haven't used it, but we provide that information because we want to hold those governments accountable in any case on the issues that we have been highlighting. So it's not that we are saying something which is out of the blue or anything like that, or to please a government. No, that's a standard protocol that we follow. The last point I'll make is one of the thing, and I started making it much more stricter, is whenever we publish any report, prior to publishing the report, we send the copy of that report to the relevant agencies or relevant ministries, giving them a chance to give us a feedback, including if they want to also join a rejoinder. We will agree to publish that as an annexure to the report. Our report will publish that as an annexure from the ministry coming. Because we don't want any voices, any opinions to be suppressed. And then people can make their choices to see what is true or not. And some governments have been very cooperative. So when the military government came in Thailand, we brought out a very stringent report on the military government in Thailand. And we sent it to them. And then they gave a rejoinder. We attached that and published that report. And I gave that example to many countries, including India, saying that, this is our standard operating procedure. We don't want to negate any voices. But the general approach in some governments, including government of India, is not to respond. Which is then, if you don't respond, the only thing what will come in our forward is we approach government of India, this departments, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Home, and they will send a report. So far, we haven't received any response from them on the report. That will be also stated as a fact, nothing more than that. So some of that processes, and when I look back, have we done anything which was incorrect or wrong or anything like that? I don't have an issue if somebody counters those facts and say this fact is wrong, this fact is wrong, this fact is wrong, this fact is wrong. We can look at that, not an issue. We can have that discussion. I can give you an example of my visit to Israel. I was on a mission to Israel. And almost after 20 years, for the first time, they received the higher delegation from Amnesty in Israel. 3 of us were there. And there are 20 people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Human Rights Commission, literally surrounding us with all our reports, copies in their hands. And they were questioning us. How did you come to this report? How did you come? And then our researchers would say, this is the process we followed. This is what we had sent you this report. You never responded back to us. So this is published. 2 hours almost grilling as part of it. And but we're fine with it, because if you're clear that what we have put there is not out of any malice, it's out to help you to do better on your human rights standards. What's ultimately Amnesty is trying to do? To ensure that the human rights standards are followed by all governments, irrespective of who they are, right? We have also brought out reports on the terrorist organizations and the roles that they play, even if they are non-state actors. Amnesty fundamentally works on the state actors, but we have still brought out some of the reports on the non-state. So it's not so what I'm trying to say, Amit, is we have tried to do this, and I'm trying to explain this process in such a way so that people understand and appreciate that Black Lives Matter. So we have brought out issues and reports on the challenges, race challenges in the United States. There are Amnesty reports on those processes. So it's not like we have been not bringing out the reports for particular countries and we only target developing countries, or and in that sense we act against the interests of the developing countries as the agents of the developed countries like UK or US. If there are factual basis for something like that, that should be shown rather than conjunctures that we hear. We hear conjunctures. We don't hear facts and saying that this shows you brought out this report, but you haven't said anything on this.
What was your personal experience of you and the other people in dealing with all of this? Because, there must be a fair amount of anxiety, there must be a fair amount of stress. Akar had his passport taken away. You have all of these cases happening. You have raids happening. In your own case, also, even though you're a British citizen, and but you're still living here. There is a sword above your head. So how at an individual level, how do you motivate people? What are the kind of conversations you have? It can't be easy, right?
It's not easy. Let's be very honest about it. I would say different people react to it differently, right? So there are people who are much more calmer and will respond, okay, this is what. So you have Akar kind of a category who will take it. ठीक है यार, वो केस चलता रहेगा, जो पूछेंगे उसका जवाब देते रहेंगे, whatever questions I'm asked, I will respond to that. That's the kind of approach I have also taken. My concern was much more in terms of how, if something drastic happens, how my parents will view it. That was my major concern, to be honest, because both of them are too old and they don't even understand what kind of work that I have been doing. So it was more that concern, that if something happens or some action is taken against me, how that will be interpreted by them and what it will impact on their own health. My parents are very old. Other than that, you always have people who are the first to leave the ship, who will jump out of the ship as soon as they see that there is something problematic. You have those. And that I'm not putting it as a criticism. That's a natural thing that happens depending on the risk averseness or risk taking abilities you have. There are people who will wait and watch and say, so far in case of Amnesty, the critical people are the chief financial officer, who has been tremendously interrogated, the board members of the Amnesty India boards. That includes people like me, Amitabh Behar, Manoj Mitha, all those people. And of course, the person who becomes front and faces it is Akar, which is much more regular. So he and the finance officer are the people who come into who are called upon to do much more things. I had to face ED inquiries twice, CBI inquiries twice, in terms of going and presenting myself in front of them. They asking questions. And I think I did pretty well in terms of, because if you have nothing to hide, you're just giving a truthful answers. You're not trying to manipulate the facts, or you're not trying to. This is what it is. Now you tell me if this is not fitting in your perspective and your interpretation of the law. That interpretation ultimately has to be done by the courts. So then you will say that this is what they have done wrong under this particular act. And then finally the arbitrator is the court. Court will look at it and say, oh, you're either the agency's position is right or the amnesty position is right. Correct? That's what will happen fundamentally. So I wouldn't say it was not a stressful situation, but then when it came to my parents' illness, I decided in September, whatever happens, because setting up the systems for them was more important than what happens to me. So I decided that I'll come back and at least set up the systems, spend as much time in the last leg of their life that I can do. And that is exactly what I've been doing.
Tell me about the years post amnesty. Like right now, for example, you're 64. What is your life design? What are you still have tons of energy. You still go on random podcasts, which is basically this one. But what is your life design? What are the issues which still animate you deeply? What do you want to do with your time besides writing the many books I will get you to write?
Thank you for that encouragement of writing books. Now what I'm looking at specifically is, again, I'm a person who has come from 2 or 3 streams which have in a way combined into me, right? A deep sense of commitment for building a humanistic society at a much more larger level, where people's dignity is respected, people's individualism is respected, people in their own groups, whatever identity they may have, are respected and not hounded for that. So if that's a kind of a larger thing, if like dignity has always been my key focus, that whatever I do, I should feel my dignity enhanced, and with whoever I do, they should feel their dignity enhanced. That is what is the ultimate thing. So that's a kind of a larger frame. And I, in that sense, have been involved with a lot of the restructuring of the organizations globally. Large organizations like I mentioned Amnesty, another philanthropy I worked for, large restructuring. Because the idea is that, we have lesser and lesser resources. So we need to be deploying those resources in the most strategic fashion to be more and more impactful, to keep this world on track, whether it is a track of being, a world which respects human rights, a world which is a democratic world where citizens feel they're participating in deciding their future, a world where climate change is taken seriously and people really do something about it and are, enabled to force their governments and powers that be to do something about it. So, those kinds of range of issues where, every individual experiences the fullest potential that she, he, or they can have. If that is what one wants to do, so one part I'm doing is the restructuring of the organization, helping organizations to be really focused and how can they be more impactful. So that process I call the organizational diagnostics, design and development process. I'm doing that work with some of the NGOs in the country, and I want to do that also globally. Other thing which I'm doing, it's a little bit of a new thing for the not-for-profit sector. But as we were discussing earlier, there's a lack of a leadership which is responsive, which is, capable of not only dealing with today's challenges, but the tomorrow's challenges, have the ability to think beyond and, and really prepare themselves for today and tomorrow. So how do I help some of these leaders, base themselves in a very strong kind of a value frame, base themselves in a strong understanding of the changing nature of the reality around them, and what are the kinds of new challenges which are going to be emerging and coming, and what do we do? Like, for example, everybody's talking about, AI. Should we be bothered about ethics in the AI and its use in terms of, that's one area that needs to be looked at. Of course, there are specialists looking at it, but something, and how does that then impact work that you do in any NGO or the period of time? Because even NGOs, some jobs will become redundant for going forward. So how does people prepare for that? So getting those leaders to be like coached, to mentored, to do those processes, that's the second kind of thing that I'm trying to do. Third thing is how, because the money resources are getting constrained, whether it is philanthropy's resources being constrained because of the kind of restrictive compliance measures that governments bring in, how do we create more source of resources in that sense? So how do we look at, do we look at then, say, for example, family offices of people who want to put some money as part of the charity that they're in, but they're also interested in some of these issues that we are talking about, whether it is climate change, democracy, human rights. Will they be interested in, putting some monies in some impactful work around those areas? So that would be another area that I'm looking at as part of going forward. So in a way, it's basically looking at how do we strengthen the ecosystem of the civil society, from the intellectual, action orientation, resource base, to leadership development and getting your organization more agile and flexible to face the future. That's in kind of a broad sense. Unfortunately, I have had experience in many of these things. And as you rightly pointed out earlier, I keep learning continuously. So the program that you mentioned that I did in Singapore was leading transformation for agility and flexibility. That was the 5 days program. which was with mostly I was the only person from the not-for-profit sector. All others were from profit sector, because companies are facing these issues on a day-to-day basis. If they don't change their service offering, if they don't change their product range, if they don't restructure internally to be more competitive in the market, they're not going to be relevant. They're not going to be profitable. And the same thing should apply to NGOs. They cannot be impactful. They cannot be relevant. And if they're not impactful and relevant, they should not be existing. Is the kind of approach that I take.
You've been animated all your life by this fierce desire for change, right? And if I imagine a 15-year-old version of you coming to me today showing this same fierce desire for change and saying, how should I approach my life? My advice, which I think you might disagree with or agree with, I don't know, but my advice would be that don't just think of doing things in the non-profit sector necessarily. There are problems you want to solve. You think about what is the best way to solve them. 99% of the time, you can probably do it in a for-profit way where the incentives for you are much better and the accountability is much higher because you have skin in the game, and get in there and solve it. For example, even if you want to solve something that seems to be outside the bound of this, like climate change, for example, I'd say Elon Musk has done more than any man alive to solve that particular problem in terms of what Tesla is doing, or anybody who takes, like for me, one massive solution people are simply ignoring, and Ajay and I have a couple of episodes on this, is just nuclear power, the safest form of power known to man despite all the rhetoric against it, and immediately reduces reliance on fossil fuels. And France is doing an incredible job in their adoption of it, and the data just speaks for how clean the energy is and the impact that it is happening. But that's a random example. So my sense would be that you want to solve problems. A lot of them are just going to happen in the private sector. You don't need to think of there being a dichotomy between for-profit and non-profit. If something fits naturally into the non-profit thing, like if you have a problem with, say, starving kids in a slum, the proximate solution is to go out and give them food, and that will happen in the non-profit sector. But the ultimate solution is economic growth and markets and whatever, and that need not happen in the non-profit sector. In fact, it will not. So what advice would you give to a 15-year-old you who comes to you and says that, okay, I am 15-year-old Minar, I am exactly the same person, but I am now in a new world where technology is different, opportunities are different, it's at one level it's more globalized, at another level there are all these dangerous political insular influences that are happening. How should I think about my life? What is the overall advice you would give beyond just the profit non-profit? I just said that as one example, but beyond that, what is the overall advice you would give to a 15-year-old Minar today who hasn't lived your journey, doesn't know any of that, but has the same set of principles, the same sensibilities, and the same fierce desire for change?
There are times when I think where I would have invested this life in kind of a industrial work. Like, I know very, very surely that if I would have joined, and I share that with my partner sometimes, if what my grandfather wished, that I should have joined the business when I was doing my education, not only that I would have done that business better, and all the following challenges and problems that we had in the family could have been avoided, but I would have taken that business to a totally new level. And the basic instinct of doing good would have been then supported also with the resources I would have had in a bigger fashion, and I wouldn't be dependent on the resources to anybody. So I've gone through that. And actually, my partner sometimes encourages me, it's not too late now also. You can still think of starting something which is, for profit, and do something in that area, because you have the wherewithal that you need. You know how to crack issues. You know how to go about building businesses in that sense. Businesses, because ultimately not for profits, also businesses, whether you like it or not.
Yuva has been a successful organization for 41 years.
Yeah, there is a whole financial model about it. So she keeps encouraging me. I keep in this dilemma between, Do I need to do that? Is that the best contribution I can make, or whatever I've learned, me making that offering to the scaled kind of a way is a better option. So I'm not saying that completely refusing that idea. That idea does exist, and just to tell you that because I'm a foodie and I like food, my son had actually come up with a plan for starting a cafe. Very well designed business plan, because he has many people in the same industry, and he wanted me to, whether I want to fund it, and then whether we can really look at the kind of a chain in terms of really looking at that kind of a business. So I'm just giving you a sense of that thought is not out of bounds for me. Whether I have taken that step of acting on it, no, but the thought is not out of bounds. So I completely see, because there are times when I've really felt very deeply, knowing that how the family got destroyed because of the property conflicts, one, and two, that we were just four big factories in the area of creating large scale silver utensils. Now what has happened is you have small things in Sangli somewhere, doing minuscule of work. The opportunity we had and what we were doing was completely different. I told
You could have been the Ambani of Thalis.
in terms of silver plates, yeah, because 1 kg and it's huge. That opportunity was huge, and I know the kind of money that was being made in that process. And a different thing, we were not doing say designer wear or designer cutlery. So that was one of the things which I was asking my father. I said, why do we do just the plain silver utensils? Large, of course, there was a market for it, but in terms of value addition, as soon as you bring in the design elements to it, the values go much beyond just the value of the metal. So and there's a large market for that in a lot of the big hotels and those kinds of things, which wear silverware for a lot of their large fancy banquets. Anyway, so it's interesting that you asked that question at the end. But that thought process has been there, but I have not acted on it. It's not a dominant thought process, I must
But
say.
I'm asking about the 15-year-old Minar. What would you tell him? He's 15 today. In 2025,
Take that jump. I will tell him, take that jump and get, because I was already doing at the age of 15, I was already doing my exercise and the work for the factory in any case. So it was not that I was completely off the thing. By the age of 14, I was starting to do some of those things, income tax of the factory. So I would have, if I'm 15 years, I would basically say to him, take that jump.
Build a business, make the money, build the resources, then change the world.
Yeah. Or while doing it, have apportion of particular resources for changing the world. There are things which I think not in the 15-year-old, that things that like say for example, some of the parts of the legacy that I look at is, would I have enough resources where I could have maybe 2-3 fellowships of out of the box thinkers and activists who are thinkers and activists. We're talking about, in Focus on the Global South, we never mentioned that, but one of the policy think tank that I was part of, we will not agree with that in terms of the political orientation of it. But one of the things we used to say that, we need to create activist researchers. We just don't want researchers. We want activist researchers who are able to act on the research that they do. So that kind of a thinking activists, not just the doers, but the thinkers and the doers. Can we create or design a fellowship for something like that? And would I have enough resources to put in something to set that system up so that, every year at least 1 or 2 good quality, high standard, out of the box thinking and acting people can be generated, can be supported. Anyway, that's one of the things which is still in the realm of doability with my present course.
Fully, it is. No, no. I mean, and if anyone listening to this is, thinking that they care about issues like, say, world hunger, I think whatever is left of hunger in the world will only be solved by private firms. NGOs ain't going to make the slightest impact to it. And the private firms doing it won't even know they are doing it. It will just happen organically as they keep solving problems. So, the advice I give everyone is, what are the problems that animate you? Figure out how to solve those problems the best and go out and solve the problems. I mean, that's, etc., etc. But so I've taken up a lot of your time today. I'll finally sort of bring this to a close. And obviously, when your books are out, you do promise to come back here, and we'll talk about your books one a year for the next 35 years, as I've told you. But for now, for me and my listeners, please give us recommendations of books, films, music, any kind of art at all that you absolutely love and love so much you want to share with the world.
In terms of films, I think I always say, look at some of the Sham Benegal films and the older generation Guru Dutt films.
Which ones? Which ones are your favorites?
Pyasa was one of the top of my head in terms of really the cinematography, the kind of songs and those kinds of things which were quite powerful. In earlier Marathi cinemas, you had something like Samna, kind of a political satires and those kinds of things which attracted me quite a bit in terms of films. Theater, I mentioned some of the things. Some of the new theater which is coming up, I need to see. I need to go and see Fule movie which has just come out. I have not seen it yet, but it is now playing in the theaters. I want to also see it as part of Solidarity. Mahatma Phule movie on Mahatma Phule, and to see that. In terms of books, there were 2 or 3 types of readings that I used to do. I used to get very inspired by biographies of people. So I read like Nelson Mandela's Long March. I think something of that kind. I read long time ago when it was published. So that kind of a biographies, or Bhagat Singh's writings. So Why Am I Atheist? Very, very significant, very important book from my perspective, which shaped who I am in that sense. Fule's writings, I kept mentioning to you about this letter, which is also like a letter to Lord Macaulay, which is part of one of the books that he has written. So that those kinds of things. Unfortunately, some of the IPTA theater things now, actually it's the IPTA theater week is going on in Prithvi. So you have all the old plays coming up. So anybody who gets the opportunity to look at the Indian People's Theatre Association plays.
We are recording on 29th April, though. The episode will come out almost 4 weeks from now. But yeah.
So IPTA theatre, but I'm just saying
it'll come back
when IPTA they have annual event that happens. So all the IPTA plays are very important plays. All the Nasiruddin Shah plays, whether it is Hamlet, I forgot all the names, but I have seen all of it. Basically, they have his 4 plays in the theaters. People can look up all the Nasiruddin Shah. The acting, this level of seriousness, the depth that you bring to the character. I'm just telling what inspires me in doing that. If I want to relax, I listen to Kishore Kumar old songs and Muhammad Rafi old songs. So that's some things that I do in terms of relaxation, basically. What else? Books, in the early stages, I read lots of books. As I was telling you, I'm now trying to get back into the reading groove much more strongly. But because of the kind of schedules I'm keeping, I'm not getting enough time to read. But I have to, as you were rightly pointing out, diarize reading and diarize writing. If I can do that, that may be very helpful. That every day it's part of the discipline that I do. That I plan to do now. What else? Yeah.
Wonderful. You mentioned Guru Dutt. You've spoken about the UN. Did you know, I'm sure you didn't know this, did you know that Guru Dutt once wrote a song about the UN?
About the UN?
Yeah, let me tell you the
No,
lyrics.
no. I didn't know. That's good information. Fantastic.
These are the lyrics. जाने वो कैसे लोग थे जिनको फंड्स ही फंड्स मिले, हमने तो बस जस्टिस मांगा, एंटी नेशनल का नाम मिला, जाने वो कैसे. So when
That's Amit's creation of the Guru Dutt.
No, and also you mentioned acting. I'm like, boss, I want you acting in a play again. How many years back did you last act in a play?
Long time ago.
Now, how many years? Let's do some math.
The play that I enjoyed doing, which I mentioned to you, Number Tera Prasad, must have been about 40 years back.
Sir, you are living next to Prithvi Theatre. Kindly kuch project karo. Creative juices, these are the best years of your life coming up. I'm so excited that you're going to write the book and you promised to do it. So, but seriously, thanks so much for being so generous with your time and memories over the last 2 days. I've asked you a lot of difficult questions, but you've been extremely sporting. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Amit. Thanks for having me.
If you enjoyed listening to the show, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Minar doesn't seem to be on social media. Again, a sign of great achievers showing great focus. But I am on Twitter. You can find me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.